Fang Yuan's situation was very weird. Qizai could not help but feel wary. What sort of Dao marks does he have? Why can he use the killer moves of different paths and receive an amplification effect, without any hindrances? Qizai seemed to be preparing while waiting patiently and at ease, but in fact, he was working hard at racking his brains. As far as I know, in history, only one person could do this. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. There were a number of demon venerables in human history. Among them was Reckless Savage. He was the founder of Strength Path and had also cultivated Transformation Path. Historical records had stated that he could transform into countless things, and his Dao marks could change at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a lightning wolf, he would be able to use lightning path killer moves. When he became a swamp crab, he would be able to use earth path killer moves without feeling any disturbance and weakening from other Dao marks. Ordinary transformation path Gu masters could only specialize in one kind of transformation. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court Contest, Cheng Long and Cheng Hu could only transform into a dragon and tiger respectively. As for transformation path Gu immortals, for example, He Lang Zi, he could turn into 3 types of wolves having different Dao marks on him. But when he switched his Dao marks, he had to wait for some time and use certain methods to get rid of the original Dao marks and prevent the disturbance of Dao marks of other paths. This problem had troubled every single transformation path Gu master and Gu immortal in history, except one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He could transform at will without considering the interference between Dao marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless talented individuals had tried to learn his methods, but their results had been failure, obtaining nothing. Don't tell me that this enemy here has inherited a crucial transformation path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Qizai thought of this and felt a fire of excitement burning in him. Other than this explanation, he could not think of anything else. Of course, Gu masters cultivate in various ways. There are countless numbers of people and methods. Not all of them follow conventional wisdom. Qizai squinted. He was still very calm. Actually, his guess that Fang Yuan had obtained a true inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was still an underestimation of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could do this because he had the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable refined. This immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial thing needed for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's revival, it was also his hope of surpassing all of the Venerables in history. In the past, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was not resigned to that fate. Thus, he built Shadow Sect and planned meticulously. During that time, he not only revised on the knowledge gained during his life, he even searched for countless inheritances all over the world. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances of all kinds. They could give Spectral Soul Demon Venerable new inspiration and brand new directions. There were also Gu Immortal inheritances and even a number of the other Venerables' inheritances. Shadow Sect could obtain one of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritances, the most mysterious Venerable in history, not to mention the other Venerables. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable controlled Shadow Sect and set up Zombie Alliance over the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated his foundation and researched, putting in immense effort and making huge sacrifices. Eventually, he gathered all his knowledge and made use of the key aspects of it, creating the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. One could say, this immortal Gu was not just the materialization of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path. It also showed his immense accumulation of the essence of other paths. It was an unparalleled treasure. Even though Heavens will used Fang Yuan as a tool, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan, as an otherworldly demon, broke free of its manipulation, using sovereign immortal fetus Gu for himself. Qizai felt suspicion. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fang Yuan. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even if he did not have any rank 7 immortal Gu, he had rank 6 immortal Gu. Earlier, the method of extracting the mud ball of grudge chi to create the Mudman and Ign was an immortal method. But he did not use Immortal Gu right now. Immortal Gu were the trump cards of Gu Immortals. When used, they expended immortal essence. Qizai only had a low-grade blessed land. Unless it was a crucial moment, he would not use Immortal Gu. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason. The most important reason was that once he used immortal goo, the information would be known by the enemy. The number and specific types of goo worms that a goo master owned were confidential secrets. Once intelligence was leaked, the goo master could be countered using specific means. The same applied to goo immortals. During an initial battle, without knowledge of the background of one another, goo immortals would try to probe each other first. While Qi Zai was probing Fang Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves were used by Fang Yuan. Together with his handsome appearance, Qi He's attention was greatly captured. Similar to Qi Zai, even though Fang Yuan had immortal goo, he could not use them casually. Even though the rank 7 sword path immortal goo were powerful, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 green grape immortal essence. This was inferior to that of the rank 7 goo immortal Qi Zai. If not for Fang Yuan joining Langya sect, he would not have enough immortal essence stones to replenish his immortal essence. He would lose this battle for sure. Both sides fought continuously, attacking and defending at various times. The commotion was huge. Qi He watched unblinkingly, gasping in her mind. Unavoidably, Qi Zai was gradually falling into disadvantage against Fang Yuan. No matter how impressive mortal killer moves were, they did not have immortal goo in them. Thus, the amplification from Qi Zai's Dao marks was very limited. They could not exceed the level of effect from using an immortal goo. In the long history of humanity, only one mortal killer move was publicly known to match immortal goo when activated. That was the White Bone Chariot that Proud Bone Demon Lord Shin Jiao created. This person was a rank 8 demonic path goo immortal. He was proud for a good reason. In this particular achievement, none of the 10 venerables could match him. Even though immortal venerables and demon venerables were invincible, they were not omnipotent. Specialists tackled their own fields. In the past, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine goo for them. In contrast, even though Fang Yuan's Dao mark accumulation was not as high as Qi Zai, he had a large number of methods, and because the amplification towards mortal killer moves was limited, he could deal with his opponent. Thus, gradually, Fang Yuan attacked more and defended less, gaining the initiative. Qi Zai was fully aware of the battle situation in his mind. He frowned and began his counterattack. Battlefield killer move Qi Lockdown. Immediately, the surrounding area was sealed. Air was immobilized, forming a translucent temporary battlefield. Fang Yuan smiled. He was not nervous. This battlefield killer move was only mortal level. It had little threat towards goo immortals like him who had immortal goo. Only if they were a rank 6 goo immortal without immortal goo would they feel like this was a huge threat. And Fang Yuan already had this kind of battlefield killer move. Immediately, he used a signature move of Xuesong Zi, battlefield killer move Snow Domain. At once, Qi Lockdown was pushed aside, as coldness seeped into the surrounding air. Qi He could not hold it in anymore. She gasped out loud. In front of her eyes, the battlefield had been split into two. One was an icy domain. The other had motionless air. Qi He's perspective was still that of a mortal. This type of battlefield killer move, even though it was mortal level, was the trump card of every powerful mortal force. Unless it was an emergency, they would not use it normally, otherwise they might get countered if enemies gained intelligence on it. Just now, she witnessed two battlefield killer moves used in front of her. She felt that this trip was worth going on. She was satisfied with this eye-opening experience. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still at ease, Qi Zai lost his patience. He took the lead to activate his immortal goo. He was a vigilant person. He did not use an immortal killer move, he only activated the immortal goo. A rank 6 Qi Path immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not know what it was. Qi Zai was not stupid enough to use it while calling out the immortal goo's name. Once the immortal goo was activated, the entire battlefield changed drastically. The Qi lockdown battlefield dissipated, turning into fuel for the immortal goo. Snow Domain could not resist it. A long rope of Qi invaded it and pierced through. This long rope of Yin Qi coiled around like a venomous jade snake. It was several meters long, assaulting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed, using his rank 7 sword escape immortal goo. Whoosh! Immediately, he seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, piercing the air and flying away. So fast. Chi-He opened her mouth, extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had flown almost beyond her vision. It was a rank 7 movement immortal goo after all. It had spectacular speed. Chi Zai was shocked too. He had estimated that Fang Yuan was a goo immortal specializing in snowpath, windpath, or dark path. After all, the mortal killer moves that he used earlier were mostly from these 3 paths. But when Fang Yuan used his immortal goo, it was sword path. And it was a rank 7 sword path immortal goo. What is this? He is not a transformation path goo immortal, but a sword path goo immortal. Chi Zai felt like his brain was frying. After probing for so long, he had thought that he found out some details about Fang Yuan. But when he used his true methods, Fang Yuan actually displayed a rank 7 sword path immortal goo. And he flew so quickly. If this were in the past, I could only look on and sigh. It is a pity that you are unlucky. Not long ago, I completed the immortal killer move that I had been designing for 3 years. Chi Zai snickered, whistling as he opened his mouth. At the same time, aura burst out of his body. The aura surrounded him and Chi-He, and penetrated into the Chi Grand Lion's body. The Chi Grand Lion cried out in pain. Its eyes were red as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Chi Zai's immortal killer move, the Chi Grand Lion's speed was astonishing. In less than a few minutes, the Chi Grand Lion carried the 2 Chi Clan Goo Immortals and chased up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Chi Zai used his immortal goo again, summoning the long rope of Yin Chi. Very evidently it was the same immortal goo as before. The Yin Chi rope coiled and flew towards Fang Yuan, rapidly getting closer. He did not use any other immortal killer moves, just a rank 6 immortal goo. Is it because his movement killer move has a lot of goo worms in it, he has to focus his attention on it? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. During the moment of crisis, his mind was still calm. He thought about it as he displayed his deep foundation in fighting. When activating immortal goo, the aura of the goo worm would leak. But when activating immortal killer moves, the leaked aura would be much more complex. Thus, Chi Zai easily noticed that Fang Yuan's immortal goo was rank 7 and sword path. And Fang Yuan could also easily notice that Chi Zai was using just the rank 6 immortal goo alone. Of course, this was a typical case. It did not hold true all the time. Some special methods could conceal the aura of immortal goo and mislead the enemy. Flying sword goo. Fang Yuan pointed as his immortal goo shot out. Flying sword immortal goo was peerlessly sharp. The Yin Chi rope was cut into pieces easily. Chi Zai's heart shook. He was shocked. Why does he have another rank 7 sword path immortal goo? Is he really a sword path goo immortal? Then, why did he use all those mortal killer moves? Why are both his immortal goo rank 7? Don't tell me he is a rank 7 goo immortal, and he is purposely concealing his aura to be rank 6 so that he can pretend to be weak when preying on others. Chi Zai could not guess Fang Yuan's actual situation. He had a vigilant nature and a tendency to think deeply. The more he analyzed, the more shocked he got. He was scaring himself. Chi Zai's mind was churning with thoughts. His expression turned grim. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used flying sword goo earlier to destroy the Yin Chi, but it had recovered in an instant. The Yin Chi rope flew towards Fang Yuan again. It was not going to stop until it coiled around Fang Yuan. Flying sword goo might be strong, but against an obstacle that can disperse and gather at will, it cannot take it down. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier, when dealing with the desolate beast mud monster, he had such a feeling as well. Now, facing a Chi Path Goo immortal, this feeling emerged in him again. Of course, this was because he lacked a relevant killer move. If he had a sword path killer move that could help flying sword goo to scatter its attacks instead of focusing on one point, his problems would be resolved. Actually, Fang Yuan had anticipated this situation. Thus, he used sword escape immortal goo and tried to retreat. But he did not think that the other party would have a movement killer move to chase him. Fang Yuan fell into disadvantage. Earlier, during the probing, he had the upper hand because of his countless mortal killer moves. But now, after using immortal goo and immortal killer moves, they were fighting for real. He got into a disadvantage very quickly. The other party was a rank 7 goo immortal, His cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. It was to be expected that Fang Yuan could not beat him. In fact, it was already not easy to get to this point. I only have 2 immortal goo, while he is rank 7 with higher cultivation level than me and has more methods. If he has an immortal battlefield killer move, even if I have flying sword immortal goo, I would not be able to break out. I cannot stay here. Sword escape. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 immortal goo again, flying into the sky. Heh, he is very vigilant. Qi Zai snorted coldly. His fighting style was to drain his opponent's resources and draw out the battle. When the Yin Qi rope breaks, the aura would disperse, and as time passes, the entire battlefield would favor Qi path more. By then, even if Qi Zai did not use immortal goo, his strength would be higher, and he would be able to spend less immortal essence. It was a very good strategy that benefited him. But Fang Yuan had already decided to fly away and escape after a short battle. Every round was basically at a new location. Qi Zai could not accumulate his advantage. Goo Masters had limited movement speed. They were often restricted to fighting at a particular place. But Goo Immortals could travel far, moving thousands of li easily. They were different from Goo Masters. Thus, it was easy to defeat a Goo Immortal but very difficult to kill them, unless one had an immortal-level battlefield killer move to trap them. However, these types of battlefield killer moves took time to set up. When Goo Immortals fought, they could only set up the arrangements in secret if they were in front of the enemy. They had to conceal their actions for the trap to succeed. Or like the time when Fang Yuan dealt with He Chang, he set up the battlefield killer move in advance, luring his enemy into it. Even though Fang Yuan escaped, Qi Zai had an immortal killer move to chase him. Fang Yuan had slaughtered an I clan village. This was a place which Qi Zai was in charge of. If he let Fang Yuan go, he would have to be held to account for this. Most importantly, Qi Zai was afraid that Fang Yuan was a descendant of the other clans. In this 1,000-year bet, Qi clan was already going to win. At this juncture, he could not allow unexpected mishaps to occur. Thus, Qi Zai had to investigate this matter. He could not let it go. After Fang Yuan escaped, he realized that Qi Zai had chased after him. How deep is his enmity? Why is he chasing me like this? Fang Yuan was perplexed. In his previous life's memories, an I clan did not have any Goo Immortals. This was why Fang Yuan acted so unrestrained. To think that he actually attracted the attack of Goo Immortals, and there were 2 of them, one rank 6 and one rank 7. Fang Yuan could not guess Qi Zai's motives, because he knew nothing about the bet between the 5 xiangs. He could only retreat while fighting. Each time, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Goo to engage in a short fight before using Sword Escape Immortal Goo to retreat. After many rounds of battle, Fang Yuan saw some details gradually. The rank 6 Goo Immortal beside him is behaving strangely. She is likely a newly ascended Goo Immortal. She calls the rank 7 Goo Immortal Great Uncle. The 2 of them should be blood-related family members. This rank 6 Goo Immortal is not a threat. If she could attack, she would have done so long ago to disrupt me. But in this entire battle, she has been sitting back and doing nothing. Fang Yuan obtained much information, while Qi Zai also learned a lot about Fang Yuan. This odd fellow is really a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He is actually using 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Qi Zai did not know what to say about this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Goo Immortals did not even have 1 rank 6 Immortal Goo. They desired them greatly. This person did not have any rank 6 Immortal Goo, but he took a big leap and had 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo instead. But this step is too huge. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to use these rank 7 sword path Goo. Qi Zai snickered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition with his higher cultivation level, and Fang Yuan using rank 7 Immortal Goo, he was not in a rush. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. He followed after him closely. He was scheming and hard to shrug off. Fang Yuan thought to himself, since the start of the battle, I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal essence stones. These were all obtained from Langya Land Spirit. I am wasting my sect contribution points. This person has a good plan. He wants to waste my immortal essence. I know his scheme but can do nothing about it. If he had rank 6 Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would be able to fight in a sustained battle. he would not end up in this state. With his rank 6 cultivation level, it was very difficult to make use of rank 7 immortal goo. Qi Zai could not catch Feng Yuan, while Feng Yuan could not leave him in the dust. The situation was in a deadlock. After countless rounds of fighting, in order to maintain the situation, Feng Yuan had to continue to request for immortal essence stones from Langya land spirit. His Langya sect contribution points were nearing 0. Qi Zai was shocked. It was beyond his expectations that Feng Yuan could hold on until now. This rank 6 Gu Immortal is very strange. He definitely has a huge secret. If I can obtain it, this might be the biggest fortuitous encounter in my life. Fighting to this extent, Qi Zai's gaze was getting more heated. Seeing Feng Yuan's cold gaze, he felt like he was looking at a mobile treasure chest. But at the next moment, Qi Zai's gaze froze. He showed shock on his face. He thought, isn't the mountain range ahead the 5 regional mountain range? Oh no, so this is his plan. I cannot let him escape into the mountain range. This 5 regional mountain range was not simple. It was created by a rank 8 Gu Immortal from southern border. His name was Tao Zhu. He was known as the restriction expert. This person cultivated restriction path. It was a branch of rule path, just like how emotion path was a branch of wisdom path. People called him restriction expert. It was because he was the expert of restriction path in this generation. It showed how incredible his attainment was. He had deep research regarding the 5 regional walls. He attempted to find a way to allow Gu Immortals to travel through the regional walls easily. This 5 regional mountain range was created due to his research. Unfortunately, after he died, there had been no progress. But this 5 regional mountain range was left behind and became a special area in southern border. Feng Yuan was restricted by Qi Zai. He was trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border. The 5 regional mountain range was his hope. Qi Zai had been thinking of draining his immortal essence. This was in line with Feng Yuan's objective. He was able to use sword escape immortal goo, and after some hurdles, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li, arriving at this place. Qi Zai had been in seclusion for some time, and because Feng Yuan was drawing his attention, he did not think of this area. He quickly took action, trying to obstruct Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal goo. He was prepared. How could any obstruction work? Qi Zai watched grimly as Feng Yuan entered the 5 regional mountain range. He hesitated before making up his mind, saying to Qi He, "Sit here. I will let the Qi Grand Lion protect you. You will be safe. After I kill him, I will come and find you. Great uncle, be careful." Qi He said hurriedly. Qi Zai nodded. Air currents burst out behind him as he chased after Feng Yuan, entering the 5 regional mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, he felt a strong repulsive force directed at pushing him out. As it turned out, this 5 regional mountain range was created by a restriction expert who replicated the regional walls. Once Gu Immortals enter, it would be like they were passing the regional walls. Feng Yuan chose the part of this mountain range which was shining with golden light. It was a replica of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Qi Zai was a southern border Gu Immortal. When he entered, he was sure to face repulsion. He knew Feng Yuan's motive. This crafty person came here, and because of his rank 6 cultivation level, he has the advantage. My rank 7 cultivation level is facing more pressure than him in here. No, this person is so suspicious. This concerns our Qi clan's ancient bet. I need to kill him. Qi Zai was firm and determined. He did not waver in the face of difficulty. Both parties stopped flying. They started to travel by foot on the 5 regional mountain range. While another chase occurred here in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, a different battle had ended. Ying Wuxie, Tai Bai Yunshang, and He Lu Lan were surrounding the ancient Soul Beast's corpse, searching for the soul core inside the Soul Beast's body. Soul Beasts nurtured a soul core in their bodies. It was the size of an egg, but had a large number of soul path Dao marks in it. It was a top-tier refinement material. Other than this, the Soul Beast's corpse would disappear after some time. It had no use. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunshang searched for the soul core. He Lu Lan said, praising with certain intent. The Gu formation set here is truly amazing. In this short amount of time, even though the Soul Beast had the Soul Howl Immortal Gu, it still died. Ingwu did not speak, he was frowning. This was caused by heaven's will. It lured this ancient soul beast here. Just now, even though I killed it, I had to use the goo formation. The more I use the goo formation, the higher the chances of getting exposed. After all, Central Continent's heavenly court will try its best to find this place. At this time, Shi Nu transmitted to him secretly. Ingwu analyzed to himself, Not long ago, Langya Land Spirit used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send Dark Limit Immortal Goo to Fengyuan. This immortal goo belonged to Shadow Sect, but it had perished with Zhongyu. After that, because Langya Land Spirit created Langya Sect, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Goo so that the sect members could have an easier time moving around in the future. This goo can conceal aura and hide from Heaven's will. Indeed. Since I am targeted by Heaven's will, Fengyuan's situation is worse. He might be facing the assault of goo immortals now. Ingwu made a casual guess, but he was actually on the mark. However, Qi Zai did not succeed in killing Fengyuan. Both parties fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fengyuan was heavily injured, but because he had lower cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qi Zai eventually. Qi Zai saw that Fengyuan had escaped. Noting that his own condition was bad, he had no choice but to return. Once he left the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi He. Great uncle, you are finally back. I was so worried about you. Qi Zai was prancing on the spot. Seeing Qi Zai, she quickly went up to him. Qi Zai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression turned grim. He scolded, "Foolish! I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion. Why did you not listen to me, instead coming here? This is a dangerous place." Qi Zai's movement paused. She slowly walked to Qi Zai, lowering her head, apologizing. I am sorry," Qi Zai grunted. "That person is already heavily injured by me. He was lucky and escaped. But if I see him again, I will definitely not." "Ugh," Qi Zai cried out. He stared with wide-opened eyes at Qi He. A dark flying sword had pierced into his forehead. The tip of the sword was pointing out from the back of his head. Qi He turned back to Fengyuan's appearance. He smiled lightly at Qi Zai. Shock, regret, fear. All sorts of emotions filled Qi Zai's mind. But it was too late. Bam! He fell to the ground, creating a soft sound in the process. He was dead. In the 5 regional mountain range, 5 different colored lights filled the skies all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 areas based on the 5 different colored lights. The dark purple light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains' Licorice Regional Wall. The red portion was Western Desert's Raging Flame Regional Wall. The deep blue portion was Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. As for the white gold mountain range, it was Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. The rank 7 Chi Path Gu Immortal, Qi Zai, had died in the white gold region in the 5 regional mountain range. Fengyuan let out a breath. He pulled out the Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was lodged in his opponent's forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining in silvery light, but now it was dim and did not have an aura emitting from it. This was because of the Immortal Killer move Dark Assassination. This move provided extraordinary concealment. Once used, none of the aura of the rank 7 Immortal Killer move would leak. Others could not detect it. Once used, the sword attacked quickly, at a speed which one could not react to. The only weakness was that the attack range was small. The user had to be less than 100 steps away. This was truly a short distance. Ordinary Immortal Killer moves could be used across huge distances. They were incomparable. Thus, Fengyuan had to take a risk, using Familiar Face to disguise his identity and get close to Qi Zai. The closer he got, the higher his chance of killing Qi Zai. For this, Fengyuan had to fight with Qi Zai and purposely get injured so as to reduce Qi Zai's suspicions. Qi Zai dying from this move was not unreasonable, because Fengyuan deceived him using the infamous Familiar Face. Even though it was not the original version, the core was still rank 8 Attitude Gu. When used, this Gu could influence the minds of others, allowing them to feel Fengyuan's attitude, so as to lower their suspicions. Even though Qi Zai was vigilant and it was hard to find vulnerabilities against him, with Fengyuan's scheming personality, He saw a weakness in Qi He instead during the battle. Using Qi He, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with his rank 6 cultivation level. This was an incredible result. If one was an ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortal, they might wish for the whole world to know about it. But Fang Yuan only sighed in relief now. He did not show any expression of pride. After rebirth, he had gone through a lot. He witnessed spectral soul undergoing the myriad tribulations. Killing a rank 7 Gu Immortal was already a small matter from his perspective. If you did not pursue me to this extent, I would not have taken the risk to kill you. All right. Let me see why you were so insistent on chasing me. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air as he pulled out Qi Zai's soul from his corpse. Qi Zai cultivated Qi Path. His soul was just an ordinary Gu Immortal soul. It was not outstanding. After dying, he was not like those from Shadow Sect. Even though his soul was angry and unwilling, struggling intensely, he could do nothing against Fang Yuan's actions. Fang Yuan first inspected and ensured that this soul had no problems before stuffing him into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. After entering the Immortal Aperture, large numbers of Soul Path Gu worms flew towards Qi Zai's soul. Soul Search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he activated Familiar Face and turned into Qi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that the rank 6 Gu Immortal Qi He was still outside. Killing her would be much easier than killing Qi Zai, but to make this easier and safer, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method to assassinate Qi He as well. His Familiar Face was not the original version without change form Immortal Gu. He could only use over 1,000 Mortal Gu to replace it. Thus, transforming his appearance was not instantaneous. He had to spend some time. After he turned into Qi Zai's appearance, he stored Qi Zai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi He, she was already dead. What killed Qi He was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was sitting on. This Qi Grand Lion was enslaved by Qi Zai originally. Once he died, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was forced by Qi Zai to travel this much. It was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated any other path, she might have survived. But she was a Qi Path Gu Immortal with a number of Qi Path Dao marks. She was a delicacy to the Qi Grand Lion. Thus, as the Qi Grand Lion was hungry, it attacked her after the control over it was gone. Qi He was a newly advanced Gu Immortal. How could she match the Qi Grand Lion? After a bit of resistance, she was killed by the Qi Grand Lion and eaten by it. It was pitiful. She cultivated her entire life and fortunately became an immortal. But the moment she started witnessing the glory of the Gu Immortal world, before she started her journey, she ended up in the desolate beast's mouth. Fang Yuan chased after the Qi Grand Lion, using Flying Sword Immortal Gu and piercing its head in a few moves. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, which was shining in silvery light, rampaged inside the Qi Grand Lion's brain. The Qi Grand Lion fell from the sky in pain. It grimaced and cried out painfully, eventually dying after its struggles ceased. Fang Yuan felt glad when he saw this result. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or the Qi Grand Lion, once Flying Sword Immortal Gu dealt a critical strike through piercing, it could deal huge damage. This was unlike the desolate beast mud monster, which did not have any weaknesses in its body. Fang Yuan had a vexing time fighting it. Other than feeling glad, Fang Yuan also felt a loss in wealth. This rank 7 Immortal Gu used too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan's expenditure rose again. He could slowly kill it without using Immortal Gu and only using Mortal Killer moves. But it would take far too long. To avoid more trouble, Fang Yuan had to deal with it quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Fang Yuan cut open its stomach and took out Qi He's minced corpse. He checked carefully. He wanted to find the crucial area near her belly. It was the place where the Immortal Aperture was at in the Gu Immortal's body. Qi He's aged body was already chewed up by the Qi Grand Lion. After ending up in its stomach, half of the body was already dissolved. Fang Yuan looked around for a long time before his gaze flashed. He picked out a piece of flesh. Similar to Qi Zai's corpse, Fang Yuan placed it into his Immortal Aperture. As had been mentioned before, after killing a Gu Immortal, there were 2 ways to benefit from it. One was to place the Immortal Aperture down in the 5 regions, where they would form a blessed land or grotto heaven, before attacking it and obtaining the resources inside. The other way was to place the immortal aperture into one's own immortal aperture, making the immortal aperture self-detonate. The Dao marks inside would be left behind for the victor. Feng Yuan was using the second method. After this battle, the Qi Path Dao marks in me should increase drastically. From now on, when I use Qi Path Gu worms or killer moves, the amplification effect would exceed my other paths. It is a pity that I am not skilled in Qi Path. My Qi Path attainment level is only at ordinary level. But my immortal aperture will benefit, the environment will change slowly. It would help me when I grow resources that are related to Qi Path. Feng Yuan flew into the air, concealing his traces as he flew among the clouds, thinking over his gains. Ignoring immortal Gu. Qi Zai's soul was a huge asset. It had great value waiting to be excavated. As for how many Qi Path Dao marks he would get, Feng Yuan could not estimate it. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he obtained, it could not match his other benefit. He only discovered this benefit of his new body just now, but it exceeded Feng Yuan's expectations. Other than feeling surprise and joy, he also felt doubts and anticipation. When he entered the 5 regional mountain range, he had a shocking discovery. His body was unaffected by the 5 regional mountain range. According to common sense, Feng Yuan was a southern border Gu immortal. His body had the aura of southern border. No matter what other area relating to a particular region he entered in the 5 regional mountain range, he would be affected by it. But after Feng Yuan went in, he could move freely with no obstructions. After realizing this, Feng Yuan was puzzled, but it soon turned into joy. He had a guess in his mind. This 5 regional mountain range was created by restriction expert Tao Zhu, who imitated the regional walls. If I can travel freely here, does that mean I can also pass the regional walls freely? After that, he thought about the pursuers behind him. He pretended to travel with much difficulty, like he was heavily obstructed. Now, after killing Qi Zai and settling the matter of the Qi Grand Lion and Qi he had time to think, and realized that this was very likely. My new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no origins from other people. It is formed from the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. If it is treated as an immortal Gu, that would explain why I can freely travel across the regional walls. The 5 regional walls targeted Gu immortals, not immortal Gu. In the past, when Feng Zhougu entered Northern Plains to investigate the truth of 88 Truyong building, he sent a rank 6 information path immortal Gu to his family. It could travel across Northern Plains and Central Continent, going through 2 regional walls without obstruction. If this guess is correct, why would I need to rush and refine fixed immortal travel? Feng Yuan flew as he thought. He got closer to a regional wall. He wanted to verify this guess as quickly as possible. From his perspective, he could not confirm if fixed immortal travel was destroyed. It was only very likely because the special will had set fixed immortal travel as the first one to be destroyed. When Feng Yuan asked the current generation Xiong about it, his focus was to confirm Ying Wu Xie's current situation. Secondly, he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel to pass the regional walls and return to Langya Blessed Land. Why? Firstly, Langya Blessed Land was safe. It survived 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. It was finally taken down by Heavenly Court after Feng Zhougu died. Secondly, a large number of his resources were inside Langya Blessed Land. He could develop in peace there. The cost of using Treasure Yellow Heaven was simply too high. Lastly, a crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era, was needed to refine fixed immortal travel. Even though Feng Yuan had some clues, he knew that hope was small. His biggest worries now were his calamities and tribulations. He was less than 2 months away from the first earthly calamity. Fortune and disaster came together. His blessed land had such a deep foundation. Its aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques. The power of his calamities and tribulations would surely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I should give up on fixed immortal travel. I should rush to Langya Blessed Land and prepare amply for the calamities and tribulations. In just less than 2 months. He was no longer an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was out of this world. The calamities and tribulations were like swords resting above his neck. Feng Yuan looked at the vast clouds in the sky as he felt a strong sense of urgency. Central continent, Earth abyss. Ing Wuxie looked at the rubble in front of him with an ugly expression. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunshang, and the rank 7 variant human Gu Immortal Shi Nu. The battle strength of 4 Gu Immortals. Of course, among them Shi Nu was the strongest, followed by He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang. Ing Wuxie was still an immortal zombie with some borrowed immortal Gu. He had not subdued Fang Yuan's remaining immortal Gu yet. His battle strength was the lowest. He Lulan was forced by Ing Wuxie to surrender. She was free from the alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, and was now Ing Wuxie's lackey. Shi Nu was completely loyal to Ing Wuxie, and Tai Bai Yunshang, who did not know the truth, was not suspicious of Ing Wuxie. He Lulan and Ing Wuxie had worked together to deceive him. He was still in the dark. What is going on? Tai Bai Yunshang looked ahead and asked in puzzlement. Shi Nu replied heavily. Earth abyss is not a tranquil environment. Tremors will appear at times within the earth. The tremors might cause a great cave-in. Like what is happening here? A strange light flashed across He Lulan's eyes. This cave-in is simply too terrifying. Shi Nu nodded. Yes. Each cave-in in Earth abyss would be gigantic. Endless numbers of life forms would perish. The aftermath would be a huge amount of rubble stacked together with the grudge and death energy of the dead life forms and their blood, countless desolate level blood beasts, bone beasts, or even blood path and earth path wild immortal Gu would be created. Master, what do we do now? Ing Wuxie looked ahead. After some time, he let out a breath. He was gloomy internally, thinking, this route is the safest way to leave Earth Abyss, previously created by Shadow Sect. I had just wanted to leave Earth Abyss. And at this timing, a cave-in happened. Coincidentally, it happened here, obstructing our path. Hehe. Ing Wuxie mentally sneered. This is the act of heaven's will. My main body defied heaven to refine Gu, resisting heaven's will, causing heaven's will to be expended greatly. But now it seems, heaven's will has already mostly recovered. I still have spring-autumn cicada with me. It has a lot of heaven's will in it. Thus, I am like a torch in the darkness from heaven's will's perspective. If I did not have investigative methods and did not slow down on purpose, I would be trapped inside the cave-in. Or if I was greedy in regards to the wild immortal Gu here and refused to leave, I might be discovered by the Gu immortals who came to investigate. Perhaps when I used the Gu formation earlier, the commotion was already detected by Heavenly Court. They have already started searching. Ing Wuxie had obtained the guidance of his main body's will in the Red Lotus Demon Venerable True Inheritance. He had a deep understanding of Heaven's will. Heaven's will had its limits, it would be expended as well. But because its foundation was the world of the 5 regions, Heaven's will could not be destroyed entirely. It could recover at a rapid speed. Regarding Heaven's will, Fang Yuan was still kept in the dark. He was unaware and his knowledge could not compare with Ing Wuxie. Heaven's will is so troublesome. A large portion of the reason is due to that bitch star constellation. My current body is ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel over the 5 regions. By gathering the remnant forces of Shadow Sect, I can accumulate enough strength to attempt to save my main body. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxie thought of Fang Yuan again. Intense hatred rose inside him. Back then, when we designed the recipe of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, my main body thought about the 5 regional walls. Thus, Fang Yuan can not only pass the 5 regional walls now, he can freely change his aura to become a Gu Immortal from any of the 5 regions. However, don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon, and Heaven's will cannot influence your thoughts, it can influence others and create situations to eliminate you. Also, every tribulation that you undergo is the best chance for Heaven's will to eradicate you. I hope you can survive them all until I find the opportunity to eliminate you. Even though Ing Wuxie hated Fang Yuan, the urgent matter at hand was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm. As everyone knew, when the soul was in the dream realm, they would slowly worn down by the dream realm. Thus, Ing Wuxie was pressed for time greatly now. Compared to saving his main body, Fang Yuan was a minor matter. Thus, the priority of Ing Wuxia and the others was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather their remaining forces, to return to southern border and break through the encirclement of the southern border Gu immortals around the giant dream realm, to save spectral soul demon venerable. Southern border. Sword escape immortal Gu activated. Swoosh. Fang Yuan's body was like a sword, sharp and cutting through the sky, forming a long white cloudy line behind him. Using sword escape immortal Gu alone would not create this white cloudy line behind him. The problem was, Fang Yuan's injuries were very severe now. His injuries were so deep bones could be seen. Cloud path Dao marks were gathered in them, spilling out white clouds constantly. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, he was frowning deeply. Behind him, about 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. What caused Fang Yuan's injuries were these ancient cloud beasts. Even though Fang Yuan had the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu, against cloud beasts which were similar to mud monsters, without a fixed body structure, they could not be dealt with. According to legend, Bo Qing created the Immortal Killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation in the past, using Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core to create 10,000 swords that shoot down like rain. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I must find Immortal Killer moves like this. I cannot have this weakness. Such thoughts had appeared in Fang Yuan's mind multiple times. As it turned out, after Fang Yuan found out a secret of his new body, he had a new idea, abandoning his earlier plan and wanting to pass the regional walls to get back to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after that, he unexpectedly entered the attacking range of a group of ancient cloud beasts. Cloud beasts were extremely rare, not just in southern border, but also the other 4 regions. It was no exaggeration to say that they were nearly extinct. But Fang Yuan encountered a group of them. There were even ancient cloud beasts among them which had the battle strength of rank 7 Gu immortals. When ancient cloud beasts were stationary, they were like clouds, very hard to detect. Even though Fang Yuan was using investigative methods, he did not have investigative Immortal Gu, he only had Mortal Killer moves. Thus, he went into the territory of ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he managed to escape, but the ancient cloud beasts were unwilling to let him go. They chased after him. In his vision, a trace of purple-black color could be seen from behind a mountain range. Southern border's miasma regional wall was already within sight. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. His speed slowed drastically. He had stopped using sword escape Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu was too expensive to use. Right now, Fang Yuan had already expended all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save costs, Fang Yuan could only use sword escape Immortal Gu at certain times to maintain a safe distance from the cloud beasts. Without sword escape Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used Mortal Killer moves. As a matter of fact, the speed of movement from them could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. A moment later, the cloud beasts were already very close to Fang Yuan, less than 1 li away. Seeing that the cloud beasts were near, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use sword escape Immortal Gu again. Whoosh! His speed rose again, he shrugged off the ancient cloud beast group. The purple-black miasma regional wall covered half of his vision. Finally, when Fang Yuan got to the southern border regional wall, he did not hesitate, entering it immediately. Zero obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall in front of him was an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He clenched his fists. As expected, I was right. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mystical. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely over the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not only considering this. This can also help me fight. The battle with Qi Zai earlier is a prime example. From now on, I can lure Gu immortals into the regional walls before killing them. But his excitement only lasted for a short moment. Soon he frowned again, because he realized that the ancient cloud beasts behind him also went through the regional walls, with no signs of stopping the chase against him. His guess was confirmed. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. I knew it. I am actually so unlucky. Cloud beasts are nearly extinct in southern border. Even if they exist, they would only be a group of 1 or 2 desolate-level cloud beasts. Groups of ancient cloud beasts like this only exist in White Heaven and Black Heaven. Seeing how white these ancient cloud beasts are, they must have flown down from white heaven to breed their next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were a special type of life form from the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts in the 5 regions were also all from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a trait. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens, landing in the 5 regions and storing their cloud essence in the clouds in the sky. The clouds that were storing cloud essence would not dissipate unless there was a strong external force. Hundreds of years later, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The infant cloud beasts were all desolate level each. Once they were alive, they would follow their instincts and fly towards the sky. Passing the heavenly wind chi wall, they would return to their origins, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be obstructed by the heavenly wind chi wall and would be attacked by fierce beasts, as well as all sorts of natural phenomena causing danger. A very small number of them actually made it back to the immemorial 9 heavens. I was so unlucky to actually encounter a cloud beast group after they bred. This luck is truly... Feng Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected luck to many lucky people. Even if my body and soul are split into 2 portions, my luck shouldn't be this bad. Don't tell me, to obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo, I expended a huge amount of luck. In this way, disaster follows after great fortune? Feng Yuan flew within the miasma regional wall as a group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Feng Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence. To take revenge for their offspring, the ancient cloud beasts wanted to eliminate Feng Yuan. They would not let him go. As long as Feng Yuan was still injured, the cloud beasts would pursue him. The problem was, these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely within the 5 regional walls. Normally speaking, it was difficult for desolate beasts of the 5 regions to pass the regional walls and move to another region. These desolate beasts, ancient desolate beast and immemorial desolate beasts, could match the respective levels of Goo Immortals. They involved the essence of their regions, and as such, it was very difficult for them to leave the domain of the region they had been raised and grown in. To them, the regional walls were like shackles. Comparatively, ordinary wild beasts, beast kings or mutated beasts were much more free and could move through regional walls. This group of ancient cloud beasts that were chasing Feng Yuan, however, were not raised by southern border, but originated from white heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. The regional walls of the 5 regions had no relationship with them and did not restrict or reject them. Perhaps it was because no matter which layer of the immemorial 9 heavens it was, they all covered the whole 5 regions. This characteristic was already widely known. Previously, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable went against Heaven's will to refine Goo, Heavenly Court's Goo Immortals were able to reach southern border so quickly because they had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to travel through White Heaven. Also, Feng Yuan's Stargate Goo could attract the starlight of Black Heaven to travel over the 5 regions. Both, in essence, were similar to this group of ancient cloud beasts. They all used this special characteristic of the immemorial 9 heavens. Feng Yuan was rapidly moving through the regional wall. The group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing closely behind him. Feng Yuan could do nothing but let them follow. These cloud beasts were stubbornly fixed upon Feng Yuan, not willing to rest until they reached their goal. At this time, Feng Yuan couldn't help but fondly recall the benefits of fixed immortal travel. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could simply get away from these problems. Even if Feng Yuan was injured, there was a limit to the range the ancient cloud beasts could chase him. He could use fixed immortal travel to go beyond this limit. However, Feng Yuan only had Sword Escape Immortal Goo as his movement Immortal Goo. If he recklessly used Sword Escape Immortal Goo, it could increase the distance between them, but he would have to pay a huge price. Most importantly, Feng Yuan was not fully aware of the range in which the ancient cloud beasts would continue to chase him. If this range was extremely great, even if Feng Yuan spent all his assets, it might not be enough for the expenditure of activating Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Lang Yilan's spirit may be simple and unable to lie, but he has all along been planning against me. Previously, he schemed against me when I was dealing with Chizai as well. I had to pay a considerable amount to borrow Dark Limit Immortal Goo. If I impatiently try to get rid of these ancient cloud beasts, he might extort me again. After all, Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu are truly tempting. The regional wall in front of him suddenly turned into a deep blue color. Fong Yuan had already passed southern border's Miasma regional wall and had now entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water regional wall. There was nothing to say. Fong Yuan concentrated on flying. The journey was unimpeded. The regional wall did not have creatures or any other obstructions, because the regional walls of the 5 regions in themselves were the greatest obstruction. After flying for a while longer, Fong Yuan looked behind him. Those ancient cloud beasts were still chasing him. Cloud beasts did not have any fixed shape and continued to chase like rolling clouds, white and graceful as snow. But to Fong Yuan they looked truly troublesome. By now, Fong Yuan had already used all his contribution points from Langya sect and was starting to Langya land spirit immortal essence stones. If not for these ancient cloud beasts, how could I go this far? What's going on? On the way, Fong Yuan's expression suddenly changed, his gaze enlarging in wonder. He surprisingly discovered that in this blue water regional wall, his aura was having a mysterious change. His southern border Gu Immortal aura was continuously growing fainter, while the aura of an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal was strengthening constantly. If Fong Yuan had activated Familiar Face, he would not have been so amazed. The key point was that he had not activated this killer move. Could it be that this new body can not only pass the regional walls of the 5 regions, but can also change my aura into the aura of that region? Fong Yuan speculated inwardly. The moment he flew out of Blue Water regional wall, his southern border Gu Immortal aura had completely dissipated and had truly turned into one of an Eastern Sea Gu Immortal. Fong Yuan naturally was surprised and happy. This sovereign immortal fetus Gu is truly mysterious. I am not even using Familiar Face and my body can actually perfectly adapt to the new region, which means I won't be pushed aside by the region's Gu Immortals. But right now, it is still better for me to use Familiar Face. Fong Yuan gazed at the group of ancient cloud beasts following right behind him and sighed as he activated Familiar Face, turning into a different appearance. He had originally wanted to quietly move through Eastern Sea and return to Northern Plains. But now, with the group of ancient cloud beasts right behind him, he had naturally dispelled this idea. Such a commotion was not what Fong Yuan wanted, but he could do nothing about it. But this place is not far away from the turbulent flow sea area. Maybe I can detour around and move towards the turbulent flow sea area and use its environment to break away from these ancient cloud beasts. Fong Yuan suddenly had an idea. His 500 years of life experience as a wanderer had given him an understanding of the various environments of the 5 regions. After pondering for a while, Fong Yuan chose to be cautious, giving up this idea. The turbulent flow sea area was like a maze. If he was careless in entering it, he might lose his freedom and be trapped himself. According to rumors, the turbulent flow sea area was a battlefield formed after a life and death battle between powerful Gu Immortal experts. It was a bloody battlefield where many Gu Immortal experts had fallen, leaving behind many inheritances. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals as well as Gu Immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border would come to the turbulent flow sea area to search for fortuitous encounters. Unfortunately, in his previous 500 years of life, Fong Yuan had never heard of anyone obtaining any huge fortuitous encounter. On the contrary, he often heard of certain Gu Immortals going missing in the turbulent flow sea area, or that certain Gu Immortals would go missing for several months or several years before they were able to free themselves and appear again in the world. The turbulent flow sea area was not dangerous, but its special environment often caused Gu Immortals to be trapped and not be able to free themselves. Fong Yuan moved like an arrow, forming a straight line in the air. He did not choose the direction of the turbulent flow sea area. Instead, he flew straight towards Northern Plains regional wall. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was activated, gradually getting distance from the ancient cloud beasts. He had already inquired Langya Land Spirit for information about ancient cloud beasts, but Langya Land Spirit did not know much. Fong Yuan then sent out dozens of wills in Treasure Yellow Heaven to search for information on the limits of the tracking range of ancient cloud beasts, but he did not get any useful news. With no other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to try to see if he could break free of the pursuit of these ancient cloud beasts. Making up his mind, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo unceasingly. Finally, he was able to throw off the ancient cloud beasts beyond his vision. Fang Yuan stopped Sword Escape Immortal Goo and used Mortal Killer moves to continue to fly. His speed naturally slowed. I have paid such a price. It would be good if I have freed myself of them. Fang Yuan was inwardly worried. Not seeing the ancient cloud beasts did not mean he had already gotten away from them. Existences that were comparable to rank 7 Goo Immortals usually did not track using just sight. It depended on what the limit of their tracking range was. Right as Fang Yuan was worriedly gazing back, a blood-red ray of light suddenly flew over from the southeast direction. The blood-red light was soaring through the horizon, and when it sensed Fang Yuan's presence, it immediately lowered its speed before rapidly approaching Fang Yuan. A rank 6 blood path Goo Immortal, and it looks like they went through a fierce battle. Fang Yuan frowned when he sensed the approaching aura. No matter what intention the other party had, Fang Yuan did not want to provoke any more trouble. He already had enough trouble on his hands. He still did not know if he had thrown off that group of ancient cloud beasts behind him, and there was also the earthly calamity which was going to approach in 2 months. Therefore, he immediately changed his direction and flew away from the approaching blood-red light. The Goo Immortal in the blood-red light sensed Fang Yuan's intent, quickly shouting, "Wait! I have found a peerless fortuitous encounter in the turbulent flow sea area. As long as you can help me resolve this crisis, I am willing to use Blood Oath Immortal Goo to form a pact and share this peerless fortuitous encounter with you." Turbulent flow sea area? Peerless fortuitous encounter? There really are people who have obtained benefits. Fang Yuan was truly surprised. Right at this time, several Goo Immortals appeared in the horizon, chasing after the blood-red light with surging momentum and emitting powerful auras. They seemed to have heard what the Bloodpath Goo Immortal had shouted to Fang Yuan. Curses after curses began to rain down. A Bloodpath demon causing harm to the world. Everyone must execute them. Anyone who associates with the demon shall be killed without mercy. Block this demon and my Tang clan will definitely reward you. No need. I, Lu Qingyu, have struck this demon with my immortal killer move. He definitely won't be able to escape. You there ahead. If you know what's good for you, get lost. In an instant, Fang Yuan was subjected to the persuasion, warnings, and even curses of these Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan snorted. He was not someone afraid of getting into trouble, but right now, what he had to do was hurry to Langya Blessed Land and deal with his Immortal Aperture's earthly calamity. He changed his direction, moving away directly from the Bloodpath Goo Immortal. The Bloodpath Goo Immortal felt very anxious. He had already reached his own limits. Fang Yuan was his only hope to survive. When Fang Yuan retreated, he also changed his direction, flying rapidly towards Fang Yuan. If you can help me, I am willing to hand this fortuitous encounter to you completely, he cried out. Fang Yuan sneered, retreating without hesitation. Seeing this, one of the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals laughed loudly. That's right, smart guy. You know how to judge the situation. Get lost quickly. Someone else also called out. We might as well help one another. Lend a hand and we will definitely reward you after this. Fang Yuan's brows slowly started to furrow. He only wanted to quietly return to Langya Blessed Land. Why were there troublesome matters occurring one after the other? He himself did not want to engage in these troublesome matters, but they instead were taking the initiative to follow him. This is the crucial information regarding the inheritance. If you obtain it, your cultivation will definitely advance rapidly, and you'd become a superior existence among immortals. The Bloodpath Goo Immortal threw an information path Goo worm towards Fang Yuan, attempting to lure him. Fang Yuan screamed, "Screw off!" With a wave of his hand, a powerful burst of wind destroyed the Goo worm. At the same time, he rapidly charged towards the sky. The Bloodpath demonic cultivator was not able to plot against Fang Yuan, and seeing this hopeless situation, he suddenly shot a streak of strange light towards Fang Yuan. I have already handed the crucial part of the inheritance to this person. If you guys want to get the fortuitous encounter, killing me will be of no use. The blood path demonic cultivator yelled loudly before flying away in the opposite direction. The streak of strange light was extremely fast and soon neared Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted. He very much was unwilling to provoke trouble. He shouted in a stern voice, "I have important matters to deal with. Do not provoke me." Saying this, he simultaneously activated Sword Escape and Flying Sword, these two rank 7 Immortal Goo. Sword Escape increased his speed, while Flying Sword Immortal Goo shattered the strange light. Ah! 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Who is this person? Fang Yuan's power had suddenly erupted. The group of immortals were astonished. Their expressions changed in an instant. Fang Yuan's aura was only at rank 6, before he took action. There did not seem to be anything special about him. Furthermore, after retreating repeatedly, the Eastern Sea Goo immortals involuntarily started to look down on him. But once he took action, everyone was shaken. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals froze in their tracks. They reassessed Fang Yuan. They saw Fang Yuan wearing white clothing with his long hair fluttering in the wind. Graceful and handsome, he had quite a disposition. Right now, Fang Yuan had an angry expression, like the brewing of a thunderstorm. His killing intent was like a blizzard, giving people a suppressive feeling. There were numerous Eastern Sea Goo immortals, but they all became silent. They turned around and targeted the Blood Path demonic immortal instead. This Blood Path demonic immortal wanted to escape, but his injuries caused his speed to fall. After some time, he was killed by the group of Goo immortals. Based on this, he was indeed at his wit's end. No wonder he threw away the fortuitous encounter and tried to survive by using Fang Yuan. After killing the Blood Path demonic immortal, one of the Eastern Sea Goo immortals, a rank 7 that had taken the lead, Lu Qingyu, spoke heavily. "The imprint is not on him." Another rank 7 Goo immortal reacted, saying loudly to Fang Yuan, "Please wait." Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Goo. The immortals' impressions of him had changed. They no longer acted so rudely towards him like before. They looked at each other, before flying towards Fang Yuan imposingly. Fang Yuan floated in the air, sneering without speaking. "Friend?" The rank 7 Goo immortal stopped partway through. He could not continue his words. The imprint to open up the inheritance was extremely important, but it was missing now. The biggest suspect was Fang Yuan. But there was no way Fang Yuan would let them search his body. Looking at his immortal aperture was even more impossible. It was a huge taboo. If Fang Yuan was an ordinary rank 6 Goo immortal with so many people on their side, it was okay to request it. But Fang Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal Goo, and this was only what he showed on the surface. "Zhou Li, what are you afraid of?" The 3rd rank 7 Goo immortal waved his long sleeves as he stepping forward. He had a cold expression. His gaze was sharp. He stared at Fang Yuan, saying, "I am a Goo immortal of Eastern Sea's Tang clan, Tang Song. This matter is difficult to resolve peacefully today, but I have a way. As long as you follow it, you can prove your innocence." "Ha ha ha!" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "Prove my innocence? Why do I need to prove my innocence?" As he laughed, his battle intent surged. "It seems that all of you think I am afraid of battle," Fang Yuan said in an ominous tone. The expressions of the Eastern Sea Goo immortals changed. Fang Yuan squinted. "It is laughable. You are being deceived, but you remain ignorant. Lu Qingyu, you killed that Blood Path demonic immortal. You have already obtained the inheritance imprint. But you are trying to frame me now. You are really scheming." This? The immortals froze again. Many people turned to look at the rank 7 Goo immortal Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Fang Yuan with an angry expression. But he was thinking, "Impressive. This person has a sharp tongue. He is rank 6 but has 2 rank 7 immortal Goo. Who in the world is he? Since when did Eastern Sea have such a person? I actually don't know who they are." At the same time, he called out, "Everyone, don't forget about our agreement. What kind of person am I? Why would I possibly deceive you?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "What agreement? I know that regardless of the Information Path Alliance agreement, it can be broken using Information Path methods. As for what kind of person you are, I only know that in the face of huge profits, people change and cannot be trusted. Fang Yuan's words were logical. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals hesitated even more. Lu Qingyu flew into a rage, pointing at Fang Yuan. I saw him throw the inheritance imprint to you. The others also saw that I slashed it. Fang Yuan rapidly replied. He. Lu Qingyu laughed sinisterly. There are many ways in the world to create illusions. Who knows what methods you use to keep the imprint secretly? Fang Yuan raised his head and sighed, saying in a dour tone, I have a mission from First Supreme Elder. I did not want to create trouble. But if it is like this, let's fight. Hearing the words First Supreme Elder, many of the Gu Immortals' pupils shrunk. They thought, so this person is not a lone cultivator. He has a super force behind him. No wonder he has 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. At once, their wariness rose again. Especially the lone cultivators, they operated independently and did not have a force to defend them. They did not want to offend a huge force. Hold it. At this moment, Tang Song stood out. I can guarantee on my Tang clan's reputation, as long as you cooperate with our investigation. If the imprint is not with you, we will let you go. Tang clan was a super force in Eastern Sea. It was equivalent to Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Tang clan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his eyebrows raised as the silvery flying sword immortal Gu flew around him. That's very amazing, huh? Do you think my clan will be afraid of your Tang clan? Hee. In that case, let's see what your Tang clan can do. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan used flying sword immortal Gu, attacking the rank 7 Gu immortal Tang Song. Tang Song did not expect Fang Yuan to strike so suddenly. He was caught off guard, quickly getting into a disadvantage under Fang Yuan's attacks. The other Eastern Sea Gu immortals decided to look on from the side. This person is not afraid of Tang clan. He has a huge background. Tang clan might be an overlord in Eastern Sea, but it also has enemies like Shin clan and Su clan. Is this person from one of those 2 clans? Since he is attacking Tang Song, that is a good thing. We can stay on the sidelines and watch their methods. If there is a future battle, we will be able to prepare. These Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not united earlier. They only worked together to capture the Blood Path demonic immortal. Fang Yuan's words and actions caused doubts among them, resulting in division among these immortals. He picked his opponent with specific reasons. If he chose a rank 6 Gu immortal, others would think he was depending on 2 rank 7 immortal Gu to bully a weaker opponent. Only by choosing a rank 7 Gu immortal could there be deterrence. As for why he chose Tang Song, it was because Fang Yuan observed that he was the only rank 7 Gu immortal with a super force behind him. Lone cultivator Gu immortals did not want to offend super forces, and because super forces had many assets to protect and matters to take care of, they were wary of lone immortals. Thus, as someone in an organization, Tang Song spoke and acted with many concerns. After all, he was representing not just himself but his Tang clan as well. Both sides fought for a long time. After more than 10 rounds, Tang Song was still at a disadvantage. He was breaking out in cold sweat. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very sharp, while Tang Song was a Sound Path Gu Immortal with insufficient defensive methods. He could not block Flying Sword Immortal Gu. He could only evade it. He was furious and startled. A Grand Rank 7 Gu Immortal was being forced to this extent by a Rank 6. His face was completely gone. Tang Song had a grim expression as he thought, to salvage my face, I have to use that Immortal Killer move to capture this Rank 6 Gu Immortal alive. In that case, my display of weakness earlier can be thought of as a battle tactic. But this Immortal Killer move was not easy to activate. It comprised 490 Gu worms. Tang Song had to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks while concentrating on the Gu worms in his Immortal Aperture, and slowly forming his killer move. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu might be useless against mud monsters and cloud beasts, but it is really useful against Gu Immortals. Once it pierces the head or heart, they would die. Back then, Bo Qing dominated Central Continent and was known as the strongest person under Rank 9. This indicates some of the power of Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though he had the advantage, he had not become careless. Tang Song was a Rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had a deeper foundation than Fang Yuan. But because Fang Yuan attacked first, he lost the initiative. But currently it was a dangerous situation. The longer it dragged on, the harder it was for Fang Yuan to escape. Most importantly, he could not use dark assassination. Because he had to maintain the pressure on Tang Song, Fang Yuan attacked first and pressured him. If he had any time to regain the initiative and use his methods freely, the situation would be different. Thus, Fang Yuan had to use Flying Sword Immortal Goo continuously. Flying Sword Immortal Goo was the core of Dark Assassination. It had to be used together with Dark Limit Immortal Goo. After some time, by combining it with other supplementary Mortal Goo, Dark Assassination could be unleashed. I have few Immortal Goo now if I had some more. At this time, Fang Yuan sensed something. His movements stopped as he looked behind him. The group of ancient cloud beasts was already within sight. Seeing the group of ancient cloud beasts, Fang Yuan did not feel irritation. He felt joy. The opportunity he was waiting for had arrived. What is going on? What are these things? They have such strong auras. Cloud beasts. Oh heavens! So many cloud beasts. These are ancient cloud beasts. Why are there so many of them? The Eastern Sea Goo Immortals noticed the ancient cloud beasts. They were puzzled and shocked. Tang Song's focus was on Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had relaxed, he was overjoyed. He immediately sped up in completing the Immortal Killer move he was preparing. It was already 1/3 done in this short time. Soon, once I use this move to capture you alive, I'll deal with you personally. Tang Song gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan shouted, "Humph! I lured these ancient cloud beasts out from White Heaven. It was to cooperate with the other Supreme Elders to lure these ancient cloud beasts into a trap and capture them. You people obstructed us, we will deal with you one by one later. If you want to die now, follow me." Saying so, Fang Yuan left Tang Song, flying in the sky. The immortals were shocked but relieved. Fang Yuan's injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts, and the ancient cloud beasts were chasing him. These were all evidence for his words. After all, ordinary cloud beasts were very rare. This group of ancient cloud beasts most likely came from White Heaven. Chase or not, the Eastern Sea Immortals looked at each other. The first to react was Rank 7 Goo Immortal Tang Song. "Don't think of leaving." He moved like lightning, chasing after Fang Yuan as he shouted. Fang Yuan snorted, "Don't go overboard. Don't think I am afraid of you. If not for my important mission, I would kill you here." Tang Song surged with anger. Bullshit! His Immortal Killer move was almost ready to be used. He was about to salvage his face. But at this moment, Fang Yuan ran away. He actually ran. Tang Song was unwilling to let him go. He chased relentlessly. His actions caused the stunned Eastern Sea Goo Immortals to pursue him as well. Fang Yuan's heart sank, but he shouted, "Those who are not afraid to die can come." Ha ha ha. Tang Song yelled after him, "Those who are afraid to die are cowards. Chase him, the inheritance imprint is with him. We cannot let him join up with the other Goo Immortals. Only by capturing this person can we obtain the inheritance of the great expert." With such great profits in sight, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals chased with even faster speed after hearing that. Fang Yuan muttered, "Not too stupid," before pointing his finger. As Flying Sword Immortal Goo flew out and shot at Tang Song. Tang Song was shocked. He tried to dodge. But because he was distracted, his Immortal Killer move was interrupted and he had to start all over again to use it. Tang Song almost stomped his feet in anger. The Rank 7 Goo Immortal Lu Qingyu passed him and chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look and tried to sow discord. "Lu Qingyu, the inheritance imprint is in your hands, but you are chasing after me." Such incredible acting. Lu Qingyu was furious. "Don't run if you have guts. Against you people, why would I need to run? It would be ruining our clan's face." Fang Yuan shouted, "Continue chasing me if you have the guts. We'll see who is the most unlucky one in the end." Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan appeared fearless. He was so arrogant even though he was being pursued by so many Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals became increasingly hesitant. There was a key point: who had the crucial inheritance imprint. What Fang Yuan said earlier was highly possible. And in addition, it seemed that Fang Yuan had reinforcements. And to hunt such a huge group of ancient cloud beasts, they must have set up an immortal-level battlefield killer move, or even mobilized their immortal goo house. This was quite possible. If we enter an immortal battlefield killer move, it would be troublesome. Tang Song was a member of Tang Clan, a super force. He might not be afraid. But these Eastern Sea goo immortals were lone immortals. These lone immortals were not doing too well. Otherwise, they would not have gone into the turbulent flow sea area to find some kind of opportunity. After all, time was very precious for goo immortals. First, a goo immortal fell to the back of the group before gradually separating from the pursuing group. Next, more and more goo immortals imitated their actions. Goo immortals were not stupid, they were astute figures. The goo immortals who fell behind were not willing to let Fang Yuan go. But they were afraid of falling into a battlefield killer move and being unable to leave. Thus, they all decided to let others take the lead and scout the route. These guys, they're useless. Lu Qingyu, who was the closest to Fang Yuan, noticed this and mentally cursed. But his actions also became hesitant. He was a lone cultivator and had obtained an opportunity in the past to become immortal. Even though he had immortal goo, they were rank 6. Against the immortal battlefield killer move of a super force, he might not be able to escape. Even Tang Song was hesitant. He reserved some of his attention and energy to deal with any reinforcements of the enemy. Thus, a strange chase was created. Fang Yuan flew in front, yelling and cursing angrily. He was in a weaker position, but he had an arrogant attitude. Behind him were a bunch of Eastern Sea goo immortals. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, they were restrained. They displayed a weaker attitude. Most of the time, Fang Yuan was using mortal killer moves to fly. The Eastern Sea goo immortals behind him were also using mortal killer moves to follow him. Fang Yuan's thoughts were far less confident than his actions. So troublesome. Looking at this situation, I can only escape to the regional wall and use the advantage in that environment to break free from these pursuers. Lu Qingyu. Fang Yuan took note of this name. Fang Yuan had not received any inheritance imprint. He might have destroyed it, but it was also very possible that was only a deceptive move by the blood-path demonic immortal. The true inheritance imprint could already be in Lu Qingyu's hands. If that was the case, Lu Qingyu's acting skills were almost on par with Fang Yuan's. He was a deeply shrewd opponent. In the sky high up in the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With Fang Yuan at the lead, a group of Eastern Sea goo immortals flew in the sky while moving like flashes of lightning. There was a huge commotion. Tang Song had secretly been preparing his immortal killer move. It could already be used. He held in his excitement as he accelerated, surpassing Lu Qingyu and getting closer to Fang Yuan. This sudden action made Fang Yuan extremely alert. He immediately used sword escape immortal goo and raised his speed, flying away. Damn it! Tang Song mentally cursed. His rank 7 immortal killer move had greater effect when the distance was short. With his current distance from Fang Yuan, there was no chance to succeed in capturing him. Fang Yuan activated sword escape immortal goo and raised his speed. The goo immortals behind were internally grumbling. The 3 rank 7 goo immortals were still fine. They could use rank 6 immortal goo or immortal killer moves to maintain the distance. But those ordinary rank 6 goo immortals who were at the bottom of the goo immortal world did not even have any rank 6 immortal goo. They were quickly left behind. Seeing that Fang Yuan was flying away, rank 7 goo immortal Zhou Li was anxious. I have a way. I can bring both of you along with me at great speed. But I need to focus and cannot be distracted. I hope you can restrain him. Lu Qingyu and Tang Song looked at each other, rapidly agreeing. Tang Song was the first to agree. These people had an agreement already. They had a basis to trust each other. Zhou Li roared as countless phantom waves appeared around his body. These phantom waves moved his body as his speed rose. An immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, but Lu Qingyu and Tang Song cheered. They stepped on the phantom waves and allowed the waves to move them forward. The two thus had free time to start attacking. Fang Yuan's situation became bad. Earlier, in the process of chasing, the goo immortals behind attacked. But because Fang Yuan was always using immortal goo to disrupt them and also dodge them, he was agile and hard to hit. The goo immortals behind him could not succeed. But now, 2 goo immortals had the free time to focus on attacking. They could use more precise methods and possessed bigger threat. Fang Yuan's pressure intensified. After a while, he was injured. Well done, this person has only so much capability. He only has 2 rank 7 immortal goo. His other methods are all mortal killer moves. Zhou Li said. He was injured to begin with. He was likely hurt by those ancient cloud beasts. Lu Qingyu said darkly. Even though he has rank 7 immortal goo, he is only a rank 6 goo immortal. How much green grape immortal essence can he expend? Tang Song said, smiling in the process. As long as this progressed, they were sure to win. Their only concern was the mysterious force behind Fang Yuan and a possible ambush. Thus, they were holding back and did not deal any fatal blows. Fang Yuan's situation was quite dangerous. If this continued to progress, he might die here. Gu immortals were intelligent and could form complex ideas. They were much harder to deal with compared to the simple-minded ancient cloud beasts. If they really fought head-on, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals were not the match of the ancient cloud beasts. But their threat towards Fang Yuan was much higher than the ancient cloud beasts. Fang Yuan had never banked on the two forces fighting each other. Gu immortals were not stupid. They had to consider the costs and benefits before killing even a cloud beast, not to mention this group of ancient cloud beasts. This means I can only rely on the 5 regional walls. Even if something gets exposed, I have no choice. Fang Yuan slightly changed his direction and flew towards the closest regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals behind him chased, along with that group of ancient cloud beasts. Soon, the regional wall appeared in Fang Yuan's sight. The regional wall was like a fence surrounding Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had come out of the regional wall earlier. He was originally very close to it. It was just that he was flying straight ahead as he wanted to save time traveling. If he flew by following the edges of the regional wall, he would have to take a long detour. But who would have expected such trouble to appear from nowhere? Oh no! He is going to enter the regional wall. Lu Qingyu realized Fang Yuan's intention and shouted. Good plan. We are rank 7 Gu immortals. After we enter the regional wall, we will face greater restrictions than him. Zhou Li said. Quickly attack. Don't let him succeed. Tang Song was anxious. The two immortals' attacks changed. They attacked fiercely. Fang Yuan could not block them all. His injuries were getting more severe. Some of his bones could be seen through the deep wounds. He laughed instead. You dare to attack? Very good, Tang clan. If I die and the clan's plans are ruined, we will not let you off. Tang Song's heart shook. You keep claiming to be part of a clan. It is just a hoax. I know Eastern Sea's righteous forces deeply. Why have I never heard of you? Fang Yuan laughed again, his tone filled with hatred. Tang Song, why bother probing? I will not fall for it. This matter has to be kept a secret. I was sent out because we were afraid of external interference. Even if you kill me, I will not tell you my background. I will even self-detonate my soul. You will not be able to soul search me. Fang Yuan's words made their hearts sink. Which enemies were the scariest? Everyone had different answers to this question. But a large number of people would agree. An unknown enemy was the scariest. The enemy is hidden while you are exposed. You do not know where they are, or what they are planning against you. This was the worry of the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. From start to finish, they did not think that Fang Yuan was lying. After all, ancient cloud beasts were too rare. Why would a group of them chase after him like this? There had to be a cause. Since there was a cause, the perpetrator had to have enough confidence in their strength to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts. And in Eastern Sea, what kind of force would be able to take down this group of ancient cloud beasts? Evidently, only super forces like Song Clan. Fang Yuan's words made the 3 rank 7 Gu immortals' attack slow, and he obtained some precious time to recover. The regional wall was right in front of him. Fang Yuan could almost escape, but at this time, Zhou Li attacked. The phantom waves around Zhou Li that were carrying Tang Song and Lu Qingyu rushed forward, engulfing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of pressure. The waves were only phantom images, but he felt like he was facing a colossal tsunami. He was helpless like an ant, about to be devoured by this tide. An amazing immortal killer move. Rank 7 Gu immortals are truly hard to deal with. In the moment of danger, These two thoughts flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. Without the waves carrying them, the three immortals stopped moving. The matter is settled. Zhou Li smiled as confidence radiated in his eyes. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu looked at each other. They had guessed Zhou Li's scheme. They involuntarily looked at him in a different light, raising their opinion of him. As it turned out, Zhou Li had secretly collected information on Fang Yuan and learned about his abilities. He knew what methods were suitable to deal with Fang Yuan's capabilities. On the surface, he was helping them to fly, but in fact, he was using them to obstruct Fang Yuan while he gathered strength in the phantom waves below him. As they chased, the phantom waves got bigger and bigger, gradually creating a huge force. And now Zhou Li attacked. He had not taken overt action previously, but once he did, it was a huge tsunami that swallowed everything. It was faster than even sword escape Immortal Gu. It could not be stopped. Fang Yuan had the rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu. But against the phantom waves, it was ineffective, like dealing with cloud beasts and mud monsters. He still had sword escape Immortal Gu, but the phantom waves were already surrounding Fang Yuan tightly. Fang Yuan's room to maneuver became smaller, and sword escape Immortal Gu could not escape from the range of the phantom waves in time. To think that this Zhou Li appeared weak and timid on the surface, but he actually had such plans. I raised my voice at him earlier, but he did not retaliate. To think that he is even more shrewd than me. Lu Qingyu felt deep wariness towards Zhou Li. Tang Song had an ugly expression. He had prepared his immortal killer move painstakingly, wanting to save his face, but he did not get a chance to do so. In the end, Zhou Li was the one who benefited. Not mentioning rank 6 Gu immortals, among those who could become rank 7 Gu immortals, who would be a simpleton? Once Zhou Li attacked, Fang Yuan was like a trapped beast. Our victory is assured. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals had similar thoughts. But Fang Yuan laughed coldly. Ha ha ha. Friends, why are you so foolish? You came to sacrifice your lives. In my opinion, the rank 6 Gu immortals are far smarter than you. The 3 immortals looked and saw that Fang Yuan did not evade. His hands were behind his back as he floated in the air, calm and composed. The 3 immortals' bodies shook. They cried out in their minds, "Oh no! He is fearless. Is this the place where they are ambushing us?" Fang Yuan said again, "What's the name of this move? Can actually accumulate and grow in power over time, but can it break through my clan's immortal battlefield killer move?" I think not. These phantom waves had incredible power and could take his life. But Fang Yuan was unmoved, as if this was not a fatal killer move, but a gentle breeze instead. He even dispelled the defensive killer move on his body, lion fur armor, in front of the 3 immortals. Oh no! This move uses almost all my immortal Gu. It has strong attack but weak defense, if the other party attacks. Zhou Li's pupils shrunk. There was no time to think further. He subconsciously withdrew the phantom waves to defend himself. The phantom waves had already accumulated greatly and were a fatal attack, but with Zhou Li withdrawing most of the waves, only a small portion was left to deal with Fang Yuan. A gap formed as Fang Yuan made use of it. Farewell, friends. Fang Yuan activated sword escape Immortal Gu, flying in the sky like a burst of lightning, entering the blue water regional wall. The 3 immortals were stunned before feeling intense rage. This kid is so crafty. He was putting up a front. He was at his wit's end, but he acted in such a convincing manner. Let's chase him. Tang Song and Lu Qingyu were furious. They charged towards Fang Yuan again. Zhou Li's expression turned pale. After staring blankly momentarily, he slapped himself before pursuing Fang Yuan again. It was such a good situation earlier, but he messed it up. How could there still be another chance? Fang Yuan had survived narrowly. After entering the regional wall, he went deep into it. The 3 immortals were greatly troubled. Their higher cultivation level was a burden here. At this moment, the 3 immortals wished that they were just rank 6 Gu immortals. The deeper they got into the regional wall, the greater the repulsive force, and the slower their speed became. Left without a choice, the 3 immortals could only entrust their hope in the rank 6 Gu immortals who were still behind. But these rank 6 Gu immortals also faced a lot of obstruction. They were very different from Fang Yuan, who felt zero resistance inside. Soon, the Gu Immortals were left in the dust by Fang Yuan. What cultivation level does this person have? He faces such little resistance inside the regional wall. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were gloomy, but they did not know that Fang Yuan was purposely holding back. Fang Yuan did not want this secret to be exposed. Thus, he lowered his speed and pretended to be having difficulties traveling, only causing them to be suspicious. They could not catch up to Fang Yuan, but the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling to give up. I don't believe that he can hide here and not come out. He is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Flying here consumes a lot of immortal essence. I want to see if a rank 6 Gu Immortal's foundation can match my own rank 7. Even though the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were unwilling to see this, reality was cruel. Fang Yuan left them farther and farther behind. Even the ancient cloud beasts were catching up. After some more chaos, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals felt bitter, seeing the ancient cloud beasts surpass them in chasing Fang Yuan. These ancient cloud beasts came from White Heaven. They were unaffected by the 5 regional walls. Eventually, Fang Yuan left the investigative range of the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals. They could only chase the ancient cloud beasts. The ancient cloud beasts got closer and closer to Fang Yuan. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and raised his speed, flying away. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortals chased until some people could no longer take it. They chose to give up, leaving the regional wall. So unlucky. I actually encountered such a person. We know nothing about this person's identity. It is unknown whether he really has a super force behind him or not. Tang Song and Zhou Li conversed, feeling that hope was slim. Only Lu Qingyu was not talking, continuing his chase. Brother Lu, stop chasing. He is already gone. This matter has so many issues, we should first leave and discuss it. Tang Song and Zhou Li urged. Lu Qingyu said, I have my methods for investigating. I will not rest until I catch him. Hold on, I will try again. I'll be back shortly. Saying so, he turned into a green rainbow as his speed rose, charging towards the ancient cloud beasts. Tang Song looked at the light as he said in a strange tone. It seems that Brother Lu is anxious. He even used this move. This move uses a lot of his Dao marks to activate. It has a high price. It is a trump card. He rarely uses it. In the past, he used it to escape from many strong foes. What did you say? Zhou Li's expression changed. Tang Song was staring blankly. His expression soon turned grim. The two immortals looked at each other, sensing the rage in their eyes. It was very possible that this Lu Qingyu was not chasing after Fang Yuan, but that he had secretly obtained the inheritance imprint and was trying to escape from them. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed the inheritance imprint that the Blood Path demonic immortal threw out. Everyone saw that. And the person who killed the Blood Path demonic immortal was Lu Qingyu. Brother Lu, hold on. This thief is crafty. He might have help arriving. We will lend you a hand, Brother Lu. Tang Song and Zhou Li quickly chased. Lu Qingyu heard these words and moved even faster. He did not even turn back. It was like he had heard nothing. Tang Song and Zhou Li affirmed their guesses. Their expressions turned grim as they swore that they would not let Lu Qingyu go. Half a month later, a figure penetrated the green licorice regional wall and entered Northern Plains. I am finally in Northern Plains. It was Fang Yuan. He was filled with fatigue. Injuries covered his body. He had already healed the wounds that could be treated. But most of his injuries were caused by the ancient cloud beasts, Immortal Gu, and even Immortal killer moves. These injuries had Dao marks in them. He had to use healing Immortal Gu to get rid of them. Fang Yuan only had 3 Immortal Gu. He could only stall his treatment. Over on Lang Yalan Spirit's End, there should be healing Immortal Gu. Once I return, I would get to rest. Fang Yuan spurred himself on. Earlier, he had fought with the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, and these last days, in order to escape from the ancient cloud beasts, he had used Sword Escape Immortal Gu again. He already owed Lang Yalan Spirit a huge debt. Most importantly, because the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were pursuing him, Fang Yuan had to travel in the regional wall. Thus, he took a long detour and consumed a lot of immortal essence. But these were not important. The important thing was the immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. Time was running shorter. Fang Yuan's bad feeling was getting deeper. Turning around and looking back, the ancient cloud beast's figures were already vaguely showing in the regional wall. Fang Yuan sighed as he used sword escape immortal goo, flying towards the northeast direction. Fang Yuan did not know the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. Earlier, Langya Blessed Land was near Crescent Lake, but because of Shadow Sect's attack, Langya Blessed Land had relocated. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he did not tell Fang Yuan the exact location of Langya Blessed Land. He only gave a direction. A Gu Immortal would come and pick him up. 3 days later, Fang Yuan reached the meet-up location, but no one was there. The ancient cloud beasts continued to chase him, and he could only run away. After contacting Langya Land Spirit, he realized that Langya Land Spirit had dispatched a hairy man Gu Immortal, but he encountered human Gu Immortals along the way and was killed. Langya Land Spirit could only send another person to go. But an unexpected mishap happened again. This hairy man Gu Immortal vanished mysteriously. He could not be contacted. To bring back Fang Yuan, Langya sect had lost 2 hairy man Gu Immortals, and they did not even manage to bring Fang Yuan back to the Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit could not bear such a loss. He told Fang Yuan the location directly. 7 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at Feng Bo Cliff. At Feng Bo Cliff, he saw the arrangements of Langya Land Spirit. This was an immortal-level Gu formation. Its use was similar to the Green Crystal Heroes Path Zombie Alliance had. Fang Yuan used it to free himself from the ancient cloud beasts, returning to Langya Blessed Land. After so many troublesome circumstances, he was finally safe. Langya Blessed Land, Black Hair Continent. Steel Thread City was the grandest city in Black Hair Continent. Just within the city, there were hundreds of thousands of hairy men. Not to mention the periphery of the city, with countless villages and towns around. Langya Blessed Land could be considered the largest paradise of hairy men in the current world. Within the Blessed Land, there were 4 continents. 3 were on the sea with similar sizes. The 4th one was the smallest but was floating in the sky, known as Cloud Cover Continent. It was the sacred land that hairy men from the other 3 continents aspired to reach. In the trading market of Steel Thread City, there was much clamor. It was one of the most famous markets in Black Hair Continent. Today, at the southeast corner of this market, a fat and muscular hairy man walked onto the stage. On the stage, there were a ring of hairy men with muscular and hairy bodies. These hairy men had black and brown hair. This was the natural hair color of the hairy men on Black Hair Continent. The fat and muscular hairy man stepped onto the stage as the hairy men below started calling out. Among them, one asked loudly, "Kong Ba, what goods do you have this time?" The hairy man Kong Ba was a slave merchant. He specialized in selling slaves. He had a huge business and a certain amount of fame. Kong Ba heard this and laughed, looking around. "Don't worry, everyone. I brought a lot of yellow-haired slaves this time. They include quasi-masters in refinement path. You will definitely be pleased." The surrounding hairy men had shining eyes. They discussed enthusiastically. Ever since Lord Immortal declared from Cloud Cover Continent that seeds would be chosen every 10 years to learn the ways of immortals, our 3 continents have been engaging in huge battles. As for how to choose the immortal seeds, it will depend on who can draw the Lord Immortal's attention in the battles between the 3 continents. Just now, our Black Hair Continent joined up with White Hair Continent to deal with Yellow Hair Continent. I heard we won several battles and captured a number of yellow hairs. I am an old man. I dare not think of becoming immortal, but I want these yellow-haired slaves as labor for my Gu refinement factory. These slaves are better than employing Gu masters. They are cheap and I control their life and death. Their offspring will also continue to be my slaves. Everyone. Hairy man Kong Ba raised his hands, causing the surroundings to become quiet. I do not want to waste everyone's time. I will now bring out the first slave. Everyone can have a look. Bring him here. Quickly move. Behind the stage, a muscular black-haired hairy man dragged the chain in his hands. At the end of the chain, a slave was tied up, full of injuries that exposed his flesh. It was Fang Zheng, who was interrogated earlier. Fang Zhang could not resist the black-haired hairy man's brute force. He almost fell to the ground after being pulled. But when he stood up, he stared at the black-haired hairy man fiercely, with a firm and stubborn expression. Crack. The black-haired hairy man raised his whip and lashed at Fang Zhang's face. Fang Zhang felt his face turning numb, before an intense pain assaulted him. But he gritted his teeth. He swallowed the scream that he was about to utter back down his throat. "You're asking for a beating, move quickly." The black-haired hairy man laughed as he stretched out his arm that was thicker than Fang Zhang's legs. He grabbed his neck and raised him up. Next, the black-haired hairy man stepped onto the stage and walked a few steps to the center, before throwing Fang Zhang down. Fang Zhang's neck was grabbed. He could barely breathe. His head was spinning. After being thrown onto the stage, he nearly fainted on the spot. He was seeing stars. His head was dizzy. He was sprawled on the ground, unable to stand up. "Be careful, you idiot," Kang Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man who brought Fang Zhang did not dare to offend him. He quickly apologized. "Scram!" Kang Ba scolded angrily. The black-haired hairy man quickly ran down the stage. Kang Ba's expression changed instantly, turning from angry to joyous as he pointed at Fang Zhang, explaining to the hairy men, "This slave is a rare breed. Kang Ba, obtained him with great difficulty." These words attracted the interest of the audience. "This slave is not weak at all. He has rank 5 cultivation level." Soon, someone noticed Fang Zhang's faint goo master aura and gasped, "Is this a city lord from Yellow Hair Continent?" He was actually captured and had nearly all his hair shaved. Who humiliated him like this? Immediately after, someone asked this curiously. In White Hair Continent, Black Hair Continent, and Yellow Hair Continent, the city lords usually has the highest authority. They had rank 5 cultivation level. In the culture of hairy men, they were proud of the hair on their bodies. Getting their hair shaved was the most cruel humiliation and punishment. In the hearts of most hairy men, it was worse than death. To make a comparison, it was like having male convicts castrated on earth. Kang Ba laughed. "You all are guessing wrongly. This slave is not a hairy man. He is a pure-bred human." "What? Human? He is a human?" In Langya Blessed Land, hairy men were the dominant race. They rarely saw others. Many of the hairy men present were shocked. This was the first time they had heard of the rumored human. Fang Zhang had already recovered from his daze. He felt extremely uncomfortable, being watched by so many hairy men. "Get up, stand properly." Kang Ba made a hooking motion with his finger. Fang Zhang lost control of his body. A formless force was controlling him, causing him to stand up on the stage. The hairy men below the stage could see him clearly now. They were conversing softly with each other, exclaiming in wonder over Fang Zhang. Kang Ba laughed, feeling very pleased. He had spent a huge amount to buy this Fang Zhang. It was to create this commotion. Now, it seemed his goal had been achieved. The hairy men below the stage were talking among themselves, growing louder and rowdier. "Quickly look. There's a human slave on sale there." "Really? I want to see it." Go and look at this rare thing." More and more hairy men noticed this. They were gathering from all around the market. Fang Zhang stood on the stage, looking down at the sea of hairy men. He was also staring widely. There was such a huge number of hairy men. This was the first time Fang Zhang was seeing such a thing. He had seen hairy men in Immortal Crane sect before. They were slaves refining goo. He knew the situation of the 5 regions. Humans were the absolute rulers. Variant humans were heavily suppressed, desperately surviving in some isolated parts of the world. But now, it seemed that these hairy men were the rulers here, and humans were heavily suppressed. Where is this place? Fang Zhang felt increasingly confused and puzzled. He remembered being interrogated and tortured. The prison guard told him that his brother was dead and who Immortal Blessed Land was taken over. At first, he did not believe it, but after some interrogation and torture, he was half believing and half doubtful. Now that he saw this, his puzzlement was intensifying. "Kang Ba, how much are you selling this slave for?" Someone shouted. "Ha ha ha! This much." Kang Ba raised both hands, extending all 10 of his fingers. The crowd went into a commotion. Many cried out, "So expensive! Kong Ba, you are robbing us. You must be crazy to think of such money." Everyone, Kong Ba raised his voice, saying loudly, "This is a rank 5 Gu master. After becoming your slave, you will gain a rank 5 fighter. This is an opportunity that you may never encounter again." But there were astute figures among the hairy men under the stage. "A rank 5 Gu master. It will not be easy to enslave him." "That's right, to enslave an expert like this we need at least rank 4 cultivation level. Also, this slave has clearly been tortured and interrogated. Maybe he is already heavily injured. What if he dies after we buy him?" Kong Ba pretended to be furious. "Who do you think I am? I do business based on sincerity and honesty. Look at him. Take a good look." Saying this, Kong Ba walked towards Fang Zhang and firmly pressed his fingers around Fang Zhang's chin and lips. Fang Zhang felt intense pain. His mouth opened involuntarily, revealing his teeth and lips. "Look at his teeth. Come. Look at his skin." Kong Ba tore, and with a sharp sound, Fang Zhang's shirt was completely shredded. Fang Zhang shuddered. He was completely naked, exposed in front of the band of hairy men. Even though he has injuries over his body, they are all superficial wounds. They can be treated. I can assure they will not result in problems. Fang Zhang gritted his teeth. His eyes were spewing fire. Intense anger and humiliation filled his heart. He would love to kill all of these hairy men instantly. Kong Ba chuckled. He used a twig to hold up the object in Fang Zhang's groin, saying, "Everyone, look, this thing is still working. In the future, he can create human offspring for you. You will have an unlimited supply of slaves." Ha ha ha! The hairy men were laughing loudly. Fang Zhang's face was red. He was extremely humiliated. If not for Kong Ba immobilizing him completely, he would have bitten his tongue and tried to suicide. "I will buy this slave." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and saw a female hairy man. She had black hair all over her body, and she looked at Fang Zhang with a lustful expression. "Greetings to City Lord." The hairy men all knelt down, including Kong Ba. Ha ha ha! The female city lord, who was twice the size of normal hairy men, ordered, "Kong Ba, give this slave medical treatment. Clean him and send him to my home. By night time, I want to see him." "As you command, our beautiful and strong city lord." Kong Ba was overjoyed. He kowtowed as he acknowledged. Fang Zhang shut his eyes, losing all hope in life. At this moment, there was a thunderous sound. The world trembled. A 5-colored light shot up from cloud-cover continent in the sky, shining over the entirety of Langya blessed land. What is happening in cloud-cover continent? Oh heavens! This is the light of the immortals. This is a huge blessing. The attention of the hairy men was drawn by this event. Everyone raised their heads and looked with curiosity, admiration, and envy. As for Fang Zhang, he was completely forgotten already. On this day, from cloud-cover continent, a huge light burst into the sky. Light in the colors of the rainbow was shining in the sky, shooting into the sky like a beam from the heavens. It was so dazzling, all of the hairy men on black hair continent, white hair continent, and yellow hair continent only needed to raise their heads to see it. This is the work of immortals, the hairy men sighed. If this were in the past, the 3 continents would only have rumors and vague legends of Gu immortals. But after Lang Yalan's spirit's personality changed, the situation changed completely. Lang Yalan's spirit sent out orders, imitating the imperial court contest, to stir up competition in the 3 continents to select elite candidates to cultivate in cloud-cover continent. The war between the 3 continents affected all hairy men, and the immortal miracle of cloud-cover continent stirred the passions of the hairy men. Becoming an immortal, Black Hair King looked at the sky, his eyes shining with brilliant light. As the light faded, Black Hair King made up his mind. "Send out my imperial decree. The immortal miracle is an auspicious sign. We will hold a martial competition in remembrance of this. The winner of the martial competition will be able to choose a treasure from our treasury." Yes, The guard who received the order answered as they left in a bowing position. Black Hair King's idea was not new. He had thought about it for a long time already. The war between the three continents made Black Hair King realize that the mindset of Gu refinement being important above all needed to be abandoned. To deal with the future battles, he needed elite Gu masters skilled in combat. With Black Hair King's order, a huge commotion spread out from the imperial city, rapidly projecting outwards and growing larger and larger. Soon, half a month later, Steel Thread City had an esteemed guest. This guest was received by Steel Thread City Lord personally, because he was also a city lord himself. Hua Feng City Lord, is there anything you need by coming here? During the banquet, while drinking, Steel Thread City Lord asked. Steel Thread City Lord, you are an insightful person. You know my intentions in coming here already. Hua Feng City Lord smiled, pointing at the hairy man Gu masters behind him. The king wants to hold a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. And in our region, there are both of our cities. The Gu masters behind me are the ones I am going to send to the competition. But because the king has limited the number of people, we can hold a contest here first and decide who goes to the martial competition. Ha ha ha. Very good. I have the same idea. Steel Thread City Lord laughed, clapping as she summoned the hairy man Gu masters onto the stage. Both sides dispatched a person each and started to fight. After several rounds, Hua Feng City won all of their matches, while Steel Thread City lost all of theirs. Hua Feng City Lord laughed, drinking wine casually, while Steel Thread City Lord had a grim expression. She had a heavy feeling. To think that Hua Feng City Lord came prepared, he picked such elite Gu masters. Oh no, if we do not win any battles, this would definitely become widely spread news. For the next few years, we will live under the pressure of Hua Feng City. There is only one match left. Steel Thread City Lord, please send your participant. Hua Feng City Lord urged. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly. She placed her gaze on a hairy man. But this hairy man Gu master was breaking out in cold sweat. This situation made him feel a strong burden. Precisely so, he felt a lack of confidence. Not just him, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City in the banquet also felt no confidence in him. At this moment, an elder in the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord secretly, City Lord, I know someone who can salvage our reputation. Steel Thread City Lord heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly asked who it was. This elder answered, City Lord, did you forget? You recently bought a human slave. He has rank 5 cultivation level. Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. Her expression was bitter as she transmitted, This is inappropriate. My contest with Hua Feng City Lord is an open, fair, and just matter involving our reputations. If I send out this human slave, so be it if we lose, but if we win, he will be sent to participate in the martial competition. If the king sees that my Steel Thread City sends a human instead of hairy men, would he not reprimand me? The elder laughed. He knew that this was just Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. The truth was, Steel Thread City Lord was just reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan had been visited by the city lord almost every night since he was bought. This had made a lot of the higher-ups unhappy. The elder continued, City Lord, don't worry. The current king is magnanimous, he only cares about talent. Among the elders assisting him, there are no lack of snowmen and feathermen. City Lord, if you send Fang Yuan and he loses, he can take full responsibility. If he wins, our reputation will be salvaged, and he would be sent to the competition. The king would surely hold a good opinion of you. He might even think of you as a friend, who knows. Steel Thread City Lord looked at this elder deeply, thinking, This old fox is really scheming. Isn't the reason simply because I have neglected the nephew that you sent to me? This is such a vile plan. If we win, I will send Fang Yuan away. If we lose, I will have to kill Fang Yuan and throw the responsibility to him. Regardless of victory or defeat, I will lose Fang Yuan. Oh, forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed. How can I be someone who gives in to lust and neglects the important matters? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fang Zhang every night and was obsessed with him, she was a hard-hearted person. a hairy man who pursued authority and power. In her heart, looks were nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord swapped that hairy man and summoned Fang Zheng, informing him. After learning of the reason, Fang Zheng walked onto the stage. It is a rank 5 Gu Master. Huafeng City Lord's heart jumped. Sensing Fang Zheng's rank 5 aura, he immediately was on alert. He smiled. According to the rules, my side will decide the content of this round. In the previous few rounds, we competed using battle strength. Now how can the traditions and essence of us hairy men be discarded? This round, we will compete using Gu refinement. Once he said that, Steel Thread City Lord almost berated him in anger. The elders from Steel Thread City also looked towards Huafeng City Lord with distaste. But Huafeng City Lord had been a city lord for many years. He was unabashed. He ignored these glances. Steel Thread City Lord could not rebuke him. After all, the rules were set earlier. She waved to Fang Zheng. Go and compete. Display all of your capabilities. Remember, you must win at all costs. If you lose, you will lose your life to compensate for the loss. Fang Zheng heard this and was expressionless. He had been utterly humiliated these last days. Steel Thread City Lord had a strong desire for night activities. She liked all sorts of stances and positions. They did it 17 or 18 times a night. She had no restraints. Fang Zheng felt like he was better off dead. Fang Zheng really wanted to simply die, but as a slave, he was under their control. He could not even die if he wanted to. Steel Thread City Lord threatened him with death now. To him, it was a form of release. In his mind, there was a thought. Do I still want to live? I might as well surrender and die. But at this moment, a voice appeared in his mind. Idiot! A true man needs to be able to give in and put down his pride at times. This humiliation is nothing. If you have guts, take revenge in the future. Cut all of these enemies who humiliated you into a million pieces. This is the act of an outstanding individual. Who are you? Fang Zheng was shocked. He screamed out loud. On the other side, Huafeng City's final hairy man Gu Master stepped onto the stage. He thought Fang Zheng was talking to him. He puffed out his chest and said, I am Mao Shirba. Fang Zheng did not respond. He had regained his freedom. He could use many Gu worms now. But the voice in his mind appeared and vanished instantly. He could not find any traces of it no matter how much he inspected his body. Scum! You dare to humiliate me? Mao Shirba was furious. He gave his own name, but Fang Zheng ignored him. It was as if he was too high and mighty to introduce himself. Mao Shirba was extremely angry. Why is this guy so angry? Fang Zheng was startled into awareness by Mao Shirba. He thought this to himself. Because of this misunderstanding, before the contest started, there was huge animosity. Under everyone's gazes, the contest started. Mao Shirba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City. He was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he good at fighting, he was also skilled at refining Gu. In contrast, even though Fang Zheng cultivated in Immortal Crane Sect for some time, he mainly cultivated Enslavement Path. He had only explored Refinement Path a little. The contest had just started, but Mao Shirba already took the lead. During the middle of the contest, Mao Shirba had already left Fang Zheng in the dust. His advantage was immense. In the final moments, the hairy men watching, be it from Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fang Zheng could win. Even Fang Zheng thought the same. Am I going to lose? So be it. Death is release after all. He sighed internally. Bullshit. At this time, the voice spoke again. Fang Zheng was shocked. His hands trembled. The half-complete Gu went up in smoke. Ha ha ha. Huafeng City Lord laughed. Steel Thread City Lord had an ugly expression. Inside Fang Zheng's mind, the voice continued. How can a true man falter in the face of such a small setback? You are Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Zheng recognized the voice. Hee, my main body is already dead. Only this will is left in your mind. As my brother living in this world, you are not thinking of improving yourself. You do not seek revenge. I truly cannot watch anymore. Fang Yuan's will scolded angrily. Fang Zheng snorted, thinking, you are already dead. Why are you still coming out to interfere in matters? He was familiar with Lord Sky Crane's soul, who helped him cultivate in the past. It was easy for him to converse with Fang Yuan's will. In fact, he even felt a sense of nostalgia. But on the surface, the hairy men could not see anything. They only thought that Fang Zhang was completely dazed and had a blank expression. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Zheng's animosity and laughed nonchalantly. "Since I am dead, why did you use my name to impersonate me?" Fang Zhang was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued. "You were humiliated and tortured, but you refused to expose your real name. This shows that you still have a sense of shame, anger, and hatred. Then why are you not using this chance to improve and get stronger? You know the situation. If you win this, you will be able to join the martial competition, freeing yourself from being a slave and regaining freedom. I want to win too. Who doesn't want revenge and freedom? But my loss is assured," Fang Zhang said angrily. "Ha. Fang Yuan's will laughed. "As long as you follow my instructions, you can surpass Mao Shirba and win this." Fang Zhang was stunned. He asked, "What scheme is it this time?" "Humph." Fang Yuan's will snorted. "Even though I am dead, I am indignant. I want revenge. None of the hairy man Gu immortals who killed me will escape. You are my hope for revenge. Aren't you using my name now? Then take revenge for me. Why must I help a demon who slaughtered his entire clan like a monster take revenge?" Fang Zhang replied furiously. Fang Yuan's will replied, "There is no time for you to squabble. Follow my instructions. Start the fire, put in the 3 different kinds of gold. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold. Place them inside the cauldron in order." Fang Zhang gritted his teeth, even though he did not want to listen to Fang Yuan. His words gave him some hope of victory, and this concerned his life. Hesitating for a while, he stretched out his hand. Refining Gu again. The audience laughed loudly upon seeing this. But in a few minutes, they could not laugh anymore. They looked at Fang Zhang in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm. He had refined it under everyone's gazes. "I won." He breathed in deeply, declaring loudly. In the hall, nobody spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Shirba, could not accept this fact. He was staring blankly. The atmosphere was quite unique. The hairy men did not want to acknowledge that a human had defeated an expert hairy man Gu master in a competition of Gu refinement. After a while, someone said, "Quickly look, the rainbow light from cloud cover continent is fading." Everyone followed what the voice had said. Dozens of gazes looked through the entrance of the hall. Indeed, the rainbow light coming from cloud cover continent was vanishing. From the rainbow light, a figure walked out. "It seems you have recovered." Lang Yalan spirit looked at this person and smiled. "Yes." This person nodded. "This is all thanks to First Supreme Elder." As he spoke, the rainbow light faded, showing his appearance. If Fang Zhang saw this person, he would be shocked. This person was naturally Fang Yuan. Lang Yalan's spirit laughed. "If you want to thank me, isn't it simple? Give Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu to me." Fang Yuan smiled. "Giving is impossible, but we can make a trade. I wonder what price First Supreme Elder is willing to pay." "Ugh!" Lang Yalan's spirit's laughter stopped. "This?" He was hesitant. Awkwardness was written all over his face. Be it Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were priceless treasures, unique in this world, exceptional in their domains. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could Lang Yalan's spirit use to buy them? Fang Yuan did not reject him. He was waiting in anticipation. Lang Ya blessed land had a deep foundation. It was not simple. It had survived the eras of 2 venerables and existed up to this day. After Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, it could be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. When he was alive, the land spirit was known as the number 1 refinement path immortal of all times. He faintly surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Such a character, how could he not have anything worth trading? Like immortal Gu transactions, each one was unique. Unparalleled items could be exchanged using similarly unparalleled items. The assessment of their value depended on the individual's own circumstances. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu, These three were not objects that Fang Yuan would not trade away, as long as the gain was worth it. Lang Yilan's spirit started to pace around. He frowned, entering deep thought. If it were the previous land spirit, there would be no need for consideration, he would trade with Fang Yuan. But after changing personality, this new Lang Yilan spirit had a different focus. The white-haired land spirit was formed from the obsession about space escape goo. Thus he is only interested in refining goo. He nurtured all of the hairy man goo immortals to be refinement path experts. But this black hair land spirit wants to turn hairy men into the dominant race. I can make good use of this point. Fang Yuan thought. Seeing this land spirit walking around, he patiently waited for his decision. Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence. He believed that Lang Yilan's spirit would not disappoint him. As Fang Yuan had expected, after struggling, Lang Yilan's spirit made up his mind and decided to trade with Fang Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I am not doubting your ability to trade with me, but it has to suit both of us. If the things you have cannot match my expectations, I am afraid, Fang Yuan purposely said. Lang Yilan's spirit stared as he said grumpily, Don't worry. My Lang Yi sex treasures are not inferior to those three things. Saying so, he handed Fang Yuan an information path goo worm. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm, receiving this goo worm. This goo was like a silkworm, although it had a head, thorax and abdomen, three distinct parts. Its body looked like a cocoon overall, round and cute. It was white and looked like a vase, with a shiny glaze on the surface. Fang Yuan held it in his hand. It was smooth and shiny. It had a good feel to it when handled. This is a bookworm? Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. He had seen bookworms before. They were a type of valuable rank 1 goo. But what shocked him was, this bookworm was emanating rank 3 aura. Lang Yilan's spirit snorted, saying, This is something my previous self made. He broke the limits of the rank 1 bookworm, developing rank 2 and 3 versions of it. But what use do they have? If enemies attack, can the bookworms defend us? Even though he said that, Fang Yuan could hear vague smugness hidden in Lang Yilan's spirit's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head, without speaking. He used a trace of the unlimited primeval essence in his immortal essence to use the bookworm, as well as sending a portion of his consciousness into it. He did not own the bookworm, but he had borrowed it from Lang Yilan's spirit. Thus he could use it without obstruction. Fang Yuan's eyes were shining. The information in the bookworm made him extremely excited. His heartbeat rose. As I expected, Fang Yuan praised in his mind. His thoughts were frothing about uncontrollably. Fang Yuan had returned to Lang Yi Blessed Land and spent a lot of time recuperating. At this time, his immortal aperture's calamity was around the corner. Ing Wuxia He Lulan, who immortal blessed land, fixed immortal travel, all of these things did not matter now. His biggest obstacle was to pass this calamity. Once in a while, calamities and tribulations descend in a goo immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the foundation of the immortal aperture, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's current immortal aperture had not been managed yet. It was empty. But it had an incredibly huge space and a large time path foundation in it. It was even not limited by the separate natures of the 5 regions. Such an immortal aperture far surpassed the 10 extreme physiques combined. The calamities and tribulations he was going to face would be unprecedentedly dangerous. One could say, this was a sharp blade hanging around Fang Yuan's neck. When he was recuperating, Fang Yuan had been training Fang Zheng as well as considering his circumstances. There was only a few days until the calamity. Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. He was uncertain about it. Most of his immortal goo were left in his original body. A number were destroyed, while the others were left with Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan's strength was much lower now. Tai Baiyun Shang and He Lulan were nowhere to be found, while Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. The only help he could get was from Lang Yi Blessed Land. And Lang Yi Blessed Land must have survived a lot of calamities and tribulations after existing for so many years. It was a successful example that had dealt with many tribulations. There was bound to be much for Fang Yuan to learn from it. How is it? Lang Yilan's spirit smiled and said. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Langya sect has three major foundations. Firstly, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body. It has the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Secondly, the luck path true inheritance left by giant sun immortal venerable. Thirdly, the theft path true inheritance left by thieving heaven demon venerable. When my main body was alive, I had refined goo for these two venerables. The payment I requested were one of each of their true inheritances. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod. The bookworm recorded details of these three true inheritances. No matter which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only saw their most superficial information, and was already deeply attracted by them. They were extremely valuable. Langya Land Spirit continued. Among these three true inheritances, the thieving heaven true inheritance is the least valuable. That is because my main body created space escape goo, but could not activate it, thus I returned a portion of the payment. However, thieving heaven demon venerables true inheritances all come in pairs. If you are lucky after getting this true inheritance, and if the other true inheritance is not obtained yet, you might get clues to the second true inheritance. Thieving heaven demon venerable left behind a total of 10 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can receive most of them. Only the one I have is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. You can easily obtain the other thieving heaven true inheritance if it is still available. Fang Yuan gave a slight nod. He had seen the power of Formless Hand. Using theft path methods, he could steal the immortal goo of others and gain the greatest benefits after every battle. And some methods that Fang Yuan relied on greatly, unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face, were also thieving heaven demon venerables immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had experienced the benefits of stealing. This true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Langya Land Spirit continued. Thieving heaven demon venerable had a total of 10 true inheritances, but giant sun immortal venerable only had 3. When I was alive, I refined the immortal goo house 88 true yang building for him. Thus, this true inheritance's value is higher than thieving heavens. Giant sun immortal venerable's 3 true inheritances encompass all of his methods regarding luck path. They are self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck, among which the self-luck true inheritance is with me. The all living beings' luck true inheritance was inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. As for the heaven and earth luck true inheritance, it is in longevity heaven. Self-luck, all living beings' luck, heaven and earth luck. Connect luck immortal goo, break luck immortal goo, divert disaster immortal goo. They were part of the all living beings' luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, some of these immortal goo were sent outside. As for the details of cultivation involved in it, they were already lost. Fang Yuan and Ma Hongyun had interacted. He knew about the power of luck path. Ignoring other things, if I had divert disaster immortal goo, I could mimic Imperial Court Blessed Land and send my calamities and tribulations outside. Fang Yuan knew that luck path was very useful for his tribulations. Even if this self-luck true inheritance did not have goo like divert disaster immortal goo, the higher Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker his calamities and tribulations would be. He could deal with them more easily. Fang Yuan, I would suggest you take the self-luck true inheritance, because your luck seems to be really bad. Langya Land Spirit said. Just now, how many problems and mishaps occurred when you came back from southern border? Even on my end, I lost 2 hairy man goo immortals. You can't even imagine the cause. In order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, old ancestor Shui who ordered the demonic path goo immortals in snowy mountain blessed land to collect materials for him. This act made the loyalty of his members drop. At a crucial moment, a traitor appeared in snowy mountain blessed land, stealing one of the most crucial materials. Old ancestor Shui who was enraged, he dispatched goo immortals to capture any suspicious people. The hairy man goo immortal I sent to receive you was implicated. As for the second goo immortal who disappeared mysteriously, I have not even discovered what was the cause of his disappearance. I believe that one day the truth will come out. They will not be sacrificed in vain. Fang Yuan urged. Langya Land Spirit gritted his teeth. He did not continue this topic. He went back to the previous one. Actually, it seems to me that the true inheritance which suits you the most is the first one. Refinement path has two styles. Do you know of them? I have heard of them, Fang Yuan said. Lang Ye land spirit continued. The two styles are the hairy man heaven and earth style, and the human isolation style. Us hairy men refine Gu differently from humans. We can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most conducive environment to refine Gu, and increase the chance of succeeding in the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently. Lang Ye land spirit would have his reasons for saying this. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had requested help from my main body. That was because my main body used the hairy men heaven and earth style to refine Gu. The success rate of refining Gu was higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only knew the essence of the hairy man heaven and earth style. I even used old Immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to break past our limits, reaching a higher level. I conceptualized an immortal killer move called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He felt deep interest. Lang Ye land spirit smiled with great pride as he continued explaining. As it turned out, this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal Gu and more than 100,000 mortal Gu to form. It had an ingenious concept. It used the blessed land or grotto heaven as the target of refinement, using the killer move to connect the immortal aperture with the outside world of the 5 regions, influencing the calamity or tribulation and using it to temper the immortal aperture itself. The calamities and tribulations of immortal apertures can have all sorts of strangeness. It makes them hard to deal with. But using this killer move, one can restrict the type of calamities and tribulations that happen. Do you know why Lang Ye blessed land was placed around Crescent Lake in the past? That was because the area near Crescent Lake has a lot of water path Tao marks and refinement path Tao marks. My previous self always used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to deal with calamities and tribulations. Most often, water path and refinement path calamities would occur. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Tao marks. 180,000 years ago, Lang Ye blessed land had no seas. But now, look at this vast ocean. The huge landmass has been reduced to 3 continents. This is the effect of a huge number of water path Tao marks. Fang Yuan heard of this and thought about spectral soul using the myriad tribulations to refine the sovereign immortal fetus Gu. This killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, is very similar in concept to spectral soul's method. No. Shadow Sect had spies inside Lang Ye blessed land. Maybe spectral soul's method originated from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Fang Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral soul demon Venerable's method was derived from the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. But his methods were more refined. He used wisdom path to deduce the type of tribulations before making additional preparations. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It could only influence calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. In the calamities and tribulations that Lang Ye blessed land went through, there were also fire path and lightning path tribulations. Not all were water path and refinement path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can do a 1-to-1 trade. Which one do you want to exchange for? Lang Ye land spirit asked. This time it was Fang Yuan's turn to decide. What should he choose? Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fairy Ziwei slowly opened her eyes. She was adorned in a beautiful purple robe which could hardly conceal her graceful figure. Her eyes were like deep dark pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. Her skin was white as snow and her black hair hung down to her waist. Her whole body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath, she withdrew her wisdom path killer move and descended from the air. Greetings to Ancestor Ziwei. On the ground, Feng Jin Huang, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly knelt down on the ground respectfully when she saw Fairy Ziwei. The corners of Fairy Ziwei's lips slightly curled up as she revealed a rare smile. The sadness on her face immediately faded, and she seemed to blossom with radiance, giving off an immortal beauty that could move people's souls. Huang Air, get up, No need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of it, your mother and I have some blood relation. From the looks of it, she was extremely pleased with this junior Feng Jin Huang. Feng Jin Huang stood up with a reverential and admiring expression. The person in front of her was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In Feng Jin Huang's mind, she did not dare to have extravagant hopes regarding the rank 9 realm. Rank 8 was her lifelong dream. This fairy Ziwei in front of her originated from Spirit Affinity House, and had extremely high seniority in the sect. She had lived for at least 1,600 years. She cultivated wisdom path and had joined heavenly court. She was dignified and beautiful, and it could be said she was everything Feng Jin Huang admired and was a realistic reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Ziwei, you have been deducing for 3 months in Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Did you find anything? Feng Jin Huang asked in curiosity. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod. At this moment, she had already descended in front of Feng Jin Huang and was only a foot away from the ground, slowly floating in the air. This was part of her personality. She had somewhat of an obsession towards cleanliness. It was not necessary for her to speak about this to Feng Jin Huang, but Fairy Ziwei still replied, after these days of deductions, I am certain the original owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Hu Immortal, was a member of the organization Defy. Defy? Feng Jin Huang's pupils shrank in surprise. She might be immortal but with parents who were famous Gu Immortals. She was aware of many secrets. She had heard of this organization named Defy. It was a powerful undercover force of Central Continent, made from the secret alliance of some Gu Immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent held the vast majority of resources and authority, controlling and suppressing other forces or lone cultivators. Where there was suppression, there would be rebellion. Organized forces rebelling against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were not few in number. However, these forces usually did not last for long, as they were either taken down by the 10 great ancient sects or they disintegrated by themselves through internal discord. However, this organization, Defy, was greatly hidden and was the force that had lasted the longest. It was not that the 10 great ancient sects had not targeted them, but there had been no effect. Most importantly, this organization was hidden truly deeply. Even the members of the organization did not know the identities of other members and only used code names in numbers to address each other. Right now, Feng Jin Huang suddenly heard Hu Immortal had been a member of Defy. She was truly surprised. On the surface, Hu Immortal was a lone immortal, and she obtained Dang Hun Mountain through fortuitous encounters and coincidence. Looking over it now, Defy was helping her from behind the scenes. Fairy Ziwei continued. Feng Jin Huang's eyes flashed. She recalled the scene when she was miserably defeated and under Feng Yuan's feet, guessing, does that mean Feng Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he appeared back then so coincidentally. Fairy Ziwei, however, frowned slightly. I attempted to deduce this. The result seems to be uncertain. But no matter what, Feng Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Huang Heir, you have been avoiding contact with Hu Immortal Land Spirit and haven't become the true owner of this blessed land. Are you thinking of returning this blessed land to Feng Yuan? Ancestor Ziwei. Cold sweat seeped out of Feng Jin Huang's forehead. Fairy Ziwei smiled and reassured. We are family, you don't need to worry. I know Feng Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jiugu. Your father has stunning talents and is astonishingly gifted. He is someone who will leave a deep mark in history. What's more, he repays kindness and hatred. He is loyal and righteous. I understand why he requested this of you. Feng Jin Huang quickly said, Ancestor Ziwei, you are magnanimous? Fairy Ziwei waved her hand, stopping Feng Jin Huang's words, speaking in a slightly meaningful tone. But you need to remember, Feng Yuan is a wanted criminal listed on the Demon Judgment Board by Heavenly Court. Should you want to repay his kindness, you should not overdo it. In the future, I won't stop you if you truly want to return Hu Immortal Blessed Land to him. I can even take responsibility for this. But that will be my bottom line. I hope that you two will not become too persistent and commit a huge mistake. Feng Jin Huang lowered her head. I shall engrave your words in mind, Ancestor. Fairy Ziwei gave a slight nod before lightly flying to the sky. As she flew, a gap opened up in Hu Immortal blessed land which connected to the outside world. She then turned into a purple ray of light that flew out like a meteor, disappearing from Feng Jinhuang's sight in an instant. Fairy Ziwei flew straight to Heavenly Court. In Heavenly Court, halls stood tall and upright everywhere. The purple ray of light Fairy Ziwei had turned into cut through the air and entered a large hall. Inside the hall, Fairy Ziwei's main body was sitting cross-legged on a mat, discussing with two other Heavenly Court Gu immortals. The purple light flickered as it landed on her hand. It turned into a will, several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. The Fairy Ziwei, who had been at Hu Immortal blessed land, was merely a will of the main body. This will send the results of the deductions to Fairy Ziwei's mind. Fairy Ziwei stored the immortal Gu and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and went through the deduction results. Several breaths of time later, she opened her deep, dark eyes and lightly said, "We have already found clues to Feng Yuan." An old Gu immortal sitting in front of her, who was known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled. "Fairy Ziwei, you live up to your reputation of being a wisdom path great expert on the same level as Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. You actually are able to use a will to deduce the crucial clues. The more a will thinks, the more it is consumed. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Special will left in 88 Truyang Building had to hibernate to prevent expending itself due to thinking. Fairy Ziwei's method, however, was mysterious and powerful. She used only a will to deduce, and not only did she succeed, that portion of will was not consumed by even 20%. Such an attainment was truly awe-inspiring. Fairy Ziwei's main body had a slightly sorrowful expression. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's praise, continuing, "If Feng Yuan had not already been managing Hu Immortal blessed land for some time, I would not have been able to deduce any clues. Feng Yuan has a close connection to Defy, although I was not able to obtain Feng Yuan's exact location. I know as long as we follow the clues and eliminate the core aspects of Defy, we will be able to find Feng Yuan." Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded. "Feng Yuan has Spring-Autumn Cicada. He destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and has obtained inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He is also an otherworldly demon, and was actually able to survive the battle in Southern Border. Such a dangerous variable must be eliminated. But if we want to deal with him, we must first deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. You can rest assured about this. After I woke up, I immediately made some preparations. I already successfully activated a killer move several days ago and have sealed Spring-Autumn Cicada. It won't be able to activate within 3 months of time." The third Gu immortal present in the hall spoke. His voice was hoarse. He had a middle-aged appearance with dark bags under his eyes and looked listless, giving others an impression of extreme fatigue. However, Fairy Ziwei and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to have confidence in him. The latter smiled. "Since you, Wei Lingyang, have made the move, then Spring-Autumn Cicada is of no concern." Fairy Ziwei spoke. "Then we shall go to Mingtang Valley to capture Gong Sun Liang." At the same time, in Central Continent, at the banks of Pot River, Ingwu Xie was standing at the riverbank, looking at the green willows and feeling the gentle breeze. However, he was feeling erratic inside. After detouring around the collapsed area in Earth Abyss, he, along with Tai Bai Yunshang, He Lulan and Shirnu, had moved quite a distance before he could use a Gu formation to transport them to the eastern part of Central Continent. This area was under the jurisdiction of Windcloud Manor. Ingwu Xie had Feng Yuan's body and as such was a criminal wanted by Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. However, he still risked staying here and even had been staying here for 3 days. He was waiting for a person. Which person was worth him taking such a huge risk? A green shadow approached them while flying at low altitude. Ingwu Xie's mind jolted. He went to welcome the person. The green shadow landed on the ground and halted. It was not a real person but a puppet. This puppet had a human figure with 2 hands and 2 legs. Its body was also robust. But its whole body seemed to be knitted with green grass and rough vines. Its head, shoulders, and even its rear had green grass growing all over them, all spiking up like knives. The green grass puppet looked at the Gu worm in Ingwu Xie's hand and recognizing he was its objective, it hummed with a haughty tone. My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure appraisal event, so he could not come. If you want to see him, you will have to wait 3 more days. Wait for 3 more days? Ing Wu Xie's expression slightly changed. What? If you don't have the patience, you don't need to wait. I will quickly go back to inform master. The green grass puppet spoke indifferently. I will wait. Ing Wu Xie hurriedly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days. There is no harm in waiting 3 more days. It is just that 3 days later it will be a whole 6 days. If I somehow am still unable to see your master, then I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted before turning around and leaving. Several steps later, it lightly stomped on the ground, leaping to the air and turning once again into a green shadow. After he left, Ing Wu Xie's expression immediately sank, his gaze flickering incessantly as he gazed at the receding figure of the green grass puppet. When the green puppet's shadow was out of Ing Wu Xie's vision, 3 Gu immortals appeared from the surroundings, gathering towards Ing Wu Xie. They were Tai by Yunshang, He Lulan, and Shirnu. That green grass puppet just now. Is it the rumored grass puppet avatar? Tai by Yunshang asked in curiosity. Right? Ing Wu Xie nodded. It is a grass puppet avatar, formed from the rank 6 grass puppet Gu with rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi ascended to Immortal, his grandfather, Old Man Beifeng, gave this grass puppet immortal Gu to him as a gift. Feng Chanzi is wildly arrogant. We waited so long for him and he isn't even coming to meet us? He only sent a grass puppet avatar to meet us. He Lulan was dissatisfied. Shirnu sighed, saying helplessly, to refine fixed immortal travel, we must have the light of the immemorial era. All Gu recipes of fixed immortal travel revolves around this critical material. And the light of the immemorial era, such a rare Gu refinement material, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have no choice but to put up with them. Ing Wu Xie coldly snorted, but did not speak. He wanted to rescue his main body, and to do that he had to pass the regional wall. He was not like Fang Yuan, so fixed immortal travel was almost a necessary Gu to pass the regional wall. Right now he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring-autumn cicada has already been sealed. It seems Heavenly Court has begun to investigate me. I can't stay for long in Central Continent. After I refine fixed immortal travel, I need to hurry to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Perhaps I can even make use of the power to conveniently get rid of Fang Yuan. No, considering the time, tomorrow should be the day Fang Yuan has his earthly calamity. The earthly calamity of sovereign immortal aperture won't be easy to pass. Heavens will cannot affect Fang Yuan, but can still make arrangements to deal with him. Most likely, not only will there be calamities and tribulations, there could also be human disasters. To think that I am back here again. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He stopped flying as he descended from the sky. All he saw was white, an icy land filled with snow. Huff, huff, huff. Harsh winds blew around him. In this intense wind, countless snowflakes and even icicles were flying around. Because of the blizzard, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly hindered. Because the temperature was very low, Fang Yuan had to use many Gu worms to maintain his body temperature, to defend himself from the cold winds. This was still Northern Plains. But the location was at the northernmost end of Northern Plains. It was known to people as the Northern Icy Plain. This place originally had a grassland, but because of a devastating battle by experts, the entire terrain was completely destroyed, turning into a void of complete nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into an immemorial desolate beast ice phoenix and breathed out absolute profound ice to freeze and restore this place. Earlier, He Lulan chose this place to undergo her immortal ascension and become an immortal. That was because the icy plane had reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning in strength path and transformation path. When strength path or transformation path Gu masters ascend here, there would be a resonance of Tao marks. The strength path and transformation path true meaning would manifest using the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing tribulation destroys the earthly calamity, they would receive the infusion of true meaning. It was the same as receiving reckless savage demon Venerable's guidance. Memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The image was so vivid, like it was yesterday. But now, times were different. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang had likely been forced to betray him. Only Fang Yuan was left now. His situation was very different from back then as well. Strength Path and Transformation Path Gu Masters can only receive Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning once. That is during their immortal ascension. But now, with the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, I might be able to replicate it again. Fang Yuan thought. He had not done anything like this before, he was not very certain. But after talking with Lang Yalan Spirit, he realized that there was a high possibility of success. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. During her immortal ascension, the danger was huge. She lost her immortal goo to barely pass it. My immortal aperture's calamity is probably far more terrifying than hers. Fang Yuan felt immense pressure. If not for the situation, he would not want to undergo tribulation so early. Although once in a while, calamities and tribulations would occur in the immortal aperture, Gu Immortals had many methods to deal with them. The most common were time path methods to delay the rate of time of the immortal aperture, to stall the arrival of the calamities and tribulations. But this way, the resources inside the immortal aperture would greatly diminish in production. The gains and losses had to be assessed according to the Gu Immortal's situation. Lang Ya Blessed Land had once used time path methods and modified the tributary of the River of Time in the immortal aperture. Thus, the time in the immortal aperture was greatly slowed. But this method was not from Lang Ya Land Spirit. In the past, Longhair Ancestor had requested the help of a time path great expert. I have too large of a tributary of the River of Time in this immortal aperture. I have to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world. Even though my cultivation level rises quickly, and the resources in the immortal aperture grow rapidly, if I cannot endure the calamities and tribulations and die, it would be for nothing. After this calamity, I need to find some time path methods to modify the tributary of the River of Time in my immortal aperture. These were all matters for the future. The important thing now was the impending calamity. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath as his body shook. A mystical change was occurring in his immortal aperture. Immortal aperture. Fall here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. A mystical light shone in his eyes. Following a loud sound, his vision changed. Taking a glance, he was already inside his immortal aperture. 5 regions, 9 heavens. It was vast and empty. There were no cultivation resources, because Fang Yuan had not started managing it yet. Only all sorts of goo worms were placed in here. At this moment, these goo worms were flying around Fang Yuan. They were huge in quantity, resembling a giant black cloud. Normally speaking, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. But now, the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, and the Gu Immortal's body was drawn inside. At this moment, the situation with Fang Yuan's body was like that of a land spirit. He could move freely inside the immortal aperture, but he could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect to the heaven and earth chi outside and stabilize itself. When Gu Immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal apertures in the outside world. There was another situation that was when Gu Immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources. If the heaven and earth chi inside were too limited in quantity, they would need to place the immortal aperture to take in and replenish the heaven and earth chi. On the spot that Fang Yuan was originally standing, he had already disappeared. The immortal aperture was placed on the ice and entered a point in space. It could not be seen as it was linked to the empty space. The blizzard was still blowing. There were no changes, as if Fang Yuan had never come. Everything was as per normal. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan opened the entrance of the immortal aperture, everything changed. In an instant, the entire surroundings rumbled. The glaciers shook. Endless heaven and earth chi rushed into the immortal aperture through the entrance. Soon, a vast amount of heaven and earth chi engulfed the place. Blizzards and hail were converted into pure heaven and earth chi. The entrance of the immortal aperture was connected to the outside world. By opening it, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to connect to the outside world, drawing in heaven and earth chi continuously. It was like a giant monster lurking in the sea, emerging out of the water and opening its mouth to suck in air. The vast amount of heaven and earth chi rushed in, causing a tremor in the entire immortal aperture, but the magnitude was so small normal people could not notice it. At the same time, the tributary of the river of time started to fuse with the river of time of the outside world. The rate of time of the immortal aperture thus slowed greatly. When immortal apertures were placed outside, the rate of time inside would greatly decrease, converging towards the 5 regions time. Langya Blessed Land itself was modified by a time path Gu Immortal, and was also placed in the 5 regions. The rate of time inside was very close to that of the 5 regions. Many Gu Immortals would also choose to place their immortal apertures outside and hide inside the immortal aperture in consideration of their lifespan. Out of nowhere, a sensation informed Feng Yuan that the calamity was coming. But because the immortal aperture was placed outside and time slowed down, Feng Yuan could clearly sense that the calamity was approaching at a slower rate. This was normal. Every Gu Immortals would feel this whenever they had calamities and tribulations. It was like the premonition of an earthquake. Animals would growl and go berserk. It was the signifying of an apocalypse. Heaven and earth chi continued to gush in at a slower rate. The waterfall at the start had become a large river. In just a short while it turned into a stream. The appetite of the immortal aperture was limited. Feng Yuan was calm. He had rich experience. After seeing the heaven and earth chi, he started to organize his Gu worms. Most of the Gu worms in the immortal aperture had already been arranged. The important thing was regarding the outside world. A vast number of Gu worms flew outside of the entrance like swarms of bees. Even though Feng Yuan could not leave, the Gu worms could. Next, he controlled the Gu worms and set up arrangements. In a few minutes, the arrangements were completed. Feng Yuan did not hesitate as he injected his immortal essence, activating the Gu worms. Immortal Gu flew up one by one, shining with bright lights while floating in the sky. The lights weaved together, eventually resonating with the Gu worms in the outside world. Finally, a huge blue-colored image was formed. It engulfed the immortal aperture and even expanded into the outside world, covering a huge surrounding area of the icy plane. Immortal Killer Move. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended, over 10,000 were used, but it was just the start. The core immortal Gu of this killer move were mostly rank 7. Feng Yuan's green grape immortal essence were consumed rapidly. Thankfully, he had already obtained a large amount of immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. He even borrowed heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was completed, and Feng Yuan's immortal essence was consumed by 60%. This expenditure has greatly exceeded the number that Langya Land Spirit said. But he also mentioned that the expenditure was dependent on the immortal aperture's world itself, changing accordingly. Before undergoing the tribulation, Feng Yuan had already consumed more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already negotiated with Langya Land Spirit. He could rapidly borrow immortal essence stones if needed. In this tribulation, Langya Blessed Land was Feng Yuan's greatest backer. But it was inappropriate to borrow now. Langya Land Spirit would feel suspicious. They had already prepared enough moving perspective cup Gu to transport things during the tribulation. As for what the calamity would be, it was unknown. He felt that the calamity was close. Feng Yuan collected his Gu worms. He closed the entrance and waited in the immortal aperture patiently. During this period, he checked his Gu worms again. An hour later, the calamity descended. The immortal aperture started to shake. Heaven and earth chi appeared from every direction. This was the heaven and earth chi inside the immortal aperture. In an instant, heaven and earth chi clashed as a blizzard formed. Snow was moving wildly as fierce winds flew. In an instant, the immortal aperture turned into an icy world. Feng Yuan saw this and was overjoyed. Did the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method work? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blizzard rampaged in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed in the blizzard one after another. Snow monster calamity? Slash. Feng Yuan muttered internally, floating in the air as Gu worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. He shot out flying sword immortal Gu. Swoosh. Flying sword goo pierced through a snow monster's head, coming out from the back. In an instant, it flew back to Fang Yuan. The snow monster cried out. The injuries in its head healed on its own as it continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were like mud monsters and cloud beasts. If their core was not destroyed, they were hard to kill. All of these were problematic opponents. Flying sword goo alone could not be effective. But what I am using now is a sword path killer move. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps before growling. Its core had been destroyed. As if its bones had melted, the snow monster broke down and became a pile of snow. Sword path killer move. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan was someone who learned from his mistakes. While traveling to northern plains, he encountered the mud monster and cloud beasts, suffering great losses because of them. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not fix this weakness? Speaking of which, there was a complicated story behind the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death. When Fang Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, he healed himself while seeking help from Langya Land Spirit to reverse refine Flying Sword Immortal Goo and the other rank 7 Immortal Goo. He was a rank 6 Goo Immortal now. It was very hard for him to use rank 7 Immortal Goo. Langya Land Spirit was very straightforward because Fang Yuan was a member of Langya sect. As an external Supreme Elder, he was one of them. He gave good advice. I can obviously reverse refine these Immortal Goo. And to reverse refine them from rank 7 to rank 6 will be much easier than promoting them to rank 7 from rank 6. But don't you find it a waste? Most importantly, reverse refinement would take quite some time. Your tribulation is nearing. There is little time. If you start the reverse refinement now, it will not be done in time. You might as well use this killer move. Langya Land Spirit said this as he handed the killer move, sword marks targeting death, to Fang Yuan. You are very lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self. It is suitable for many sword path immortal goo to use. Fang Yuan felt strange when he heard that Long Hair Ancestor was purely a refinement path goo immortal. Why would the land spirit purchase a sword path killer move that he could not use? But after looking at it, he understood why. As it turned out, sword marks targeting death was a killer move that permanently expended the Dao marks in the sword path immortal goo to carve them on the target. After the sword path immortal goo flies away, the sword path Dao marks would find the target's weak spot and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core to use sword marks targeting death and pierced the desolate beast snow monster. This attack was not fatal. The wound caused by the immortal goo healed quickly. But the Dao marks it left behind were still in the snow monster's body. It attacked its hidden core and once broken, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and died. This way, Flying Sword Immortal Goo could kill targets like snow monsters. It no longer worked with little effect against these enemies. But this killer move had a huge drawback. That was the permanent expenditure of the Immortal Goo's Dao marks. Immortal Goo were large fragments of the Great Dao, the product of countless Dao marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Goo, the larger the fragment of the Great Dao, and the higher the number of Dao marks. The more sword marks targeting death was used, the fewer the Dao marks in the sword path Immortal Goo. They could not be recovered. This way, the Immortal Goo would get weaker and weaker. At a certain point, a qualitative change would occur, and the rank 6 Immortal Goo would turn back into Immortal Goo, or the rank 7 Immortal Goo would become a rank 6. This weakness was severe. It made sword marks targeting death an unfavored killer move. The previous Langya land spirit bought this killer move for a low price because he was interested in the killer move itself. In fact, every usage of the sword path killer move sword marks targeting death was akin to reverse refining the Immortal Goo. Except that the reverse refinement was very minute. A large number of usages were needed to produce a clear effect. Once Fang Yuan understood this, he knew why Langya land spirit had bought this killer move. The previous Langya land spirit's favorite interest was to refine Goo. Fang Yuan thought over it and accepted this sword path killer move. Without question, this killer move was extremely suitable for him now. Winds howled as snow blew around. Sword light entered the blizzard. The blizzard could not block the sharp sword light. It was easily pierced. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the sky. It hit a desolate beast snow monster's chest, before flying out from its back, turning around and flying back to Fang Yuan. The injuries healed quickly. The desolate beast snow monster laughed. It was about to move when its body scattered, turning into a pile of snow. In a breath's time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile. But these snow monsters were only 10 or 20 feet tall. They were not a problem. Another sword marks targeting death. This move was very effective. Desolate beast snow monsters were destroyed in just one hit. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this point, he finally experienced one of the advantages of Sword Path. When Gu masters cultivate, they use Gu, nurture Gu, and refine Gu. These are extremely profound and deep. It is still Flying Sword Immortal Gu, but I changed the method of usage and received an incredibly different result. Again, Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the blizzard, desolate beast snow monsters formed again, but they were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters were related to their size. 10 or 20 feet tall snow monsters could be dealt with by rank 1 or 2 Gu masters. 60 feet tall snow monsters were desolate beasts. They were on par with rank 6 Gu immortals. 70 feet tall snow monsters were equal to rank 7 Gu immortals. These 60 feet tall snow monsters were all killed by Fang Yuan. They were easy targets. Fang Yuan's battle strength was raised greatly. Back then in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had so much trouble facing the swamp crab, but now against an endless number of snow monsters, he could fight calmly and control the situation. But Fang Yuan did not relax, he was staying vigilant. I am having an easy time because I am using the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu to deal with desolate beast snow monsters, and also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful move that consumes Dao marks. Furthermore, the swamp crab had brought over Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's effect with it, while these snow monsters have no such Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's expression focused. He observed closely. After those desolate beast snow monsters died, the new, small snow monsters that were formed were growing in size. 10 feet to 20 feet, 20 feet to 30 feet. These snow monsters were growing stronger. If they are allowed to continue growing, would they become 60 feet desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using Flying Sword Immortal Gu. As he waved his hands, countless dark vortexes flew out. Bam, bam, bam. These black bullets rained down like a storm. The snow monsters were instantly faced with a disaster. Countless numbers died. But soon, from these smaller snow monsters' corpses, more of them spawned. Fang Yuan killed dozens of snow monsters, but over 100 came back up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt troubled, but he observed carefully. Although the snow monsters that came back were high in numbers, they were much smaller now. Fang Yuan had a guess. At his will, thousands of green wind blades flew out around his body, shooting out. The wind blades arrived like a huge net, engulfing the countless snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters were intact, but the small snow monsters were sliced into pieces. At once, marks from the blades were on the ground as snow splattered. Fang Yuan activated his investigative Gu. His eyes shined brightly as he observed the battlefield. As expected, once 10 feet tall snow monsters die, they cannot produce more snow monsters. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Soon after, he had a flash of inspiration. Is this because of the blizzard? Splitting his focus, he activated over 100 mortal Gu in a few breaths' time. A domain of darkness formed from under his feet, creating a dark veil. This was Gu Immortal Hei Cheng's battlefield killer move, Dark Veil. The Immortal Aperture could not normally have battlefield killer moves inside. This was because battlefield killer moves had Dao marks, they changed the environment, they clashed with the Immortal Aperture's own Dao marks and would result in damage. But the battlefield killer moves here referred to Immortal battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan's Dark Veil was mortal level, it was not problematic. He also had Xuesong Zi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain, but if he used it, it would increase the strength of the snow monsters. It was inappropriate. Once Dark Veil was used, the surrounding blizzard weakened. As expected, the small snow monsters started growing at a slower speed. But this did not last. The blizzard seemed to have been enraged. It rampaged more fiercely. As the snow moved rapidly, Dark Veil was being compressed. It shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet before completely collapsing with a loud sound. Only 20% of the 100 goo worms that made up Dark Veil survived. They were retrieved by Fang Yuan. Desolate beast snow monsters appear continuously, and small snow monsters appear from their corpses. They would also become stronger at an unthinkable speed due to the blizzard. It is counterproductive to try and isolate the blizzard. Now it seems I can only get rid of the small snow monsters as well as the desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded. He did not guess wrongly. This calamity was very powerful. This was only Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it had greatly exceeded who Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Carrier Flowers, earthly calamities. His immortal essence was continuously expended. As he concentrated deeply, his mind was feeling fatigue. But Fang Yuan was also getting more familiar with using the killer move sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture continued to rumble. The blizzard formed also was growing immensely. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He noticed that this earthly calamity was not only huge, it was going to last a long time. It was far stronger than the 10 great catastrophes. Desolate beast snow monsters continued to increase in numbers. Fang Yuan's sword marks targeting death could no longer kill them quickly enough. The newly formed small snow monsters were large in numbers. Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to kill them. He was handling both matters at the same time. It was hard to manage them. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the high ground. Even though I need to deal with the blizzard, the initiative is still with me. The moment this thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, the loud screech of an eagle entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan raised his head and his expression turned dark. This was bad. In the blizzard, iron crown eagles made from snow were forming. An eagle flapped its wings, charging at Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned around, using sword marks targeting death to deal with the eagle. But in a short time, 3 more iron crown eagles formed, flying in the air, encircling him. His pressure increased. Danger was approaching. 3 iron crown eagles charged at Fang Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan internally gasped, to think that at the crucial moment, this had happened. As the activation of the killer move failed, the backlash caused blood to flow down from the corner of his mouth. After all, he had owned this sword path killer move for too short of a time. In an emergency, when he was not focused, the failure rate of activation would surge. An eagle screech resounded. It could burst eardrums. The iron crown eagle in front of him pounced. Fang Yuan quickly dodged. A phantom image behind him flickered as light illusion bat wings appeared, dodging the eagle's attack. But the shield of wind around him was already broken. The iron crown eagle's claws tore through it in a moment. Fang Yuan squinted. He decided to use sword marks targeting death again, and he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp. It easily pierced the iron crown eagle's back and continued to shoot out. Suddenly, cold winds blew behind him as Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think further. He used Sword Escape Immortal Goo immediately. Swoosh, he shot out like an arrow, piercing the sky. By rising in altitude, he narrowly avoided the attack of the Iron Crown Eagle behind him. He temporarily escaped danger. Fang Yuan stopped using Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Goo flew straight. It was extremely fast. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and was more than 10 li away from the Iron Crown Eagle. Letting out a breath, Fang Yuan's heartbeat returned to normal. After regaining his composure, he willed and summoned Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Earlier, he could not recall Flying Sword as it had flown away after piercing the Iron Crown Eagle. There was more than 10 breaths of time needed for it to return to Fang Yuan. As for the Iron Crown Eagle which got pierced, it cried out pitifully as it crashed towards the ground. Before landing on the ground, its entire body turned into a big mushy pile of snow and ice, scattering. The remaining 2 Iron Crown Eagles charged to kill Fang Yuan from left and right respectively, as the blizzard roared. Fang Yuan was unwilling to face them head-on. He used Sword Escape and retreated. Even though his body was superb, it was not as tough as his immortal zombie body. Sword path was good in offense while weak in defense. Sword escape immortal goo allowed Fang Yuan to fly like an arrow, tearing through the sky as he pulled away from the Iron Crown Eagles. The effect was immediate. Even flying sword immortal goo was not as fast as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew in a circle in the sky before converging with flying sword immortal goo, retrieving it. Fang Yuan held flying sword immortal goo in his hand as he injected immortal essence into it. At the same time, he mobilized his goo worms and activated more than 100 supplementary goo worms. A profound light was created as it entered flying sword immortal goo. The two Iron Crown Eagles were coincidentally chasing him with one in front of the other. Fang Yuan stretched out his fingers. He felt a small tremor in his hand as flying sword goo flew out. It turned into an astonishing sword light. It seemed to have the power to pierce the universe. Flying sword immortal goo and the Iron Crown Eagles rapidly approached each other. In the blink of the eye, flying sword immortal goo flew through the first Iron Crown Eagle and proceeded to pierce the second one without any loss in momentum. Two birds with one stone. The Iron Crown Eagle in front flew for a moment before breaking apart. The one behind was still intact. It continued to fly towards Fang Yuan, as if it had an immense grudge against him. Fang Yuan was about to take back flying sword immortal goo when his mind shuddered. Out of nowhere, a burst of true meaning was entering his mind. Fang Yuan's brows raised. He could not conceal his joy. This is Reckless Savage's infusion of true meaning. It seems that my original guess was not wrong. It succeeded. Fang Yuan was purposely undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. It was for the true meaning of Reckless Savage. Because in historical records, when Strength Path and Transformation Path goo masters undergo tribulation in the icy plane, they would receive an infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning, obtaining a growth in their attainment levels. But this gift was only for goo masters when they ascended to Immortal. After the goo master becomes an Immortal, the calamities and tribulations happen in their immortal apertures. They would not receive any infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, he wondered if this killer move would be able to cause the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the Desolate Beast Snow Monsters and Small Snow Monsters, he did not receive any infusion of true meaning. He thought he was wrong. But after killing the Iron Crown Eagle, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning. Although it was a dangerous situation, he could not confirm it. Now, he could finally feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of understanding arose in him. He seemed to have turned into an Iron Crown Eagle, from birth until its first flight, and until it soared the skies. He felt its wings flapping strongly. They had great strength. He clenched his fists like two claws of an Iron Crown Eagle. He looked around, being able to see up to a gigantic distance away. His Strength Path and Transformation Path attainment levels were rising. And his flying attainment level was also rising slightly. The infusion of true meaning was like the guidance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, without any withheld information. Undeniably, the rise of attainment levels gave great benefits in all aspects. If he trained normally, his attainment level might rise after decades or centuries. Other than dream realms, only something like the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning here could raise the attainment level of someone so easily. In fact, dream realms themselves are the manifestations of emotions, obsessions, and desires. They are the remains of countless wills. Once one succeeds in exploring a dream realm, their attainment level would rise. It is the same as breaking free from the obstruction of emotions in the dream realm, without losing oneself. One could extract true meaning from these scattered memories and gain a growth in attainment level. Everything, in essence, is still true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle approached, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. Fang Yuan created some distance from it and used sword marks targeting death to kill it without any mishaps. Looking over his immortal essence, there was still some left. Even though he used multiple sword path killer moves and rank 7 immortal goo, Fang Yuan was well prepared. He was not as desperate as the time he was traveling. He had not borrowed from Lang Yalan's spirit yet. Most of his resources were in fact spent on the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. There were no enemies in the sky now. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters stood on the ground, raising their heads and growling at him. The number is higher now. Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, countless green wind blades and dark vortexes appeared out of nowhere, shooting down. Like surging waves of a river, he unleashed a terrifying attack that covered the entire area, engulfing all of the snow monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred continuously. After dozens of breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped attacking. The huge number of snow monsters had decreased innumerably. The ground had a lot of empty space now. Only the desolate beast snow monsters were still around, like dozens of huge pillars. He had only used mortal methods, they were not threatened by them. Huff, huff, huff. Small sounds were produced, completely covered by the raging blizzard. More small snow monsters emerged from the snow. It has only been such a short time, but these snow monsters are still persisting. Fang Yuan felt this was quite a headache. He could only use sword marks targeting death to kill the desolate beast snow monsters quickly. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the uncountable number of small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was, no matter how many snow monsters he killed, be it desolate beasts or not, he received no true meaning of reckless savage. This earthly calamity is very strange. There aren't records of it in history, but at its current strength, it has already surpassed He Lu Land's ascension. At this time, spirals formed in the blizzard as a change occurred. Cranes flew out of the spirals. These cranes had pure white and clean feathers. They were graceful and had beautiful cries. They were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips. He charged forward with bloodthirsty intent. After killing one, there was indeed an infusion of true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan felt very excited. His eyes were shining brightly. Snow descended, wild winds blew. Fang Yuan engaged in combat with these 9 palace cranes. He moved around rapidly in all directions. He could maneuver agilely as he flew up and down. At first, he fought alone against many enemies. He was pushed back and fell into a passive position. But after killing a few 9 palace cranes, he had more space to move around. He could retreat and advance more easily. As his gains increased, he started to gain control of the situation. He had an easier time. 9 of these 9 palace cranes had appeared this time. They were 3 times the number of Iron Crown eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan. It just took a longer time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel his attainment level rising. He was improving again. This type of feeling towards getting stronger was extremely intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the uncountable number of snow monsters on the ground, his heart sank again. Earlier, he was only fighting over a dozen desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were appearing, while the desolate beast snow monsters were progressing to ancient desolate beast level. This situation made Fang Yuan determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the 3rd sword path killer move. Immortal killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fang Yuan took in a deep breath. More than 60% of his concentration was on this. He activated more than 500 mortal goo at once, and even more supplementary goo worms as time passed. This killer move's difficulty as well as the time needed to activate it were far higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used extensively. Finally, Fang Yuan took out Wave Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo looked like either a blade or water at various times. It expanded in the air, soon resembling a blue circular wave of water. It surrounded the area all around it. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters, when at this time, a huge figure descended. Fang Yuan raised his head and drew in a deep breath. He saw that a giant ruined bat had formed and filled the sky, covering the surroundings. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruined bat was huge. It was an ancient desolate beast, able to fight rank 7 goo immortals. At the same time, ruined bats were space path beasts. They had incredible destructive force if they rampaged in the immortal aperture. They could even shatter the walls of the immortal aperture. It is only my first earthly calamity, but there are so many desolate beast snow monsters, and even an ancient ruined bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge. It cast a shadow that loomed over Fong Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the blizzard weakened. The snow monsters stopped making cries and roars. They looked up at this ferocious beast in the sky. Before leaving Lang Ye Blessed Land, I had already used luck path killer moves to increase my luck. Since the tribulation, I have been using dog shit luck immortal goo continuously. My luck should have reduced the might of the earthly calamity already. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so incredibly powerful. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, focusing his mind again. The ancient ruin bat flew in the sky. Its body was huge like a mountain, crashing down on Fong Yuan. At once, aura was bursting out. The air was compressed as a strong pressure could be felt. Sword path killer move, triple layered sword wave. Fong Yuan had no way to retreat. He could only face it and use the third sword path killer move. Rumble. A loud sound. The sword waves around him started moving around. They rumbled as ripples appeared. These waves were shining with a silvery white light. They were extremely sharp and had incredible offensive power. The waves moved upwards in defiance of gravity, splitting apart in the air, as multiple gigantic waves crashed at the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound. It smashed these waves. Fong Yuan pushed with a hand. Swoosh! Another huge wave was summoned. This wave was larger than the first one. It filled the entire surroundings. There were many ripples at the edge of the wave. They were shining and emitting a dangerous aura. Wherever the sword waves went, everything was cleansed, the blizzard was wiped out, and even air shattered. Evidently, this was an area of effect attack. It used the rank 7 wave sword immortal goo as the core, along with several water path immortal goo which were borrowed from Lang Ye Land Spirit by Fong Yuan. The second sword wave crashed into the ruin bat. The ruin bat, which was flying down, stopped moving for a moment. At the same time, it screeched out in pain. The sword wave did not last long. After it receded, Fong Yuan could see that there were deep marks left by swords on the ancient ruin bat. In normal situations, ruin bats would avoid danger and would retreat when they encountered danger that threatened their lives. But this ancient ruin bat was not a normal specimen. It was formed from the earthly calamity. After getting injured, it did not rest. It charged at Fong Yuan relentlessly. The ruin bat was a space path beast. Facing it, Fong Yuan's sword escape immortal goo had little effect, because the space around Fong Yuan was affected by the ruin bat's strength. 1 or 2 steps would take several hundred steps to travel in reality. Simply dodging was a terrible idea. Even though the ruin bat flew slowly, its space path powers also restricted Fong Yuan's speed. The only way to resist was by eliminating the enemy, using offense against offense. That was the best plan. Thankfully, triple layered sword wave could unleash 3 sword waves. Its might grew with each wave. The third wave. The sword wave was 10 meters tall. It crashed towards the ancient ruin bat with immense might. The sound of the moving wave filled the world. The ripples were sharp with sword light. Even Fong Yuan, who was the user, felt his body shuddering, a feeling of chilliness inside him. Boom! The sword wave and the ruin bat collided. The ancient ruin bat's charge halted. It raised its head and cried out in utter pain. The sword wave struck at its stomach. The wounds from earlier were hit again. Its injuries were deepening. Finally, when the wave was about to run out of water, it pierced through the ancient ruin bat's back. Poof! With a loud sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruin bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruin bat slimmed down. Its huge body became much smaller. The gigantic mountain which emitted an immense pressure had been lifted. Fong Yuan felt his entire body relaxing. The space path power that was restricting him earlier had vanished. The heavily injured ancient ruin bat crashed to the ground, after floating around like a kite with its strings cut. With a huge sound, snow and ice were sent flying on impact. I killed it! Fong Yuan was joyous, but his expression suddenly changed. A huge amount of true meaning entered his mind, like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This true meaning far surpassed the total gains from earlier. In an instant, Fong Yuan's state of mind was scattered. Fong Yuan forgot himself. He was like a ruined bat, from birth to growing up, until his death. Flying in the sky, he tore through space, traveling freely in the huge world. After a momentary daze, Fong Yuan jolted to awareness. His eyes, which were unfocused, gave off a sharp light. It seems that too much true meaning would be like a snake swallowing an elephant. I would overeat and have a risk of dying from bursting my stomach. Realizing this, cold sweat dripped from Fong Yuan's forehead. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good. It was the fastest way to raise one's attainment level. But there was a limit to everything in the world. Too much of a good thing would lead to harm. With too much of Reckless Savage's true meaning, the Gu Immortal's consciousness would be destroyed. Thankfully, Fong Yuan had a Wisdom Path foundation and had defensive Wisdom Path Immortal Gu that he borrowed from Langya Land Spirit. Otherwise, Fong Yuan's consciousness would be destroyed by the true meaning. After losing his senses, he might think he was truly a ruined bat that had died in the earthly calamity. I have little immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruined bat is already dead. Fong Yuan floated in the sky, looking down. After the ruined bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into snow, breaking apart. But there were 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground, along with an uncountable number of small snow monsters. 70 feet tall ancient desolate beast snow monsters were starting to appear. Damn it! It has only been such a short time. Seeing this, Fong Yuan felt terrible. He felt a strong sense of helplessness towards such a huge group of enemies. To clear up these snow monsters, I will need to borrow immortal essence stones from Langya Land Spirit. Fong Yuan was not willing to do it. He had already repaid the debt he owed to Langya Land Spirit, but now he had no choice but to borrow again. The blizzard, which had weakened, was getting stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes flew down from the sky. Raging winds rampaged wildly. 2 ancient ruin bats started to form in the blizzard. Fong Yuan's body shook. His expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die. What sort of earthly calamity is this? Even heavenly tribulations are not this terrifying. This was, of course, just a complaint to vent his emotions. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. He shot out like an arrow, taking the initiative to attack. The ancient ruin bat earlier had almost killed him already. If 2 appeared at the same time and attacked Fong Yuan, he could not win. The earthly calamity's power was starting to decline. It was going to end. These 2 ancient ruin bats formed slowly. It could not compare to earlier. Fong Yuan wanted to attack before these 2 ancient ruin bats finished forming. But at this time, a new blizzard started to fall from the sky. Several huge snowballs were directed towards him. They were like horse carriages. Thankfully, Fong Yuan had Quasi-Grandmaster flying attainment. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fong Yuan took a look. The perpetrators were the snow monsters on the ground. After the nurturing of the blizzard, the ancient snow monsters had increased in numbers, growing rapidly. Earlier there were only a few. Now there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists as snowballs formed. After growling, they stretched their hands as the horse carriage-like snowballs shot up like meteors towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These 2 ancient ruin bats were hard to deal with, and with these snowballs obstructing his movement, his plan would be delayed. By the time these 2 ancient ruin bats formed, Fong Yuan would fail this tribulation for sure. Just as Fong Yuan was in a dangerous situation while undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture, someone else was also undergoing tribulation in the icy plane. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. The heaven and earth chi was turning into the tribulation. Master, save me! The Gu Master cried out. Facing the attack of the frost lightning, he could not retaliate. He could only watch as death descended. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure stood in front of the Gu Master undergoing tribulation. The frost lightning that was unstoppable against the Gu Master was fragile as paper in front of this person. The frost lightning appeared and disappeared just as quickly. It was useless. It could not even touch that person's clothing. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master sighed. Ever since the tribulation started, he had been sighing and feeling shocked. He was almost numb now. This is only the flying frost jumping lightning tribulation. It is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu-Du was expressionless. He felt regret looking at the lingering frost lightning. Master, from your words, you are not happy with the intensity of the tribulation? The Gu Master asked. Chu-Du answered plainly. When Gu Masters ascend, they draw in heaven and earth chi. During this process, they would mingle with heaven's will. If they ask any questions regarding cultivation, heaven's will would give them an answer. This is also known as natural inspiration. But in the northern icy plain, when strength path Gu Masters undergo immortal ascension, they would trigger reckless savage's true meaning. Because of this, the Gu Master does not interact with heaven's will. Instead, they will mingle with reckless savage's true meaning, and their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise sharply. The stronger the tribulation, the higher the quantity of reckless savage's true meaning gathered. I nurtured all of you disciples because I want the true meaning of reckless savage during your ascension. Obtaining the true meaning would allow my strength path attainment level to rise. So that's it. The Gu Master realized. So this is what Master meant regarding the need for my help when you made me your disciple back then? Chu-Du was about to speak when a huge sound from a great distance was heard. Chu-Du looked. He saw that far away, space was cracked, like a broken mirror. The scene of Fong Yuan fighting with the ancient ruined bats in his immortal aperture could be seen. This? Chu-Du's body shook. His eyes were shining immediately. Chu-Du, known as Domination Immortal, a legendary person in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was born in a poor family. He was not of the Huang Jin bloodline. He had a lowly start. Even his aperture awakening was by chance. Without any teachers or tribesmen to help him, he cultivated alone. He cultivated strength path, but was not restrained by the flaws of it. With his overwhelming talent, he independently created Jin Strength Gu, Strength of Tenjin Gu, Jun Strength Gu, Strength of Tenjun Gu and others. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step, under everyone's shocked gazes. He turned from immortal to an immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. When he became a Gu Immortal, he went back to his roots and created the human Jun Strength branch. This small branch gave the dying strength path a surge of rejuvenation. It was as if vitality had filled dying trees. Strength path shined again in a different light. After the beast strength phantom branch and atmospheric heaven and earth branch, it was recognized by everyone that strength path had a new human Jun Strength branch. With his efforts alone, he changed the future of strength path. Nobody could deny his grand achievement. Now, 9 out of 10 Northern Plains Gu Masters cultivated strength path on the side. They mostly used the human Jun Strength branch. Destiny was a mystical thing, nobody could decipher it. Be it Chu-Du or Fong Yuan, they had never thought that they would meet in such a situation. Fong Yuan was undergoing tribulation. Because of the ancient ruined bat's power, his immortal aperture's walls were shattered, connecting to the outside world. And Chu-Du was assisting his disciple in his immortal ascension tribulation, absorbing the true meaning of reckless savage. The northern icy plain was so huge, but these two people chose their tribulation location so closely. Both of their eyes made contact over the distance in an instant. Chu-Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other was toying with the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fong Yuan was wearing a white robe. He had a sharp gaze. His body was injured. Battle intent rose in him like he was a divine sword. The sharpness in him made even Chu-Du frown. Someone is undergoing tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruined bat inside has reckless savage's true meaning. It manifested using the tribulation. This person has such an amazing method. He can replicate the immortal ascension and obtain reckless savage's true meaning to improve himself. Chu-Du felt immense shock before it turned into joy. Domination Immortal Chu-Du. Fong Yuan was shocked. This person is helping another person with his tribulation. He must be after reckless savage's true meaning. Oh no. He saw what is going on here. He will definitely seek me. Fong Yuan had obtained the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture from Land Spirit. This was a huge attraction to Domination Immortal Chu-Du. As long as I can get his method, why would I need to bother with raising disciples for immortal ascension? I can undergo tribulations myself and draw in reckless savage's true meaning. The tribulations would be stronger and I would obtain even more true meaning. That would be best. I must get this method. Chu-Du screamed in his mind. He shot towards Fong Yuan like a flash of lightning. He was known as the Domination Immortal. In the past, when he was rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him and was beaten to a pulp. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but the 3 lone immortals were chased by the newly ascended Chu-Du. He chased them for an enormous distance before killing all 3 immortals. 100 years later, Chu-Du and a Gu immortal of Lu tribe had a conflict. After a dozen rounds of fighting, the Lu tribe Gu immortal lost and begged him for mercy, but Chu-Du killed him without hesitation. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu immortals. Chu-Du's 2 fists could not rival 4 palms. He was outnumbered. He went into seclusion for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He went around and destroyed 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. 3 of Lu tribe's Gu immortals chased after him, but he did not run away. Instead, he forced the 3 Lu tribe Gu immortals to retreat and even nearly attacked their headquarters. Chu-Du encircled Lu tribe's blessed land and refused to leave. Lu tribe's first supreme elder emerged outside in anger, fighting with Chu-Du for a long time. He was an experienced rank 7 expert, but he could not do anything to Chu-Du. He could only let him leave freely. After this battle, Chu-Du's reputation surged. The entire Gu immortal world found out about his domineering style. No Gu immortal dared to look down on him. Those who tried to find trouble with him had to consider it thoroughly before acting. But after this battle, Chu-Du became very low profile. He cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. It was only during the recent Northern Plains auction that he appeared in front of everyone. Now, it seemed that in the past, Chu-Du gained a huge growth in strength and defeated Lu tribe because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He nurtured a few Gu masters and helped them to ascend to immortal. His strength path attainment level reached Grandmaster level, and he created his own immortal killer moves. When the time was ripe, he took advantage of Lu tribe's temporary weakness and challenged them. He not only took revenge for himself, he even created a fierce reputation. These last years, he had been secluded, staying inside the northern icy plain, trying to excavate the huge treasure known as Reckless Savage's true meaning. Chu-Du saw Fong Yuan. He not only wanted Fong Yuan's method of drawing out Reckless Savage's true meaning, he even had a feeling of unhappiness because his treasure was being taken by others. Thus, he did not think too deeply. He attacked directly. He wanted to take down Fong Yuan and interrogate the method to lure out Reckless Savage's true meaning. Though the distance was great, it was nothing to Gu immortals. Their distance was shrinking rapidly. Ha! Chu-Du stretched out his right hand, pointing at Fong Yuan, who was in the immortal aperture, but a sword light shot at him first. He reacted quickly, but Fong Yuan was even faster. Almost at the first instant, Fong Yuan used sword marks targeting death and shot out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Flying Sword pierced through the sky, shining in bright silvery light. Chu-Du could not look at it directly. Chu-Du chuckled. He stretched out his right arm, grabbing at Flying Sword. Boom! An explosion caused the air to burst. A huge strength path phantom in the form of Chu-Du's right hand squeezed the air. It was like a rampaging mountain, moving quickly and grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Surprise flashed across Fong Yuan's eyes. Chu-Du's strength path phantom hand was very similar to his giant hand. But evidently, his strength path giant hand was not only stronger than Fong Yuan's, it was even more agile. Chu-Du's strength path giant hand moved together with his actual right hand. After grabbing Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Chu-Du clenched his fist and directly sealed Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fong Yuan instantly felt that his connection to Flying Sword Immortal Gu weakened severely. Chu-Du frowned in an unnoticeable manner. He opened his clenched fist. He saw a trace of blood at the center of his palm. It was the killer move sword marks targeting death's effect. Interesting, he commented lightly, while he said that the injury on his palm has already healed. Hand over the method and I will spare your life. Chu-Du proclaimed, but when he raised his head, his expression changed. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan chopped off the lower half of his body. He used a certain blood path killer move and refined his lower body into a pool of blood. The blood fused into the immortal aperture's gap and fixed the crack within space in an instant. Chu Du quickly used his strength path giant hand to attack. But it was a moment too late. He had lost his chance. The giant hand failed to hit anything. Like a crashing meteor, it landed on the ground and formed a huge crater of over dozens of meters wide. Chu Du flew to the spot where Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture with a heavy expression. He did not have any method to break into the immortal aperture. Damn it! Why did I encounter domination immortal of all people? Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan only was left with his upper body. He floated in the air. His injuries were severe. His lower body had already been refined and used. Intense pain did not affect Fang Yuan due to the use of goo worms. Faced with two ancient ruin bats, he kept his composure and calmness. I have to kill these two ruin bats as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless. Triple-layered sword wave. He used this killer move consecutively. The waves crashed against the ancient ruin bats. Ugh! Fang Yuan's 7 orifices spurted blood. His head was dizzy. He was on the verge of fainting. His head was hurting. Triple-layered sword wave was a killer move that used many goo worms. It was not easy to activate. In order to use so many goo worms, he had used up all of the thoughts in his mind. His brain was in a state of overuse. And to protect his aperture walls, to prevent the ancient ruin bats from causing more destruction, Fang Yuan had to block all of the ancient ruin bats' attacks desperately. Seconds passed like years. Every time he blocked an ancient ruin bat's attack, Fang Yuan's vision turned dark. He was uncertain about his capability regarding blocking the next attack. He could not think of anything else. All of his newly produced thoughts were used to mobilize all of the goo worms in his body. Both sides were like warriors in a death match. They attacked with sharp weapons and stabbed their opponents continuously. Whoever was unable to endure it would fall in defeat first. After an unknown period of time, a gust of wind blew. Clarity flashed in Fang Yuan's dazed eyes. Did I succeed? He looked up in the sky, at the falling ancient ruin bat as he muttered to himself. Soon, the thoughts in his mind replenished amply. He could finally think again. He finally killed one ancient ruin bat. There was still another left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. His face was pale as paper, but it showed a distorted expression as he charged towards the ancient ruin bat again. It was much easier for him this time. Facing an ancient ruin bat alone, Fang Yuan felt much less pressure. The thoughts in his mind increased in number. He could think of more things. He could attack the ruin bat after making rational decisions in response. But he did not dare to relax. If another ancient ruin bat formed, it would be troublesome. Even worse was if Domination Immortal Chu Du was allowed to come in. If that happened, Fang Yuan's situation would be far worse. It might be even more terrifying than dying in the calamity. But eventually, the heaven and earth chi calmed, and Fang Yuan succeeded in killing the third ancient ruin bat. No more ruin bats formed, and Chu Du was absent. The calamity has ended. I finally survived this. Fang Yuan looked down weakly. This place had already turned into an icy field. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were staring at him, growling as they showed ruthless expressions. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough. There are no resources in here yet. I will let these snow monsters stay for now. They cannot break the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to the first layer of the heavens in the sky of his immortal aperture. He was severely injured. He needed to recuperate. While healing his injuries, he also needed to prepare for battle. If Chu Du invaded this place, it would no laughing matter. 3 days later, inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was extremely huge. Its layout was like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fang Yuan succeeded in passing the tribulation, he had been staying inside the first layer of the 9 heavens to heal. At this moment, he was at a crucial moment of healing his injuries. Fang Yuan was submerged hundreds of feet under a lake of blood which filled a wide surrounding range. He was gravely injured. It was a sad sight. His entire lower body was cut away. Only his upper body was in the lake of blood. The lake of blood was full of life force. It entered his huge injury continuously. After 3 days, a blood-colored silhouette could be vaguely seen in the form of his legs and lower body. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red. The moment he opened them, it was as if lightning shined deeply inside the dark lake of blood. Blood path body refinement. Restore my immortal body. Fang Yuan cried out in his mind. Countless thoughts were colliding. Tens of thousands of mortal goo were mobilized with thoughts. They shined with dazzling light. These mortal goo were placed in various parts of the blood lake. Once connected, the entire dark lake of blood shined in a bright red light. Gradually, the lights from these mortal goo fused into one. A rank 6 immortal goo emerged from Fang Yuan's body, floating upwards. This goo resembled a round pearl. It was as large as a goose egg. The pearl had countless markings on it that were moving around, like the blooming of a field of lotuses or the rumbling of clouds. Blood path immortal goo. Blood asset. This immortal goo was not one known to Fang Yuan. This was a goo innovated by the previous Lang Ye land spirit. He had created this using blood path goo recipes he bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Blood asset immortal goo's effect was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during refinement. If the refinement failed, some of these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored afterwards using blood asset immortal goo. Ever since he obtained this immortal goo, the previous Lang Ye land spirit had saved a huge amount of resources. The previous land spirit treasured this immortal goo deeply. He would not exchange it no matter what. But after changing personalities, the new Lang Ye land spirit most wanted to promote the rise of hairy men. He did not have much interest in goo refinement. When transacting with Fang Yuan, blood asset immortal goo fell into Fang Yuan's demonic clutches. Fang Yuan obtained it and did not outwardly express any emotions, but he was overjoyed internally. This goo could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary goo immortals. But Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. Not only could he display its full ability, he could also use it in a variety of ways that surpassed its original limits. Like now, blood asset immortal goo caused the entire lake of blood to boil, like a volcano that was ready to erupt with molten magma underneath. Large numbers of bubbles floated to the surface of the lake. Streams of life force gushed into blood asset immortal goo like sparrows returning to their nests. Blood asset immortal goo floated above Fang Yuan's head. It rapidly rotated, like an inexhaustible black hole. It drew away all of the vitality in the lake of blood. Next, after purification, a stream of life force that could be seen with the naked eye, resembling translucent flowing water, poured into Fang Yuan's body. Crack, crack. Fang Yuan's bones were cracking. It was a delightful sound. His withered flesh became enriched, inflating like a ball. The injuries on his skin vanished instantly. His long black hair grew out, covered in a layer of gloss. Most important was the huge injury on Fang Yuan's body. The translucent blood-colored silhouette of his lower body started to gain physical form under the injection of vitality. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's heavy injuries healed. His flesh recovered and he was whole again. Whoosh! Fang Yuan shot out of the lake of blood like an arrow, appearing in the air. His consciousness swept around the area as he nodded in satisfaction. This body created by sovereign immortal fetus goo is truly profound and mystical. I have Tao marks of every path, yet they don't interfere with each other. Because of this, I can use healing methods of any path and display their full effect. If not, how could I recover from this terrible injury in only 3 days? Fang Yuan stretched out his arm. Blood asset immortal goo shot out of the lake of blood like a meteor, into Fang Yuan's hands. Holding this immortal goo in front of him, Fang Yuan took a look of appreciation before placing it on his chest. Blood asset immortal goo lived on Fang Yuan's body, at his chest area, turning into a red pearl tattoo. This type of storage was not safe. If Fang Yuan's body was destroyed, blood asset immortal goo would also face destruction. Immortal goo were extremely fragile, even toddlers could kill rank 9 immortal goo. It was safest to keep it in the immortal aperture. But now, Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was still in the outside world. He could only do this, but as long as he was careful, there would be no issue. In the 500 years of my previous life, I could not obtain a single blood path immortal goo even after a long search. I had no choice but to refine spring-autumn cicada. If I had this blood path immortal goo back then, I would have already achieved much more in life. Even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would be able to fight them confidently. Fong Yuan was not simply bragging. In his previous life, he had battle strength at the peak of rank 6. He had fought against 2 ordinary rank 7 goo immortals and won. Even though there were many reasons for the outcomes, like the terrain and other coincidences, defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was truly an incredible feat. Of course, compared to Bo Qing and Feng Jiugu, this was a very ordinary achievement. But the important thing was, Fong Yuan defeated the rank 7 goo immortals without any immortal goo himself. He used blood path mortal goo and mortal killer moves to defeat such strong foes. During that time, Fong Yuan became an immortal using blood path. He not only created his own blood path mortal goo, he even designed many blood path killer moves. They were either high in power, had mysterious effects, or were very bloodthirsty abilities. Fong Yuan's blood path attainment level was Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a blood path immortal goo. If he had it, he could quickly modify his mortal killer moves into countless immortal killer moves. His battle strength would surge immensely. In his previous life or even after rebirth, Fong Yuan did not obtain a single blood path immortal goo. After rebirth, he advanced rapidly, taking huge risks and facing great challenges. Because of all sorts of reasons, he did not obtain a single blood path immortal goo. Until recently, he finally obtained blood asset immortal goo from trading with Langya Land Spirit. Actually, Fong Yuan did not want to start his blood path cultivation so early. Any blood path goo immortal would be detected by Heavenly Court and be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood path was very harmful. Even demonic cultivators did not like them. Everyone wanted to exterminate them. When Fong Yuan obtained blood asset immortal goo, he thought, the less I use it, the better. But situations were unpredictable. During the tribulation, he encountered domination immortal Chu Du. His life was at stake. He had to use blood asset immortal goo to create the immortal killer move to seal the gap in the aperture wall. When healing himself, Fong Yuan also used a blood path killer move. Only this healing technique could heal his injuries rapidly and allow him to defend against the huge threat of Chu Du. Fong Yuan did not want to ask for more help from Langya Land Spirit. The more he exposed, the higher the chances of leaking information. Fong Yuan had reserved some information from Langya Land Spirit. He concealed the biggest secret of sovereign immortal aperture. Fong Yuan was a blood path grandmaster. With his 500 years of deep accumulation, it was easy to modify blood path mortal killer moves into immortal killer moves. It was a natural process. It was unlike He Lulan in the past, who faced so much difficulty in elevating self-strength phantom to immortal level. In fact, he had created many blood path immortal goo recipes in his previous life. But because his refinement path and wisdom path attainment levels were too low, he could not continue on those deductions. They were very incomplete. After retrieving blood asset immortal goo, Fong Yuan thought to himself, 3 days have passed. Chu Du did not attack. It seems he has no methods to break into the immortal aperture. 3 days ago, Fong Yuan paid a huge price of getting heavily injured to seal the aperture wall's gap, causing Chu Du's plan to fail. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them already. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time for preparation, they would not take 3 days. Thus, Fong Yuan surmised that Chu Du had no options. This was not strange. After an immortal aperture is placed in the 5 regions, as long as the entrance was not open, they would shrink into a tiny spot and be undetectable. Outsiders could not break in. Back then, when Immortal Crane's sect attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they had to use Fong Zheng's bloodline as a connection to use blood path methods in sensing where the Blessed Land was. Chu Du was a strength path Gu Immortal, while methods to pierce into immortal apertures involved space path. Fong Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax as a result. Even though Chu Du could not break into the sovereign immortal aperture, he could stay behind and guard this area. This was an expected situation. Thinking from his perspective, as the strength path Gu Immortal Chu Du who wanted to obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning desperately, Would he ever give up such a huge opportunity? In the past, when facing Lu tribe, a super force, Chu Du did not leave and stayed outside their headquarters, until Lu tribe's first supreme elder fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone. How could he compare to Lu tribe? Even if he added in Langya blessed land, it could not match Lu tribe. Those hairy man Gu immortals had negligible battle strength. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture walls, he could find others to help. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I collect my immortal aperture and use sword escape, can I escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword escape immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. I would need to stop if I want to change directions. This is a major flaw. Against ordinary Gu immortals it would work, but against domination immortal it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew below the first layer of the heavens. When he got to the part of the sky where he was undergoing tribulation, the snow monsters sensed Fang Yuan and growled at him. Ancient snow monsters even raised their hands, throwing huge snowballs at him. After sighing, Fang Yuan had no choice but to leave. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still around. I have to ignore them for now. In any case, this immortal aperture has nothing for them to destroy. I have sword escape immortal Gu, but my sword path attainment level is too low. There is more hope in blood path methods. Next, I should modify mortal killer moves and create a blood path immortal killer move, using blood asset immortal Gu as the core, for use in movement. Western Desert on a certain trail. Kill these bastards. The money is all ours. Let's rob them. Guards, defend us. If these goods are lost, the clan will not let us off. Sounds of fighting could be heard. Around a sandy dune, a group of bandits and caravan members were fighting in an intense battle. This bandit group had been committing crimes in the desert for a long time. They were all human Gu masters. They were fierce and experienced in battle. They were quite strong. In the merchant caravan, there were few humans. They were mostly feathermen. A portion of this group of featherman Gu masters were standing on the ground guarding the goods, while some were flying in the sky, fighting the bandits. Waves of fiery attacks were unleashed. The temperature was rising. At times, wind blades were shot out, cutting the trail or directly into people, causing bloodshed. Western Desert was flourishing with fire path and wind path Gu worms. Gu masters of these two paths were most common. After a moment, the bandits had the upper hand. They suffered little loss. But the merchant caravan was already heavy with casualties. Han Li was lying in a pile of goods. His body was covered in blood. His face was charred. He had been hit by a wind blade earlier during the intense battle. There was a deep and long injury on his chest. It was still bleeding. His face was charred because a fire pellet had exploded around him. The hot debris had slammed into his face. Damn it! Am I going to die here today? The battle scene had Han Li feel despair. He had started his cultivation journey after much difficulties, becoming a Gu master by chance. But he was chased out and could only be a vagrant. To survive, he joined this caravan as a member, but to think that such a merchant caravan would still be targeted by bandits. Run! This merchant caravan is finished. I am not going to die with them. Smart people will run with me. These feathermen are finished. Even if they return alive, they will be executed by the clan. The loss was assured. The merchant caravan members started to escape for themselves. They were all human Gu masters employed to be guards. These fellows, ignore them, conserve our primeval essence. Even if we die, we will die fighting. The featherman Gu masters gritted their teeth, saying angrily, "How can this be?" Han Li was dazed. He was very young and inexperienced. He could not react to the fact that these human Gu masters were escaping. "Why are you not running?" A featherman Gu master walked over and saw Han Li. Han Li gasped. He did not know what to do. He knew who this featherman Gu master was. He was the leader of the caravan. Even though your cultivation level is low, in some ways, you are far superior to those escaping humans. The featherman leader sighed, before patting Han Li's shoulder. His hand flashed with light. He patted Han Li's shoulder 3 times. His injuries healed at once. Amazing! This is the might of a rank 4 Gu master. Han Li was shocked. He wanted to express his gratitude. But the Featherman leader had already charged into the battlefield. The front lines were in a critical state already. The Featherman leader had to join the fight. Once the rank 4 Gu master attacked, the bandits suffered huge losses. Many fell off their horses. Among the bandit group, there were rank 4 experts too. But they were sitting at the back, watching coldly with icy smiles on their faces. The Featherman leader quickly controlled the battlefield. He killed many enemies. Han Li watched with much enthusiasm, while the other Feathermen praised loudly. But the Featherman leader's state of mind was turning grim. He knew that the enemy was ruthless. They were using cannon fodder to waste his primeval essence. When the true bandit experts appear, he would have less primeval essence. He would be at a disadvantage. Whoosh! At this time, wind could be heard from afar. The wind was huge and grand, like the howling of a desolate beast. Everyone looked over, as someone shouted, "Oh no! It is a golden thread tornado." The tornadoes in Western Desert were split into golden thread, silver thread, bronze thread, and so on in decreasing order of strength. Golden thread tornadoes were the strongest. Even a rank 4 Gu master would perish if they got trapped in them. The Feathermen panicked, the bandits also panicked. Like gunpowder that had been ignited, they shouted loudly as they charged towards the caravan. They wanted to take down the merchant caravan before the golden thread tornado appeared, to take the precious goods and leave. "Hold on," the Featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was dangerous and Featherman Gu masters would still likely die in it, they were able to naturally fly. They would be in a much better situation than the humans. This intense battle reached the climax. Every moment people lost their lives. Han Li was hiding in between the goods as he defended them. He had low cultivation level, he was not a significant target, the bandits did not think of him as a threat. Han Li was indeed not a threat. When his primeval essence was expended, he was no different from a powerless mortal. Few of the fire pellets and wind blades hit Han Li, because he was near the goods, and both parties did not want to ruin the goods. The tornado moved quickly, it was still far away earlier, but now it was already close to the battlefield. Winds howled, sand flew in the air. When hitting against Han Li's body, he felt numb and pain. "Retreat!" Even though he was unwilling, the astute bandit leader called out, choosing to retreat. The bandits moved like the wind. Even though they were injured and had blood-red eyes, they left quickly. "Quickly! Move these goods away." The Featherman leader had severe injuries, but he still placed his focus on the goods first. The Feathermen quickly saved the goods. Nobody cared about Han Li. The tornado assaulted. Han Li could not save himself. He was sucked into it. Many Feathermen and large amounts of goods followed after him. Han Li was swept into the tornado. His vision was spinning. He could not tell which direction he was facing. He was like a flower, flying along with the raging winds. He was in danger of dying. Bam! He did not know whether he had hit a rock or some goods, but he fainted at once. After a long time, he slowly woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man was sitting beside him, speaking faintly. "You? Who are you?" Han Li was still in a daze. He looked around and realized that he was lying on sand. There were rocks, corpses, and goods scattered around him. The tornado stopped? I survived. Han Li was stunned before bursting out in joy. "If I did not save you, how could you survive?" The old man smiled. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Han Li quickly paid respects, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The old man nodded in appreciation. "Back in the day, before becoming an immortal, I was just like you. Today, the tornado that you got swept into was caused by me. I lost my bet with Tianjin after all. Before dying, I will impart the true inheritance of my entire life to you. Central Continent. Inside Broken Sword Valley. Where is Sword Chigu? Chase. This Sword Chigu is mine. Don't think of snatching it away." A group of Gu masters were shouting. They formed into a stream of people as they charged into the valley. "Lad, don't block us. Anyone who gets in our way will die." Hong Yi was outside of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a group of frenzied Gu masters charging towards him. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Hong Yi's expression paled. He quickly escaped as he moved out of their way. A group of Gu masters whipped a dust storm, running past Hong Yi's body rapidly. What is going on? Hong Yi muttered, his heart was still pounding. Listening to a conversation among some people passing by explained the situation to him. I heard there is a rank 4 sword Chi Gu. No wonder so many people are going after it. Let's go quickly. We might be able to encounter a rank 4 sword Chi Gu. Wishful thinking. How long has it been since this broken sword valley was created? There might be only one rank 4 sword Chi Gu. Don't even think about it. Sword Chi Gu. Rank 4? Hong Yi's heart shook. A look of envy appeared on his face. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley before, but earlier it was not like this. As it turned out, before the Battle of Tian Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing awakened, he had shot out countless sword lights from under falling heavenly river. One sword light landed here, cutting this mountain into two, creating the shape of this valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. Initially, people did not pay attention to it, but soon, Central Continent Gu Masters realized that this valley was producing wild sword path Gu worms. As it turned out, the sword light was not ordinary. Every sword light contains sword path Dao marks. After the sword light landed here, sword path Dao marks were carved into the valley. A special location was created, and many wild sword path Gu worms were slowly produced here. This fact could not be concealed. More and more Gu masters came here to find treasures. Earlier, a rank 4 sword Chi Gu was found by someone, creating a huge commotion for everyone. Rank 4 wild Gu worms are extremely rare. Even if I encounter one, I would not be able to catch it. It is too dangerous. Hong Yi thought as he carefully explored this valley. He moved away from the crowd. In an ordinary-looking location, he saw something shocking. It was a common caterpillar molting. But the thing was, the caterpillar's skin was shining. Hong Yi was stunned before recognizing this scene. He was overjoyed. Such luck! I actually came during the moment when the insect becomes a Gu. This aura it is emitting is so strong. Is it rank 4 or rank 5? Hong Yi could not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly grabbed it in his hands. He immediately moved away to a safer location, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later, he succeeded in refining it. He obtained a very strange rank 5 sword path Gu worm. It was black and palm-sized. It looked like a miniature sword sheath of iron. Rank 5 sword sheath Gu. What's the use of this Gu? Even though I obtained a rank 5 Gu, my primeval essence can't activate it. Hong Yi sighed to himself when suddenly, he saw a sword path Gu worm coming out of a bush near him. It flew slowly towards him and entered the sword sheath Gu in his hand. Hong Yi was shocked. At once he was speechless. Southern border on a nameless small mountain. It was night time. A huge rainstorm was pouring down. Shang Xinci, your life ends here today. A muscular man walked towards the peak with his arms behind his back. There were 3 Gu masters defending themselves. 1 male, 2 females. One female Gu master was heavily injured. She was Shang Xinci's servant, Xiao Lan. The other female Gu master had long, silky black hair flowing like a waterfall. Her skin was white like snow. She was extremely beautiful. It was Shang Xinci. Seeing the person approaching, Shang Xinci smiled bitterly. Shang Baishi, to think that it was really you. Why do you need to fight to the death with me? Shang Baishi laughed loudly. Father died, elder brother died. Chao Feng also died. As long as I kill you, 8th brother will ascend to the position of Shang clan leader. Thus, you must die today. Shang Xinci heard these words and her body shook. She almost fell to the ground, as if an invisible force had pushed her. She said in a mournful tone, for the position of clan leader, Shang Pu Lao is truly so cold-hearted and cruel? Shang Baishi smiled coldly. Yes, you saved 8th brother's life before, but so what? You want him to repay you with kindness and hand over the position of clan leader? Humph. Shang clan leader has authority over the entire city. You have undue benevolence. How can you compete with 8th brother? Shang Xnci shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think of fighting for the position of clan leader. Exactly, that is why you are in this state right now. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xnci, what's the need to talk to this scumbag? Yifan was frowning. His tone expressed his utter hatred and disgust towards Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, you should leave. He only wants my life, I will give it to him. You are not involved in this. Don't interfere. Quickly leave. Shang Xnci pushed Yifan's back, urging him to leave. I will not go. Yifan shouted. Lady Xnci, you were the one who saved me. A droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. How can I abandon you? Humph. How touching. But you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Today all three of you will die. Shang Xnci, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all of you, wouldn't the survivors tarnish Eighth Brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he got closer. Yifan gritted his teeth. Even though he was heavily injured and could not stand straight, he stood in front of Shang Xnci. A brave man, Shang Baishi commented, before pushing as Yifan fell to the ground. If you were in your peak condition, I would have to be wary of you. But your primeval essence has been used up, you are no threat. Ha ha ha. Shang Baishi laughed as he approached Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci shut her eyes, giving up any futile resistance. Before dying, in the depths of her heart, the figure of a man appeared. One thought emerged in her mind. If I could see him one last time before dying, how good would that be? But even after waiting for a while, she did not feel Shang Baishi's attack. Shang Xnci opened her eyes in confusion. She only saw that Shang Baishi was some steps in front of her, not moving at all. He was stiff as a statue. An expression of fear was frozen on his face. Humph. For simply some authority and wealth, you disregarded kinship. You are truly a disgrace to Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are. Shang Xnci was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xnci with approval, saying warmly, Don't be afraid. I am an ancestor of Shang clan, Shang Qing. I have decided, from now onwards, you will assume the role of Shang clan leader. Pot River resembled a long jade belt. It was situated in the eastern area of central continent. The water in Pot River was smooth flowing, like a beautiful song. It was graceful and harmonious. Ing Wuxie stood on the bank of Pot River as he waited for Feng Chanzi. Meanwhile, He Lulan, Shirnu, and Tai Bai Yunshang were hiding nearby, protecting Ing Wuxie's safety. The river water flowed slowly. 2 dragonflies were flying above the river, landing on the pot grass nearby at times. There was a lot of pot grass growing in Pot River. This type of grass was deeply rooted in the soil below the river, drawing in nutrients. They were long and thin. The tip of the grass emerged above the river surface. The tip of one of the stalks of pot grass had a brown fruit. This fruit was still fist-sized. It was not mature now. The fruit was empty inside, and was not tightly closed. The tip was opened widely. At this moment, a dragonfly followed the smell of the fruit and entered the fruit rashly. It struggled for a moment, but it was captivated by the intense aroma. It did not fly out again. Ing Wuxie watched silently. He knew, in a few months, more fruits would grow, the fruits would get larger, they would attract more insects and even fish and prawns. As they grow, the fruit would close up eventually, and when they fully mature, the tips of the pot grass would look like brown pots, tightly sealed. And next, Pot River's annual flood season would come. During the flood season, Pot River would no longer be calm. Water would move rapidly, sweeping all of the pot grass away. All these brown fruits would travel in the river, leaving their origins and floating away. On the 2 sides of the river, Gu masters would start to haul up all of these fruits. After smashing them, they could obtain the fish and insects inside, as well as some seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance of getting Gu worms from them. These Gu worms were sleeping in the pot grass. They could be easily refined. A super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind Cloud Manor, was in charge in Pot River. During this time every year, they would hold a festival around Pot River. Countless goo masters would be drawn here, of all ages and genders. Not just Wind Cloud Manor's disciples, but even all the surrounding forces would join in the festive season. As Ing Wuxie looked at the pot grass in the river, his gaze began drifting elsewhere. In order to get the light of the immemorial era, he had already stayed in Pot River for some time. On the surface, he was calm and peaceful, but a lot of frustration was building up inside him, and this feeling was getting stronger as time continued to pass. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, but it is sealed now and is unusable. Before I refine it again, I will be watched by Heaven's will. Not only can Heaven's will influence my emotions stealthily, it can even plot and influence others to attack me. I cannot give Heaven's will any time to prepare. I cannot stay at the same spot for a long time. If Feng Chanzi does not show up again, I have to give up on this. Ing Wuxie made up his mind. At this time, a green figure flew rapidly along the surface of Pot River, towards Ing Wuxie. It is that rank 6 level grass puppet avatar. Be alert. Stay wary of any unexpected surprises. Shadow Sex Immortals transmitted, focusing their minds. The grass puppet avatar saw Ing Wuxie and said arrogantly, "The light of the immemorial era is with me, but Master said that the earlier price will not do. You have to pay an extra 30% on that basis." "What? Another 30%? This is extortion. This Feng Chanzi really dares to raise it. The price was already very high. With another 30%, it is exorbitant." Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yun Shang discussed. Ing Wuxie was also furious, but there was no choice. He needed the light of the immemorial era. To refine fixed immortal travel, the light of the immemorial era was needed. There were no alternatives. After staying silent for a while, Ing Wuxie nodded. "I'll agree to it." The grass puppet avatar snorted. "Then let's trade." Ing Wuxie was already prepared amply. Both sides transacted quickly. The grass puppet avatar counted the amount before showing a satisfied expression. Ing Wuxie suffered a huge loss. He paid a great price, but he had finally obtained the light of the immemorial era. He was overall still pleased with it. He smiled at the grass puppet avatar. "It has been a pleasant transaction. We should trade again some other time." The grass puppet avatar said, "Humph. Again? That depends on my master's mood." Actually, earlier Master did not want to trade, but he had lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu some time ago. He wants to recoup his losses, so I came. You must remember this. My master definitely did not give the light of the immemorial era to you. I understand. Actually, your manor has a huge inventory. It is truly a sea of treasure. Just a bit of the light of the immemorial era, what could it affect? Nobody would notice for sure. Ing Wuxie said politely. "Enough. This matter is over. Quickly leave now. We cannot stay here for long." The grass puppet avatar said before leaving. Even without its reminder, Ing Wuxie was already ready to leave. Concealing their traces, after flying for 100,000 li, Shadow Sex Group landed in a nameless forest, resting and recovering. Just now, even though we obtained the light of the immemorial era, Feng Chanzi's price was too high. We paid too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, we still need other supplementary immortal materials. Shi Nu said. Thankfully, the light of the immemorial era is already obtained. The following matters are easier to solve. We can make use of Defy. Tai Bai Yun Shang suggested. The important thing is, how many refinements can you do with this portion of the light of the immemorial era? He Lulan got to the point immediately. When goo immortals refine immortal goo, just one batch of immortal materials was not enough. Disregarding the Harryman heaven and earth style, and just looking at the human isolation style, the chances of refining a rank 6 immortal goo were often less than 1%. Theoretically, Ing Wuxie and others should have prepared 100 portions of materials. But after experimentation, reality was even more cruel. Because the success rate was not just dependent on the amount of immortal materials. Many times, even with more than 100 portions of immortal materials, one can still fail the refinement. This portion of light of the immemorial era can last for 9 refinement attempts. Ing Wuxie said as he paused. He secretly activated an immortal goo in his body. Rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo. This immortal goo originally belonged to Qin by Shang, coincidentally, because he needed it, Sure Nu obtained it and used it temporarily. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect failed, and this luck inspection immortal goo was transferred to Ing Wuxia. This was an investigative goo worm that could inspect the luck of people. Ing Wuxia's eyes shone as he looked above him. His vision was very different now. A luck pillar, resembling an illusion, appeared in Ing Wuxia's eyes. Ing Wuxia was taken aback. Why did my luck improve so much out of nowhere? He had already inspected his own luck long ago. It was very bad. And because of spring-autumn cicada's drawback, his luck was continuing to decrease. But now it was much better than his initial assessment. Don't tell me. A thought flashed in Ing Wuxia's mind. He thought of Feng Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in Lang Yalan Spirit's hands. Earlier, Shadow Sect invaded Lang Yalan Spirit and took a portion of Refinement Cauldron. We even destroyed dog shit luck immortal goo accidentally. Lang Yalan Spirit was preparing to refine it once again, and it just so happens that he succeeded recently. Perhaps he has already lent dog shit luck to Feng Yuan. Ing Wuxia felt that this was the most likely possibility. A few days ago, he was informed that Feng Yuan had passed his tribulation. Because Shadow Sect still had one hairy man goo immortal traitor left inside Lang Ya Blessed Land. That must be it. Originally, Feng Yuan connected his luck to several people, splitting it equally. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, my body is Feng Yuan's, while he still has his soul. Both involve the connected luck. When he uses dog shit luck immortal goo to improve his own luck, it will flow down like water going towards Yifan, Han Li, Hong Yi, and He Lulan. And these 4 people have luck connected to my body. Thus, I also benefited from it. No wonder I waited so long earlier with no results and slim hopes. But now, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu and needs capital. Thus he transacted with me and I obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxia found out about Feng Yuan's immense value. His immortal aperture has to undergo tribulation every 2 months. He must have used dog shit luck to increase his luck and decrease the might of the earthly calamity. This way I can benefit from it. I do not need to go to northern plains and find longevity heaven to borrow luck. Even though he knows that this would strengthen his enemies, he has no choice. Because the calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture far exceed logic. He has to do everything he can to survive every crisis. However, he chose to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. It was truly a wise move. Heaven's will is targeting him, trying to get rid of him. It would definitely strengthen the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, Reckless Savage's true meaning replaced a portion of heaven's will. It greatly reduced the danger. I hope you can survive this. I will reclaim your body one day. After staying in the nameless forest for a while, Ing Wuxia and the others moved off on their journey again. Ing Wuxia was moving quickly. He was pressed for time. Not only because his main body's remnant soul was stuck in the dream realm, facing great danger all the time, he had to make use of this good luck to refine fixed immortal travel, because the chances of success would be much higher. Northern plains, northern icy plain. Master, how long must we stay here? The newly advanced strength path rank 6 Gu Immortal asked meekly. Chu Du stood on the icy plain. He looked at the handprint that he had created on the ground, sighing. He did not answer his disciple. He fell into deep regret. I was too rash earlier. Why did I attack him without thinking? Since he knows the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, it will not be easy for me to get this method, regardless of whether it is an immortal killer move or an immortal goo house. Even if I kill him, I need to prevent his soul from self-detonating. Otherwise, it will all be for nothing. I would lose this immense opportunity to gain strength. I needed to act more carefully, at least. I should have been polite before resorting to brute force. Right now, the other party has fixed the gap and is hiding in the immortal aperture. That place is easy to defend but hard to attack. I have no methods to break in. It is not too late to salvage the situation. Maybe I can talk to him? Right. I still have his sword path immortal goo with me. This is a negotiation chip. Northern Plains. Inside the first layer of the heavens in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan opened his eyes slowly. His pupils flashed. I've spent so many days on deductions, but I'll use its original name. It will continue to be called Blood Torrent. Thinking of this at Fang Yuan's will, the goo worms around him moved, scattering around him. Hundreds of mortal goo flew around him, forming a huge circle. Blood asset immortal goo was residing in his chest. Its red insignia started to glow as it emitted burning heat. Suddenly, a dazzling blood-red light shot out of Fang Yuan's chest. The blood-red light rushed into the sky, turning into a huge stream of blood. The stream of blood carried Fang Yuan and charged out. After flying into the sky with a swoosh, a long red line was drawn. A river of blood-red light was flowing in the first layer of the heavens. Everywhere it went, an intense stench of blood that would make people nauseous could be smelled. In the river of blood-red light, Fang Yuan's entire body was covered, completely concealed. This was good. He could hide himself even if enemies wanted to attack. They would not know which part of the river to attack. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan stopped moving. The river of blood-red light vanished. Fang Yuan's figure appeared all alone. The speed of this river can be even faster. I just need to add in some more mortal goo. Fang Yuan thought about his experience and concluded. But no matter how many mortal goo I add, the linear speed cannot match Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was a rank 7 Immortal Goo. This Immortal Killer move, Blood Torrent, used only one rank 6 Immortal Goo, and that was the rank 6 Blood Asset Immortal Goo. It was natural that the speed was inferior to Sword Escape. Unless Fang Yuan could raise Blood Asset Immortal Goo to rank 7, the straight line speed of Blood Torrent could not surpass Sword Escape. But this way, as a rank 6 Goo Immortal, for Fang Yuan to use the rank 7 Immortal Goo, he would face the same awkward situation again. It was not worth it. My linear traveling speed is inferior to using Sword Escape. This was expected. It is not a problem. I deduced this Immortal Killer move while thinking about traveling while changing direction, to make up for the flaw of Sword Escape Immortal Goo. I can use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately. This way, I can barely deal with Chu Du. Fang Yuan considered it clearly. Blood Torrent was a Blood Path killer move while Sword Escape Immortal Goo was Sword Path. The two were unrelated. If any other Goo Immortal used both of them, they would lose out on both ends. But Fang Yuan was an exception. His body was special. It was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Goo. His Tao marks were of all paths, yet they did not interfere with one another. Fang Yuan could use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately, without causing them to lose their original strength. Sword Escape Immortal Goo allowed one to fly in a linear direction. Even though it was fast, they could only move in one direction. It was too simple. It could be countered easily. If the user stopped to change directions, the weakness exposed in that instance would be fully used by Domination Immortal. But if he used Sword Escape and Blood Torrent alternately, he would make up for their weaknesses. He would be able to face Domination Immortal. Chu Du was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. Strength Path was a path that focused on offense and recovery. It had the longest sustainability in battle, but it usually lacked in speed. Of course, this was only Fang Yuan's estimation. As for whether it would be effective, he needed to test it. After all, the last time Domination Immortal Chu Du fought openly was 100 years ago. After his battle with Lu Tribe's first Supreme Elder, he had concealed his traces and cultivated in seclusion. Fang Yuan not only deduced his Blood Path killer move these last days, he even collected information on Chu Du using all kinds of methods. But most of the information was from 100 years ago. At this point, Fang Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. He Lulan's younger aunt had Mountain Pledge Goo. She had a huge network and was in contact with many people in the demonic and righteous paths, and even lone immortals. If she was still around, he would be able to collect more information regarding Chu Du. Langya sect might be huge, but it had been in seclusion for so many years before wanting to make contact with the world again recently. In terms of information, it cannot match Fairy Li Shan. Information path. This is one of my weaknesses. I need to fix it. Fang Yuan's thoughts were wandering. He thought of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Ah, that was a huge trap. Fang Yuan thought about it and his heart was still pounding. He could survive because two giants were fighting, and he as an ant had profited from their conflict. He barely survived, a huge portion was attributed to luck. Come to think of it, it was because his information path attainment was too low, he had insufficient intel. If he knew about the hidden details of Etion Mountain, he would have changed his plans. However, even if I had Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I would not have been able to get any information. Etion Mountain was simply too big of a plot. In the 500 years of my previous life, there was no such huge commotion. Fang Yuan put aside all of his irrelevant thoughts. He had to say, after reviving, his thinking speed was extremely fast. It was completely unlike the immortal zombie body. And with his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, with the help of many Wisdom Path methods, he was even more perceptive than in the 500 years of his previous life. He could think more nimbly. In this aspect, he had completely surpassed himself. Even though he deduced Blood Torrent, he needed to practice it and continue to modify it as he used it. After creating an immortal killer move, it could not be left untouched. The Gu Immortal needed to modify and improve it, or even revamp it if needed. Back in the day, Dong Fangchong Fan created Myriad Star Fireflies. He had improved upon it multiple times. Even so, he was not personally satisfied with it. Some immortal killer moves were improved upon by the creator for their entire lives. Even their inheritors participated in this process. For example, Peerless Crescent Moonslash was a signature immortal killer move of Heaven's Envy Manor. Generations of Gu Immortals had improved on it countless times. Precisely so, this move could become famous in Central Continent, and its might was not to be underestimated. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move was only created hastily. It was far from the level of moves like Peerless Crescent Moonslash. In the following days, Fang Yuan practiced on using Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Non-stop usage increased his experience. He gained a lot of insight towards the use of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. While practicing, he continued to modify the move. Eventually, he stopped adding Immortal Gu to Blood Torrent. Instead, he started taking out certain Gu worms. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape because I need it for changing directions. After Sword Escape stops, I need to succeed in activating Blood Torrent in an instant. This is a short window of time. Thus, many mortal Gu makes it troublesome. Not only would it be a waste of time, increasing the difficulty of activation, the gains are also minute with just a small increase in speed. This is almost ready. I should try to gather my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chu Du. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to create more Blood Path killer moves, there was no need to. After getting Blood Asset Immortal Gu, he had used this Immortal Gu as the core, along with the accumulated mortal killer moves in the 500 years of his previous life, to create 3 Blood Path killer moves: Life-Staking Bloodprint, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent. At this level, it was enough already. After all, he only had Blood Asset Immortal Gu. If he used one Blood Path killer move, the others could not be used at the same time. As for the other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other Immortal Gu instead. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had lost almost all of his accumulated Gu worms. His current Gu worms were of many paths. They were a mess and were not organized to systematically cover all aspects. But he had no choice but to use them now. But if I were given another chance, I would still choose to take Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan had no doubts about this. Even though Fang Yuan was inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it was easily guarded and hard to attack. But he had to be wary of Chu Du seeking help from others, or setting up an immortal battlefield killer move on the icy plane. In any case, the longer he stayed, the worse it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan had no more hesitations. At his will, the entire immortal aperture started shaking. The tremors were increasing in magnitude. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an incredible speed. After an instant, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and he was already in the outside world, the northern icy plain. There was no snow or wind. Pale white sunlight shone on this flat icy plain. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his mind. He looked around with a divine light in his eyes, quickly seeing Chu Du domination Immortal Chu Du. As Fang Yuan had expected, he had stayed here and did not leave. But the unexpected thing was Chu Du's attitude. Wait! Please wait! Chu Du did not attack. He smiled warmly as he spoke to Fang Yuan in a gentle tone. There was no killing intent in him. Fang Yuan snorted. Are you being polite after resorting to brute force? I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Chu Du admitted his mistake. He apologized. I was too rash earlier, but after seeing your tribulation, it truly had too big of an impact on my future cultivation journey. Thus, I lost my reasoning for a moment and attacked. Now that I think about it, it was truly shameful. Fang Yuan looked at Chu Du vigilantly. He used many methods to probe the surrounding area. Seeing that Fang Yuan was silent, Chu Du initiated. Friend, I do not want to be enemies with you. I just want the method to draw out reckless savage's true meaning. I hope we can make a deal. Deal? Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He said with a tone of consideration. It is not impossible as long as you can interest me with your offer. Joy flashed on Chu Du's face. But next, Fang Yuan said, but before the transaction, we have to settle the score for your attack on me which interfered with my tribulation. I will definitely satisfy you with the compensation. Chu Du said immediately. He had an earnest attitude. Even Fang Yuan was shocked. Was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fang Yuan's alertness towards Chu Du rose. This person could put down his pride. He was an incredible person. Anyone who looked down on him was a terrible fool. If you want to compensate me, return my flying sword Immortal Goo to show your sincerity. Fang Yuan continued to speak. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted to take back flying sword Immortal Goo, Chu Du smiled. He replied, as long as we complete the transaction, not only will I return flying sword Immortal Goo, I will even give you satisfactory compensation. What a joke. Of course he had to keep this flying sword Immortal Goo for now. It was the best bargaining chip to restrain Fang Yuan. How could Chu Du return it now? Chu Du was warm and polite now, but he was deeply aware internally of this. Fang Yuan laughed, but there was no disappointment on his face. When he asked this question, he had already known the answer. His expression turned cold. Chu Du, you have no sincerity. We can forget about this matter. Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo and flew out like a sword. He pierced the air and instantly appeared far away. Friend, please wait. Chu Du's expression changed. He quickly chased. Fang Yuan moved straight ahead, pointing towards the sky. After flying for a while, Chu Du's figure appeared several li behind him. Immortal Killer Move. Fang Yuan looked back and felt that the goo worm aura on Chu Du was very complex. It was a strength path movement killer move and was at rank 7. It was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Goo's linear movement. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This situation was bad for him. In fact, he had placed most of his hope on Sword Escape Immortal Goo. After all, it was very fast, even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du also had an immortal killer move that could allow him to fly faster than Sword Escape Immortal Goo. I'm afraid that Chu Du has nurtured more Goo Masters for their immortal ascension than just this one. In the last 100 years, he must have secretly obtained a lot of Reckless Savage's true meaning. His strength path attainment level is unmeasurably deep. This is how he created such strength path killer moves. Since Sword Escape Immortal Goo will not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fang Yuan willed and stopped Sword Escape. His body still flew ahead due to inertia, but it became slower. Next, blood-red light flashed on his body as it surrounded him entirely, turning into a river of blood. The river of blood tore through the sky, moving like a slithering red snake. The smell of blood permeated the air. Immortal Killer Move. Blood Torrent. Activated successfully. Fang Yuan turned around and flew towards his left side. The consecutive use of both moves was very smooth. Even Fang Yuan was satisfied. I reduced the number of Mortal Goo. It was the correct move. This way, the chances of Blood Torrent failing are lower, and I can use it faster. This is all thanks to the practice I did back in the Immortal Aperture. These thoughts only flashed for an instant. His attention was mainly placed on Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan had changed his direction. The most important thing was Chu Du's reaction to it. If Chu Du can catch up to me, I will have to stop and debate with him to discuss the matter of transaction. Fang Yuan was planning for the worst-case scenario. But Domination Immortal Chu Du charged forward with an incredible force, flying right past him. Fang Yuan's expression froze. His vision turned to follow Chu Du. He saw the other party move like a bullet train. Chu Du moved forward with great speed. He had such great strength that shock waves could be felt along his path. After flying for more than 10 li, Chu Du's speed slowed down until he stopped moving. Next, he turned around and gradually gained speed, charging at Fang Yuan. His speed became faster and faster. Soon, he reached a speed that surpassed Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Brilliance flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately used Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, the same situation happened again. Domination Immortal Chu Du flashily, or rather, brutishly, flew past him. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried about Sword Escape Immortal Gu because it could only fly in a straight line, thus he created Blood Torrent to make up for that weakness. To think that this shortcoming was even more serious for Domination Immortal Chu Du. The situation changed suddenly. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned fiercely. He decided to stop moving. It was very easy for him to escape now and shrug off Chu Du. As long as he was vigilant, he would not fail. Interesting, Fang Yuan muttered, deciding to negotiate with Chu Du. Chu Du saw that Fang Yuan stopped flying and felt great joy. He also stopped moving. So close, so close. It seems that the flying sword Immortal Gu in my hands is very useful. The other party is making considerations for it. Fang Yuan waited for Chu Du to fly to him. After a certain distance, he raised his hand. Stop. Let's talk with this distance between us. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage of movement, it was still better to maintain a certain distance. Chu Du immediately stopped. He smiled, looking slightly pathetic compared to before. Fang Yuan said, Brother Chu is really incredible. This was really eye-opening. What killer move is this? It is so amazing. Even my Sword Escape Immortal Gu cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Body Strength Travel. I created it after much effort. It can increase my speed using my Immortal Body Strength Path downmarks. But there is one weakness. I can only travel forward and cannot change directions while flying. I cannot even move backwards. I have not practiced with it enough. I used it today out while panicking. It was truly shameful. Chu Du said. He candidly conceded his weakness, giving an open-minded disposition that could make people look up to him. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is extremely powerful. During normal combat, in Northern Plains, who can make you use this move to retreat? I will thank your praise. Northern Plains Gu Immortal World is extremely deep. I only have a bit of reputation, but the more I cultivate, the more I realize my insufficiency. There are definitely more than 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. Among rank 7s, you are one of those experts who can make me feel wary. I am ashamed. I do not even know about your name or background. Chu Du smiled with a bitter expression. His words were not just out of politeness. They were his true thoughts. Fang Yuan did not know much about Domination Immortal Chu Du, but Chu Du knew even less about Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, his speed shocked Chu Du. After all, in terms of linear speed, Sword Escape Immortal Gu could compare with the similarly ranked Chi Escape Gu. Chu Du was an experienced rank 7 Gu Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only this final immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, could work. Fang Yuan's guess was right. This immortal killer move, Body Strength Travel, was created by Chu Du for retreating. But in Northern Plains, very few people could force Chu Du to retreat. And because Chu Du had been keeping a low profile these last years to raise these Gu masters for their immortal ascension, he did not fight much. It was not that he did not practice this immortal killer move enough, but it simply had too many Gu worms. It was hard to use. The first time Chu Du saw Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in the immortal aperture. Chu Du made a move, but Fang Yuan was even faster than him, with more resolution. While Fang Yuan was searching for Chu Du's information, Chu Du was not slacking. He was also trying to find Fang Yuan's information, but he had no gains. In his perspective, Fang Yuan was someone who seemed to have jumped out of a rock. Since when did such a person exist in Northern Plains? not mentioning anything else, just his aura was very strange. When Chu-Du first saw him in the Immortal aperture, he was rank 6. But now he had rank 7 aura. However, he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, that much should not be wrong. But did he cultivate Blood Path or Sword Path? This was a question that Chu-Du was very curious about. These two paths were not related at all. If it were Soul Path and Enslavement Path, or Rule Path and Restriction Path, or Wisdom Path and Emotion Path, then it was understandable. But Sword Path and Blood Path? Wasn't he afraid that they would interfere with one another? But Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu. His Blood Path killer move made even Chu-Du gasp in shock. Also, so be it if he cultivated Blood Path and Sword Path, that was none of Chu-Du's business. But he actually had a method to lure out the reckless savage's true meaning. Chu-Du had racked his brains and made countless attempts before ending in failure. He could only choose a crude method like raising disciples afterwards. What method was actually used? Reckless savage's true meaning. He definitely needed to have Wisdom Path attainment to do it. Did that mean his Wisdom Path attainment was also not low? In this pursuit, even though it was very short, Chu-Du could not catch up to Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not fly away but stopped instead, Chu-Du felt like his heart was pounding. He was filled with excitement and joy. Strength decided everything. Thus right now, Chu-Du treated Fang Yuan as an equal. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment, before he slowly said again, "Actually, it is not impossible to have a transaction." Chu-Du did not speak. He only listened. His eyes were burning with enthusiasm, as if fires were blazing in his pupils. But after a long time, the despicable Fang Yuan did not speak. He seemed to have gone deep in thought. Chu-Du could not hold it in anymore. He asked, "I believe that with my wealth, you will definitely be satisfied." Fang Yuan looked at him before saying, "Didn't you attend the Northern Plains auction recently?" Chu-Du's expression froze. He said in a probing manner, "So you attended the auction as well?" "That's right," Fang Yuan admitted openly. "During the auction, I even made use of you." Of course, the second line was only in Fang Yuan's mind. "What would you like? You can just say it," Chu-Du pursued. "It is hard to say." Fang Yuan sighed. He frowned as he showed a difficult expression. Chu-Du was feeling impatient. If this were another person, he would have slapped the other party already. "There is nothing you cannot say, even if I do not have it now. I can try to get it for you," Chu-Du continued. He had already decided to obtain this method regardless of the cost. Fang Yuan sighed again. "I said that because I have not thought of what to trade with Brother Chu yet." Chu-Du was furious. "After such a long time, you showed such a difficult expression simply because you have not made up your mind?" Chu-Du frowned. His tone became deep and low as he said, "Sir, did you stay here simply to toy with me?" "Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not." Fang Yuan immediately said, "Any Gu Immortal would have calamities and tribulations looming over them. We have countless needs. I have not thought of what and how to transact with you to obtain the greatest benefit for my cultivation. How about this? Give me some time to think about it. After careful consideration, I will reply to Brother Chu." Chu-Du had an ugly expression. He thought about it and nodded helplessly. "All right." Seeing Fang Yuan's figure leaving in the horizon, Chu-Du watched, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it a correct move or not? Chu-Du's gaze was flickering, but soon he smiled bitterly to himself. "Even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? My methods cannot capture or catch up to him. If I use brute force with this person's mysterious background, he might be troublesome to deal with, and even if I capture him, he might destroy his own soul. How would I get the method then? However, seeing his attitude, he must be sincere in trading with me. Otherwise, he could have left already. Why did he stay to talk with me?" Chu-Du recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan. He thought about it for a while. He felt that Fang Yuan was very sincere, even though Fang Yuan did not talk about anything significant, and most of the things he said were lip service. But precisely so, Chu-Du felt. This was much more sincere than giving empty promises and assurances of benefits. Of course, His greatest confidence was not in Fang Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword immortal goo that he had in his hands. This is a rank 7 immortal goo. Even a legendary figure like Chu Du did not have many rank 7 immortal goo in his possession. Fang Yuan flew away and did not encounter any more problems. Lang Ye Land Spirit had already arranged for Harryman Goo Immortals to set up immortal battlefield killer moves. There were even immortal goo formations used for teleportation. However, Fang Yuan had an extremely easy time in getting away from Chu Du thus. The immortal battlefield killer move to obstruct Chu Du was no longer needed. Retrieving the components of the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan used the immortal goo formation and returned to Lang Ye Blessed Land. You had dog shit luck immortal goo's protection, yet you still encountered Chu Du. This does not follow common sense. Did anyone scheme against you? Seeing Fang Yuan, Lang Ye Land Spirit asked straightforwardly. Fang Yuan frowned. He had considered this question long ago. With dog shit luck immortal goo's protection, my luck should not be bad. Was it because the earthly calamity was too fierce? The luck gained from dog shit luck was all used to counter the earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had a guess, but he could not say it to Lang Ye Land Spirit. He was a human goo immortal after all. Even though he joined Lang Ye sect, they were still of different races. There was a rift between them. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, Lang Ye Land Spirit used the opportunity to take advantage of his situation. But if that is the case, then the earthly calamity that I went through was already heavily weakened by luck. Then what sort of strength would the actual earthly calamity have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a cold chill. In this tribulation, he had narrowly avoided death. His life was in danger. It was a close call. In fact, this earthly calamity had completely surpassed the level of earthly calamities. Even the 10 great catastrophes could not match Fang Yuan's current earthly calamity. But I have connected luck with many people. Perhaps because dog shit luck's effect was split between many people, it was not effective. Fang Yuan thought, but he said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of luck. Someone was plotting against me. The identity of Fang Yuan had already been exposed in the Battle of Etion Mountain. Be it the secret about him being an otherworldly demon or spring-autumn cicada, the fact that he also destroyed 88 Truyang building was known to all. Shadow Sect, Heavenly Court, and all of the Huangjin tribes in northern plains were likely to plot against Fang Yuan. Lang Ye Land Spirit sighed. Worry was written all over his face. His tone became grim. Maybe no one is plotting against you. Don't forget you are a member of Lang Ye sect. And my Lang Ye Blessed Land is already exposed. We have suffered more than one attack. A while ago, we lost 2 Goo Immortals. The value of this place is enough for many experts and forces to act. Fang Yuan was slightly happy. It was much better for him if Lang Ye Land Spirit had such thoughts. Lang Ye Land Spirit's gaze was flickering. He quickly changed his words. But if we can use Wisdom Goo as the core to create the Immortal Goo House secluded residence, not only can we defend ourselves, we can even defend against all of the deductions from almost everyone in the world. Fang Yuan smiled without speaking. It turned out that Lang Ye Land Spirit wanted to talk about this. It seemed that he was still coveting Wisdom Goo. But sadly, in the earlier transaction, Fang Yuan did not sell Wisdom Goo. It was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Goo Worms that I passed this tribulation. I will return them to you now. These Goo Worms were a great help, Fang Yuan said as a huge number of Goo flew according to his will, out of his immortal aperture. Of course. With their help, simply an earthly calamity is a piece of cake. Lang Ye Land Spirit said proudly. Fang Yuan did not say the truth, but he did not lie. He diverted the topic. Especially your killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, it was really effective. But Chu Du appeared at the end. It was quite scary. Thankfully, I was superior to him in terms of movement, albeit slightly. While listening, Lang Ye Land Spirit collected all of the Goo Worms. After inspecting each of them, he asked with a tone of regret, Are you really not selling Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Goo to me? In the original transaction, Lang Ye Land Spirit wanted to use 3 true inheritances in exchange for Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Goo. But after thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that even though Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Theft Path were good, They were not entirely suitable for him, they did not quite fit his future plans. If he exchanged for all of them, it was not worth it. However, the refinement path killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the luck path true inheritances dog shit luck immortal goo and others, they could provide Fang Yuan with huge help. Thus, after thinking about it, Fang Yuan chose his words and urged the land spirit. Do you really want to trade all 3 true inheritances with me? There are many immortal goo in the true inheritances. If I get them, would Langya sect not need them later? Langya land spirit was unwilling to let them go as well. For example, dog shit luck immortal goo, it had been refined immediately by long hair ancestor the moment giant son immortal venerable died. After that, dog shit luck immortal goo had been guarding Langya blessed land, providing huge help to the previous Langya land spirit when he refined goo. At the same time, it protected Langya blessed land from countless disasters and dangers. However, if Langya land spirit did not offer them, these true inheritances would be too low in value. How could they be traded for Fang Yuan's 3 treasures? Thus, Fang Yuan urged again. First Supreme Elder, since both of us are unwilling, why don't we take what we need? Let's deal with a portion of each. Oh? Explain clearly. Langya land spirit said. Fang Yuan spoke about his intentions as Langya land spirit rejected. No way. No way. You want the most essential parts of all 3 true inheritances. But you are only offering Luo Pa Valley. This is a huge loss. No way. It will not do. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with Langya land spirit. Langya land spirit was not good at negotiations. His baseline was quickly identified by Fang Yuan after some probing. Under such a situation, the land spirit was simple and easy to deal with compared to Gu immortals. Eventually, Fang Yuan and Langya land spirit came to an agreement. Fang Yuan officially sold Luo Pa Valley to Langya land spirit, while he obtained dog shit luck immortal goo, blood asset immortal goo, and dark limit immortal goo, these 3 rank 6 immortal goo. His debt to Langya sect was cleared, and he borrowed a large number of mortal goo and immortal goo to fix his weaknesses, and most importantly, the goo worms needed to form Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple Layered Sword Wave. And in fact, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Triple Layered Sword Wave were extremely helpful to Fang Yuan during the tribulation. Even though this transaction was made, Langya land spirit was still coveting Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Goo right now. This time, the land spirit expressed his intent to purchase them again. But would Fang Yuan agree? Even so, he could not reject Langya land spirit too harshly, he thought and said carefully. I have no intentions to sell these 2 yet, but if I have any difficulties in the future, and the situation requires it, I will use them to trade with First Supreme Elder. Langya land spirit was about to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, quickly saying, I will leave these 2 treasures in Langya blessed land. I will not take them with me. I will lend them to the sect for use, as per our previous agreement. Don't worry, First Supreme Elder. Lending Wisdom Goo to Langya sect meant Langya land spirit would feed it. This solved a huge problem for Fang Yuan. As for Danghun Mountain, it was better to not place it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains or rivers bore a huge burden on the heaven and earth chi. The same applied to secluded domains of heaven and earth. Most importantly, Shadow Sect had clear knowledge of Danghun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, that would be a terrible situation. Langya land spirit was not resigned. He continued to touch on this topic. But who was Fang Yuan? He was someone with negotiation skills honed from over 500 years of life. The simple Langya land spirit could not compete with him. After a long conversation, Fang Yuan took back a lot of his cultivation resources that were stored with Langya land spirit. Like the eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, they were all from Hu immortal blessed land or starform blessed land. They were sources of revenue that were only inferior to Guts Goo. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not ask Langya land spirit about selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Chudu? He was just a backup plan for Fang Yuan. Even though they had exchanged information path Goo worms and could communicate, Fang Yuan had already left. He was not restricted by any information path methods. Wouldn't any future transactions depend on Fang Yuan's mood? As for rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Goo, It was just a rank 7 immortal goo, so what if he could not take it back? Ordinary goo immortals treasured rank 7 immortal goo, but Fang Yuan owned even rank 9 immortal goo like wisdom goo. He naturally had a different perspective, especially when he had lost almost all of his immortal goo some time ago to Ing Wuxia. Merely rank 7 flying sword immortal goo paled in comparison to all those immortal goo. Chu Du did not know about Fang Yuan's background. He underestimated Fang Yuan. All in all, there was little chance that Fang Yuan would trade with Chu Du. Reckless Savage's true meaning was much more important to Fang Yuan compared to a rank 7 immortal goo. Because the path that I am going to walk on now is transformation path. Fang Yuan had thought about it deeply, he had considered it thoroughly. Transformation path. This was the most suitable path for him now. Why did Fang Yuan choose transformation path? After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan had a living body. He had been considering the most important question: what path was he going to choose from now on? In his previous life he chose Blood Path. That was because Blood Path allowed quick growth and was very powerful. He could grow while fighting, and it had little requirements towards resources. Moreover, during his previous life, this was his only decent fortuitous encounter. His best prospects were in Blood Path. After rebirth, he gave up on Blood Path and chose Strength Path. That was because now was not the 5 regions chaotic war period. The regions were still orderly and Blood Path could not flourish. Another reason was because of his fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan searched his memories and found the best opportunities for him at certain periods of time. Coincidentally, these opportunities were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they had flaws. Blood Path was in poor circumstances, people held animosity towards it. Any Gu Immortal or Gu Master who cultivated Blood Path would be pushed aside by the entire world. Strength Path was declining. Even though Domination Immortal Chu Du added the Human June Strength branch, its decline could not be stopped. Truthfully speaking, these two paths were not the best choices. Fang Yuan concluded. Since rebirth, his fortuitous encounters were quite plentiful. Wisdom Path, Luck Path, Theft Path. These opportunities were also of very high grade. For example, Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance, or Star-Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path, these two paths were much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Having an inheritance and not having one resulted in drastically different outcomes. The former allowed one to use the wisdom of predecessors to advance fearlessly. They could be very confident. The latter explored on their own. In a world of the unknown, they had to experiment and find their way forward slowly. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in his previous life, as long as the situation allowed it, he would have chosen Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance as the main focus, with Star-Lord Wan Xiang's Star Path Inheritance as well as Blood Sea Ancestors' True Inheritance to assist him. He would become a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Because in terms of prospects, Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance was the best. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were few in numbers. They were very valuable in the Gu Immortal world. While being very popular, they were also deeply feared by many. But the path to choose was not just dependent on future prospects. One's immediate needs were important too. Dong Fang Chong Fan's Wisdom Path Inheritance came from a Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortal. It had been passed down for many generations. The prospects were great. But this inheritance had a weakness: it did not excel in fighting. The biggest advantage of this true inheritance was the proficiency in deduction. In order to make up for this weakness, Dong Fang Chong Fan created the Immortal Killer move Myriad Star Fireflies. His weakness was alleviated. Dong Fang Chong Fan's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan, because he was facing danger everywhere. Ing Wuxia, Shadow Sect's remnant forces, Heavenly Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, the Huangjin tribes in northern plains, Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed. Be it Spring-Autumn Cicada, his otherworldly demon status, or the crime of Imperial Court Blessed Land, he had almost been completely exposed. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to consider his future prospects, he had to consider his circumstances. In some aspects, his immediate needs were more important than his future prospects. Without the ability to deal with his circumstances, Even if he had huge prospects, it was useless, he could not make use of them. Right now, Fang Yuan needed high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path, these 5 paths were publicly recognized as the paths with the highest battle strength. The first 3 had been mainstream for an extremely long time. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had very short history, they were considered to be new. Sword path had Bo Qing, while blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor, but other than these 2, there were few noteworthy people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not match the other 3. For Fang Yuan, be it metal path, fire path, or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary, he had no inheritances for them. In contrast, he was a blood path grandmaster, and even though his sword path attainment level was ordinary and had no inheritance, he had many of Bo Qing's immortal goo. The attainment level of all of the paths was an important element of consideration. Without an inheritance, if the person had high attainment level, they could innovate and create new methods. But it would be harder to do it without an inheritance. The person needed talent and creativity. Fang Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path attainment levels were all at Grandmaster, with blood path coming from his previous life's foundation. Strength path was accumulated over both lives, while wisdom path and star path were obtained by chance, using the dream realm to raise their attainment levels rapidly. Refinement path was at quasi-grandmaster. It was good even among Gu immortals. Enslavement path was at master level. It was not impressive among Gu immortals. Luck path was quasi-master, while most of his other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path, and others, or even blank like phantom path. In terms of attainment level, he should go on the path with the highest grandmaster attainment level, 1 out of these 4. But forget about blood path or strength path on the decline. Wisdom path and star path were not outstanding in battle strength. Even though he had inheritances of them, Fang Yuan's accumulated immortal goo were all lost already. If the immortal goo in these inheritances were not yet refined, Fang Yuan could still slowly refine them in the future. But these immortal goo were in Ing Wuxia's hands now. He did not know which ones were already destroyed. In this situation, there was a huge obstacle for his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take a risk and refine immortal goo, because there could only be one, he might not succeed. With all of these considerations, Fang Yuan was in an awkward position. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when thinking about his future path, Fang Yuan felt deeply lost. Only after he gradually realized the profoundness of this body, the confusion in him was dissipating, he could see hope again. He first realized that his body had over 1,000 Dao marks of all paths. This was not out of the ordinary. When Gu immortals undergo tribulations, because of the tribulations in their immortal apertures, Dao marks of all different kinds would form. It was only that there would very clearly be 1 or 2 types with the highest quantities. The most important thing was, his Dao marks did not interfere with each other, they did not weaken one another. This was simply too amazing. When Fang Yuan first realized this, he could not believe that something this good could exist. This overturned conventional wisdom regarding cultivation. If he told people about it, they would think he was spouting nonsense. But thinking about sovereign immortal fetus Gu, a rank 9 immortal Gu that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect had prepared to create for tens of thousands of years, the essence of their work. In this way, it was not strange for it to go against common sense. Next, Fang Yuan was immensely joyful. This benefit was not for others, it was for himself. With just this point, he could cultivate every path. Long ago, Fang Yuan had once planned to cultivate 2 immortal apertures, one for time path, and another for strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was much more absurd. It could cultivate every path, from the start of history, every single path that had existed. This was simply like a dream. In history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables cultivated one path primarily, with another secondarily. Even if Gu immortals cultivated many paths, the result was often that they would end up in failure after trying to bite off more than they could chew. Because their Dao marks resisted each other, the more they cultivated, the greater the conflict, it was not worth it. But Fang Yuan did not have this problem. He could cultivate every path. There was zero conflict. His prospects were bright. He surpassed the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. The possibility was beautiful, but cultivating every path was just a wondrous dream. He had to consider the amount of time needed, resources, effort, and most importantly, a safe and peaceful cultivation environment. Fang Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited effort and resources and had no time. His enemies were in all 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who were most skilled at combat, the #1 Gu Immortal organization in the world, Heavenly Court, the 10 great ancient sects who controlled Central Continent, and countless people who were coveting the luck path true inheritance that he had. His prospects were wonderful, but danger lurked everywhere. Forget about creating his own path. Fang Yuan did not have that foundation. He could only choose one path that was available now, and continue on it. At most, he could cultivate a second one. Any more, and the situation would not allow it. His time and effort would be wasted, and he would be seeking his own doom. Among all of the paths, which one could allow Fang Yuan to gain great battle strength and display his expertise, while also considering his attainment level and inheritances. After thinking about it, one path was left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was Transformation Path. Transformation Path was called the path that projected every path. Transformation Path Gu Immortals could transform into existences of Metal Path, Light Path, Sword Light, Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that has lasted until today. That was when Transformation Path Gu Immortals transform into other beings. They needed to get rid of those Dao marks to prevent their Dao marks from interfering with one another. This flaw was non-existent to Fang Yuan. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, his Dao marks coexisted in harmony. When Qizai chased him, he had even thought that Fang Yuan was the owner of reckless savage demon Venerable's secret of unrestrained transformation. Could be said, Transformation Path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. Could even be said, Fang Yuan was he was one of the only 2 people in history that were most suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. Even more amazingly, once he cultivated Transformation Path, his secret of having Dao marks that did not resist each other would be concealed completely. Fang Yuan could use the immortal Gu of all paths after transforming, without attracting any suspicion. And after transforming, he could use the immortal Gu of those paths and receive an amplification effect. For example, becoming a Sword Path beast to gain numerous Sword Path Dao marks, and then using Sword Path Immortal Gu to gain a greater amplification in power. Even though Fang Yuan's Transformation Path attainment level was not high, so what he had Reckless Savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have any Transformation Path inheritance, it was not an issue. Why? Because Transformation Path killer moves were easy to obtain. Perfectly transforming into another form completely was a killer move of Transformation Path in itself. As for the immortal Gu of Transformation Path, they were the easiest to refine in all of the paths. To Fang Yuan, he could quickly accumulate them and restart again. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations, like Langya Blessed Land. This Langya land spirit placed high value on the identity of a hairy man. If Fang Yuan cultivated to fruition, he could turn into a hairy man Gu Immortal to gain his trust. He would get more support. In the future, when he faces assault, he could turn into other things or people to deceive others. If his identity was exposed, and he could not do anything with his original identity, he could conceal himself and continue to roam the world safely. From now on, I am a Transformation Path Gu Immortal. Langya Blessed Land. A few days later. This is the interior rain. Langya Land Spirit said as he landed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting him look. Fang Yuan stretched out his arm to receive it. Be careful, Langya Land Spirit instructed. This rank 6 immortal material is very special. It is quite heavy. Langya Land Spirit placed a lot of emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry. I have heard of this immortal material. Saying this, Fang Yuan took this immortal material. Suddenly, he felt a strong gravitational pull. Looking over at it, the water in the basin was clear and transparent. It had traces of green in it. Fang Yuan was holding it stably, but the water surface had ripples for some reason, like the surface was being struck by rain. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rainwater was very unique. It contained Dao marks. Its actual weight was not high, but it brought a type of burden to the life form holding it. Lang Yalan's spirit emphasized on heavy. He was not talking about weight, he was talking about its psychological burden. Have you really decided to use the third and final opportunity to ask me to refine goo? Not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal goo instead. While Feng Yuan was looking at the immortal material in the basin, Lang Yalan's spirit asked again. Yes, I have decided. I won't change it again. Feng Yuan nodded. He replied firmly without hesitation. Feng Yuan had thought about it deeply. He had made up his mind to cultivate transformation path. Fixed immortal travel was good, but firstly, the most crucial material, light of the immemorial era, was missing. Secondly, Feng Yuan was not certain that it had been destroyed. And finally, change form immortal goo had greater importance to Feng Yuan at present. Thus, Feng Yuan changed his mind and used the final opportunity to try and refine change form immortal goo. Immortal goo were unique. Change form immortal goo was the essence of transformation path itself. This immortal goo was famous in history. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had used it and refined it to rank 9. But after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form immortal goo was destroyed as well. From then on, people would refine it again starting from rank 6. In terms of foundation, transformation path was much deeper than sword path and blood path. After Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, there were many goo immortal experts in transformation path. These people were like bright stars in the sky. They had left a deep mark in the long history of the world. They were talented and legendary, future generations revered and looked up to them. Change form immortal goo had been a key element. It had also risen and fallen with these experts. Change form immortal goo had been destroyed dozens of times, and refined again by others. Under most situations, it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form immortal goo appeared scarcely in history. As for rank 8 change form immortal goo, it was even rarer, almost countable with 2 hands. The higher the rank of the immortal goo, the harder it was to refine. And together with the lower chances of success, the refinement materials were also more expensive. For instance, old ancestor Shui, who, to refine rank 8 immortal goo fortune rivaling heaven, had spent almost all of his savings, and even ordered Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands goo immortals to find immortal materials for him. From this, one could see the terrifying cost of refining a rank 8 immortal goo. Thankfully, Feng Yuan was only trying to refine rank 6 change form immortal goo. He had the immortal goo recipe, and there was little chance of change form immortal goo being refined by others. The immortal materials were mostly prepared. This was thanks to Lang Ya Blessed Land's huge immortal material inventory, and Feng Yuan did not have to pay for them at all. Because of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Longhair Ancestors' agreement, Lang Ya Land's spirit would refine goo for Feng Yuan 3 times. Mortal goo were guaranteed, but immortal goo were not. This was the third and final time. It is a pity. Back then you had the success Dao mark. Refining change form immortal goo would have been a guaranteed success. Why did you rebirth at that crucial moment? Lang Yalan's spirit thought back and felt it was greatly regretful. Feng Yuan had informed Lang Yalan's spirit of many things honestly. After all, secrets like his rebirth were already exposed. Even if Lang Yalan's spirit did not know, he could obtain information from the outside world. At that time, I was used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but even now, thinking back to it, it is still very suspicious. Feng Yuan frowned. Lang Yalan's spirit shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have a success Dao mark, I have inherited my main body's special hairy man nature goo refinement technique. This method can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the goo refinement. Even though calamities and tribulations occur, the advantages surpass the disadvantages. Furthermore, my Lang Ya Blessed Land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations. There are a great number of refinement path Dao marks here. Together with the effect of the remaining parts of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of succeeding in refining change form Immortal Goo on the first try. However, to make it safe, Feng Yuan, you have to participate in this refinement. You are the owner of dog shit luck Immortal Goo. Using your strong luck, you can increase the chances of success. In this refinement process, interior rain is the first problem. In the following days, you have to practice with the interior rain that you have. Luck Path had great effect in assisting Goo refinement. Back then, When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable worked with Long-Hair Ancestor to refine 88 Truyong building, Luck Path played an important role of assistance. But when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long-Hair Ancestor cooperated to refine Space Escape Immortal Goo, it could not be used. After all, Theft Path was inferior to Luck Path in terms of helping with Goo refinement. Next, Lang Yalan Spirit taught Fong Yuan some of the secrets behind the Hairy Man Nature Goo refinement technique, including some precious Goo refinement methods and many mortal killer move for Goo refinement. Of course, these were not free. Fong Yuan had to pay with his sect contribution points. Even so, Fong Yuan gladly accepted them. The current Lang Yalan Spirit was inferior to the previous one in Goo refinement, but it was still Long-Hair Ancestor's obsession. Its refinement path attainment far surpassed Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had an amazing teacher now. Many of his questions and problems in refinement path was solved. Those precious Goo refinement methods and killer moves that were long lost benefited Fong Yuan greatly. The Hairy Man Nature Goo refinement technique was an eye-opener to Fong Yuan. He felt that if this method worked, it would be far superior to the human isolation style. Interestingly, while Fong Yuan was researching refinement path, his brother was also researching refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fong Zhang was sitting in a room in the imperial city of Black Hair Continent, holding a three-colored flame in his hands. Fong Yuan's fake will was speaking inside his mind. In the competition tomorrow, the enemy is extremely powerful. Fong Zhang, even though you have rank 5 cultivation level, you severely lack Goo worms. You are also a human Goo master. You are ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine Goo yourself. Tonight, you must refine the rank 5 Goo river swallowing toad. That way, you will be able to counter the enemy's water path methods. I know. Can you shut up? Fong Zhang snorted in his mind. Fong Yuan's fake will stop speaking, but soon, the three-colored flame in Fong Zhang's hands dissipated. Fong Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. After failing the Goo refinement, he suffered internal injuries. Hee hee. Fong Yuan's fake will laughed. Oh my stupid brother. You are still as useless as ever. The Goo refinement process has just started, and you have already failed at the third step. Fong Zhang's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He had nothing to say. He kept quiet and sat down, using Goo worms to heal himself. Fong Yuan's fake will continued. Being useless is fine. Any person can grow and become stronger even if they are useless and weak. But the important thing is, there is no hope if you cannot recognize your own weakness and uselessness. The materials you prepared can only allow you to attempt the Goo refinement 3 times. This is just the start and you have already failed. Without my help, how will you refine the river swallowing toad? Hee hee, in tomorrow's battle, death is not barred. The other party will not spare you even if you beg them. You are beyond saving. Fong Zhang felt anger from embarrassment. He shouted, If I die, that's my own business. You are too noisy. Shut up. Fong Yuan's fake will said eerily. I am going to keep talking. Can you stop me? You think I care about your life? Humph. Little brother. You are still so ignorant. I only want revenge. You are just a tool for my revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will definitely not be yours. Fong Zhang replied resolutely. Fong Yuan's fake will laughed. You have no choice, even if you do not want to. So what? After participating in the competition, along your advancement, you killed many Hairy Man Goo masters. You were taking revenge for me. Tonight, you must listen to my advice in order to successfully refine the Goo. You must accept my guidance, otherwise, you will die tomorrow without doubt. Fong Zhang's expression was dark, but he did not rebuke. He clenched his fists, falling into dead silence. 2 hours later, he started to refine Goo. Fong Yuan slowly gave his pointers regarding the steps. Fong Zhang did not speak, but he followed the instructions without any deviation. Finally, when the sky was turning bright, at dawn, Fong Zhang succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud cover continent. Fong Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. The interior rain in front of him had been processed properly. It was like frozen ice, resembling a completely transparent jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this degree was not just as simple as freezing it. There were more than 50 steps involved in this, more than 20 goo refinement methods were used, and 30 refinement path mortal killer moves. Furthermore, the goo refinement needed to do all these within several minutes. After wasting 3 basins, Fang Yuan finally succeeded by the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a lump of fake will flew to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. After confirming that it was harmless, he retrieved it in his mind. Soon, an almost indiscernible smile appeared on the corners of his lips. In order to survive, Fang Zhang can only follow my instructions. Even though he hates me to the core, in order to live, he can only obey. Every time he survives using my guidance, he would feel humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens once, it will continue to happen. The more it happens, the less affected he feels. Eventually, he will get used to my existence and rely on me subconsciously. By then, it would be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current mental state is still not good enough. He needs to be trained further. A blood deity was Fang Yuan's long-term plan. Fang Zhang was the second step of this plan. The first step of this plan was to refine blood deity Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan wanted to refine this Immortal Goo in his first life. He had even found trouble with Vicious Lightning Fiend for its remnant recipe. Only after refining blood deity Immortal Goo and killing a blood-related relative would he be able to create a blood deity. Right now, Fang Yuan might have a blood deity Immortal Goo recipe, but it was only 70% complete. When he had been an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and effort to spare in completing this Immortal Goo recipe. Now he had revived, but he could no longer step in the light of wisdom. Even if I can't use the light of wisdom, with my Grandmaster attainment in Blood Path and Wisdom Path, it is enough to deduce the rest of the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe. It is just that the time and effort used would be far more than using Light of Wisdom. Even after refining Blood Deity Immortal Goo for killing Fang Zhang and creating a Blood Deity, I still need to change his point of view first. At least, I need to make him not have hatred towards me. Because refining a hatred-filled relative into a Blood Deity will create backlash to the owner. They are like a double-edged sword, harming the enemies but also able to harm myself as well if I let go of my guard. Actually, there were many ways to influence someone's feelings towards other people in the world of Goo Masters. Wisdom Path had countless methods. Emotion Path was even more specialized in this. Fang Yuan had quite a lot of such methods. As long as he wanted to, he could just use one to make Fang Zhang docile and loyal to him. But doing so meant influencing Fang Zhang through external power, altering his true emotions. And when he is killed and refined into a blood deity, the Wisdom Path Dao marks used on him would be cleared completely, leaving behind only pure Blood Path Dao marks. At that time, Fang Zhang's true emotions would return. Fang Yuan could only slowly change Fang Zhang's emotions and perspective, and he would be able to get a blood deity that met his standards. Obviously, changing Fang Zhang's perspective would be a very long process, and the completion of Blood Deity Immortal Goo's recipe was also a far-off project. At least, Fang Yuan currently did not have the time to do this. Not to mention, after he perfected the Blood Deity Immortal Goo recipe, he still would have to prepare immortal materials to refine Blood Deity. However, the last point was much easier than other paths. Blood Path Goo worms had a characteristic: the cost of their refinement was quite low. These many reasons determined that the refinement plan of Blood Deity could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he moved forward step by step, persevering and not giving up, he would finally succeed. Fang Yuan was currently taking out some time from his busy schedule to train Fang Zhang, reaching his goal slowly. A 1,000-mile journey starts from a step, droplets of water form into river. After understanding Fang Zhang's situation, Fang Yuan activated goo worms to produce fake will, which then flew out. This fake will would fly to Fang Zhang's mind, replenishing the fake will that had been consumed in his mind. A few days passed. Fang Yuan became very skilled in processing interior rain. Lang Yalan's spirit then gave him another set of immortal materials to familiarize and gain proficiency in the goo refinement technique. Fang Yuan's attention was mainly placed on this aspect in preparation for refining change form immortal goo. When he was free, he would pay attention to his sovereign immortal aperture, inspect the changes in his immortal aperture and managing it. Goo masters nourished their aperture, and the aperture produced primeval essence which was then used to activate goo worms. But regardless of if it were goo worms, goo materials, or primeval stones, goo masters relied on the outside world for these cultivation resources. At goo immortal level, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and they would be extremely safe and reliable, unlike the resources from the outside world which would need the goo immortal to watch all the time to prevent others from stealing them. To a goo immortal, the immortal aperture was the safest production base. If it was managed properly, it would be an extremely huge help to the goo immortal, and be a solid foundation for them to rely on. Because of having the same DAO marks, it could produce the most suitable resources needed for the goo immortal and produce food for immortal goo. Trading the resources with the outside world could earn the goo immortal a lot of immortal essence stones. There was even a chance of the immortal aperture having a completely new wild immortal goo formed. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers, with the layout like the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it intentionally created like that by Spectral Soul, or was it naturally formed? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, he had no role in creating sovereign immortal fetus goo. He was only a lucky fellow who seized the fruits of success at the last moment. Fang Yuan had conveniently named the layers by referencing the 5 regions and 9 heavens, with just an addition of the word mini in front. Like mini northern plains, mini eastern sea, and so on. After making several observations, Fang Yuan had gradually discovered some minor mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture. He discovered the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in layout, their environments were also almost the same. For instance, many northern plains had the terrain of a boundless flat grassland. The wind path DAO marks in the immortal aperture were somewhat more numerous in this area. Most of the fire path DAO marks in the immortal aperture were located in mini western desert. Mini southern border had more earth path DAO marks and also some poison path DAO marks as well. After discovering this, Fang Yuan had distributed his accumulated cultivation resources accordingly. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in mini western desert, dragonfish in mini eastern sea, regretful spiders in mini southern border, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and so on in mini blue heaven. As for mini northern plains, there were large numbers of snow monsters in there. These monsters remained behind from the first earthly calamity, and they included large numbers of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast-level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time or energy to deal with these snow monsters for the moment, and so he left them aside. Anyway, mini northern plains was empty, with no precious resources, and was quite large. So these snow monsters could move about freely. After all, they were unlike ruined bats which could pierce through the aperture walls. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horn sheep, worldly sand gull, oil water, rockmen, bloodgy forest, mirror willow trees, and so on were also arranged properly. While Fang Yuan was training his goo refinement skills, he was also taking out some time to look after these resources. Arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and so on might have been moved into mini blue heaven, but their goo worm production had fallen terrifyingly. Meanwhile, eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish experienced minor decrease in their reproduction. Only regretful spiders had similar production rate to beforehand. There was nothing to be done. The sovereign immortal aperture might have broad prospects and unlimited potential, but currently it had only gone through one earthly calamity. Although it possessed DAO marks of every path, but there were only about 100 DAO marks of the majority of the paths. The growth of regretful spiders relied on wisdom path DAO marks, dragonfish on food path and water path DAO marks, while the living environment of eerie fire dragon pythons had more fire path DAO marks. The production of star path mortal goo in arrow bamboo forest and the star fragment grass fields depended on star path DAO marks. He had previously placed these resources in Who Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. The former had passed 6 or 7 earthly calamities and had a lot of DAO marks. Its fire path and water path DAO marks passed the numbers in the sovereign immortal aperture. While Star Form Blessed Land itself focused on star path, the sovereign immortal aperture simply could not be compared to it on this aspect. However, not all the paths in the sovereign immortal aperture had only around 100 Dao marks. Qi path Dao marks were far higher in number. This was because Feng Yuan had killed the Qi path Gu immortal Qizai in southern border's 5 regional mountain range and obtained his accumulation of Qi path Dao marks. However, Qi path Dao marks were still not the highest in number. The highest were snow path Dao marks. Feng Yuan had passed his first earthly calamity with difficulty. Actually calling it an earthly calamity was not appropriate. It was so terrifying that it far surpassed the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had a rule. That was the balance of fortune and disaster. The stronger the might of the calamities and tribulations, the more benefits the Gu immortal could receive after passing them. The benefits here were referring to Dao marks. Feng Yuan obtained huge numbers of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. Among them, snow path Dao marks were the highest in number. Following afterwards were strength path and transformation path Dao marks. The latter two paths Dao marks were lower in quantity to Qi path. After all, Feng Yuan's Qi path Dao marks were the lifetime accumulation of the rank 7 Gu immortal Qizai, while the strength path and transformation path Dao marks were obtained just from the first earthly calamity. These Dao marks were already beginning to influence Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was still not noticeable in the other 4 small regions, but in many northern plains, there was already a large patch of snowy plain and its boundary was still slowly expanding. This environment was good enough for Feng Yuan to plant many kinds of cold-resistant vegetation. Like when Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment changed after experiencing a few earthly calamities, and Hu Immortal was able to plant blue degree grass, chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flowers, and so on. One main principle of managing immortal apertures was to act according to the environment. To refine change form, Feng Yuan was preparing with all his effort, and in Central Continent, Ing Wuxie's group was also not idling. They had obtained the light of the immemorial era, and started gathering other immortal materials listed in the Gu recipe. They were able to resolve a small portion of the items from their own inventories, but there were still many that required them to buy from the outside world or exchange with others. Ing Wuxie had inherited the remnant forces of Shadow Sect, and was the boss of Defy, so his first choice was to trade for the resources from the organization. Negotiations, bargaining, and finally transactions. Gu immortals chased after profits, and with the loose structure of Defy, it was not easy to transact immortal materials. Ing Wuxie and He Lulan almost ran their mouths dry while negotiating. Shi Nu and Tai Bai Yunshang were not adept at negotiations. After great pains and effort, Ing Wuxie was finally able to gather 3 portions of Gu refinement materials. Yu Mu Chun is already dead. I have no choice but to give up on the hairy man heaven and earth style and use human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. This method's success rate is quite low. Just 3 portions of immortal materials are not enough. Ing Wuxie did not stop purchasing the materials. Moreover, to refine the Gu, he and the other 3 immortals took the risk of returning to Earth Abyss. Shadow Sect had arranged a super Gu formation in Earth Abyss which could provide huge help in Gu refinement. When Ing Wuxie barely gathered 6 complete portions of immortal materials through Defy, a mishap occurred. A member of Defy, demonic Gu immortal Gong Sun Liang, who had been hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Heavenly Court's Gu immortals. Gong Sun Liang sent a request for help to Defy. The whole of Defy had immediately fallen into a huge turbulence. Gong Sun Liang, who had hidden himself very well, was actually captured. More importantly, Heavenly Court had personally made a move. This was truly shocking. Most of the members of Defy were those that were suppressed or excluded by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, and had secretly allied for survival. Meanwhile, the 10 great ancient sects were no more than subsidiaries of Heavenly Court. Facing the colossal Heavenly Court, everyone in Defy was feeling insecure, and feared Gong Sun Liang revealing clues that would implicate them. Damned Heavenly Court! Ing Wuxie could only curse at this. Because of this event, other members of Defy went into hiding, and no longer dared to communicate with him, let alone trading immortal materials. Ing Wuxie knew they not only feared Heavenly Court, more than that they were doubtful of him, this boss. After all, previously, Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal Gu to Ing Wuxie, and he was the one who met with disaster while the immortal Gu remained with Ing Wuxie. Was it the greed for immortal goo that the boss intentionally did not save Gong Sun Liang? This suspicion had caused the power and prestige of the boss name to take a huge hit. Gong Sun Liang was captured, cutting down Ying Wuxie's optimal source of gathering immortal materials. With no choice, they could only take help of Treasure Yellow Heaven. This was the biggest market in the 5 regions. But the service charge was high and the transactions were not secret. They could easily be tracked down by those that had the intention. In short, the risk was high. If not for there being no other way, Ying Wuxie would not have used this method. Gong Sun Liang is captured. Heavenly Court will sooner or later find out about this place. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord is dead. But Fairy Z-Wei has awakened. I must refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Ying Wuxie was feeling more and more hurried. His circumstances were also worsening by the day. Shadow Sect had emptied out almost all their treasuries to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, even using Zombie Alliance as immortal materials to refine into the 10 extreme formation. Sure Nu might be rank 7, but his immortal aperture was not managed properly. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang had advanced to Goo Immortal not long ago and had limited accumulations. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven had a superb collection of immortal materials, Ying Wuxie suffered from poverty and had to spend his remaining wealth very carefully. He had to haggle over the smallest details. Who would want to transact immortal materials with him? Finally, by the time Ying Wuxie was able to gather 10 portions of goo refinement materials through Treasure Yellow Heaven, he had almost reached the point where he shed tears of bitterness, his expression one of misery. A tiger without strength gets bullied by dogs. If now was before the Battle of Etion Mountain, there would be 10 or 20 entire portions of rank 6 immortal materials which could be obtained from just a fraction of Shadow Sect's treasury. Even if the materials were not in the treasury, with just one order, Zombie Alliance over the 5 regions would mobilize large numbers of immortal zombies to gather the immortal materials. Why would he get into this state? To gather the immortal materials, the current Ying Wuxie and the rest had almost already emptied out their pockets. I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed, Ying Wuxie inwardly cried out. His situation was filled with difficulties, while Feng Yuan was progressing smoothly. Feng Yuan had already discussed with Lang Ye Land Spirit, even if the first goo refinement did not succeed, they would still continue. As for the immortal materials required for the second or the third time, Feng Yuan would have to bear all the costs. He had ample money on hand, or rather, he had extremely ample money on hand. The production of his major resources had decreased, but Feng Yuan's earnings had instead multiplied by several times. The reason? The Time Path Foundation in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was extremely abundant. The rate of time inside was as high as 60 times that of the outside world. What did that imply? 1 day in the outside world was 2 months inside the sovereign immortal aperture. With such an increase in time, there would be more resources produced, completely making up for the reduction in the production rate. However, only a part of these resources would be sold by Feng Yuan. When negotiating with Lang Ye Land Spirit, Feng Yuan had intentionally mortgaged Dang Hun Mountain. In any case, Feng Yuan was able to pay the debt. But this, however, gave Lang Ye Land Spirit plenty of motivation. Lang Ye Land Spirit was slightly worried that the goo refinement would succeed in one go. Wouldn't that mean he would be unable to take the chance to obtain Dang Hun Mountain? Several days later, in a deep part of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shi Nu came back from the outside, reporting to Ying Wuxie, "Master, I have already investigated clearly. Because of the huge cave-in, there was a massive commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent out 3 goo immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, I have already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 desolate beast groups to them. Because there seems to be wild immortal goo in them, the 3 goo immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will be kept busy." Shi Nu was a rockman. He was born with Earth Path Dao marks. Shi Nu's Earth Path cultivation was extremely useful in an environment like Earth Abyss. Ying Wuxie nodded. "You did well in this matter, but Heaven's will is everywhere. Do not be careless. When I am refining goo, Heaven's will might influence these goo immortals to cause them to come here and ruin our plan." Shi Nu thought for a moment before speaking. "Master is right, but in this direction, We have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they get past the desolate beasts and arrive here, we will have enough time to react. Ing Wuxie shook his head slightly. You have not seen the true power of heaven's will. Not only can it influence Gu immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At the crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might charge at us. Shirnu's expression changed. If the desolate beast group charges here, what do we do? What he meant were his earlier preparations of luring the beast groups simply shooting themselves in the foot. No need to worry. My confidence does not lie in these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts. It is in this super Gu formation, Ing Wuxie said as an insightful light flashed across his eyes. Here was the safest place in Central Continent. This super Gu formation covered all aspects. It not only hid them from heaven's will, it prevented the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals, and also had incredible offense and defense. It could even assist in refining Gu. When Spectral Soul was in the door of life and death, he devoured souls and gained the memories and cultivation experiences of countless Gu immortals. When he was alive, he was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. His talent was top tier even throughout history. Experiences of Formation Path and Refinement Path were all absorbed by Spectral Soul. He saved a lot of time and effort because of this. He raised his Formation Path, Refinement Path, and other paths attainment levels to Great Grandmaster. And this Super Gu formation was designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ing Wuxie was relying on this Super Gu formation to refine Gu. It was an ingenious idea. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts came charging, he could use the Super Gu formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to fuel the Super Gu formation and increase its might. Thus, there was no issue of creating trouble for themselves. Shirnu's worry was undue. Even though he had lived here for a long time, he did not know the true power of this Gu formation. I did not destroy Spring-Autumn Cicada. Heaven's will resides inside this Gu. Thus, the location of the Super Gu formation is known by Heaven's will. But it is not a problem. Even if Heavenly Court's rank 8 Gu immortals attack us, I can defend us for some time. With Heaven Overseeing Tower destroyed now, even though they have Fate Gu, the chances of Heavenly Court getting here are low. Ing Wuxie did not give up on Spring-Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Feng Yuan could use Spring-Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sec's plan of 100,000 years. Then why couldn't Ing Wuxie also use Spring-Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Heaven's will was vast. It only cared about balance. It did not bear grudges. Anyone who threatens this world or threatens the life forms in this world would be targeted by Heaven's will. Right now, Heaven's will's main target was Feng Yuan, not Ing Wuxie. Thus, even though Spring-Autumn Cicada was full of Heaven's will, it was still useful to Ing Wuxie. And in Ing Wuxie's plans, he was going to re-refine Spring-Autumn Cicada to clear out the Heaven's will inside, making this legendary Gu his own. But these were future plans. Right now, Ing Wuxie's mind was on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal Gu was the key to resolving his problem. With this immortal Gu, he could go anywhere. He would regain the freedom he needed. There is no time. We should refine fixed immortal travel now. Shirnu, don't resist. I will activate the Gu formation and send you to the formation core. You will assist me with refining the Gu. Ing Wuxie ordered. Yes, master. I will do my best, even if I have to stake my life. Shirnu quickly responded. After moving Shirnu, Ing Wuxie also came to the most central formation core. As for Tai Bai Yunshang and He Lulan, they were moved to 2 other formation cores. Even though it was only a rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this Gu refinement was very significant to Shadow Sec's future, and even the situation of the 5 regions. The Gu refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. The first refinement attempt of change form immortal Gu was about to begin. Feng Yuan stood in Cloud Cover Continent. He was looking at Langya Land Spirit with a serious expression. Langya Land Spirit was no longer so sagely. He was muscular and brawny. He had black hair on his body as he floated in the sky like a demonic god. He growled. His voice filled the scene. Clouds scattered upon his action. Dao marks seemed to have lit up due to his voice. The surroundings were full of them. These Dao marks are mostly refinement path Dao marks. They are exceptionally good assistants in Gu refinement. Lang Yilan's spirit introduced proudly. He growled again. While growling, lumps of light shined in the entire sky. They shone with beautiful and vibrant lights. It was a dazzling sight. What is happening in the sky? Quickly look. An immortal miracle has occurred again. Not long ago, there was a rainbow beam, and now, there are rainbow stars in the sky. This is such a grand sight. At once, in black hair continent, yellow hair continent, and white hair continent, there were huge commotions as all sorts of people, from beggars to royalty, looked up with enthusiastic gazes at the stars in the sky. Each star is oozing with immortal Gu aura. These are the components of the immortal Gu house? Refinement cauldron? Fang Yuan asked in a questioning tone. Lang Yilan's spirit nodded, saying regretfully, "You guessed right. It is a pity that most of the core immortal Gu are gone. If refinement cauldron was intact, the chances of refining change form immortal Gu are 60%. But forget it if it's lost. I am not going to repair refinement cauldron anyway. What can the complete refinement cauldron do? True strength does not lie in immortal Gu. It depends on the Gu immortal themselves. Pay attention. I am about to start." At this time, the Dao marks in the surrounding 100 li lit up. The sky was shining in rainbow colors. Lang Yilan's spirit was high in the sky. Countless Gu worms were flying around him. Large numbers of mortal Gu materials were instantly refined by him. The speed was so fast Fang Yuan could barely keep up by looking. In a while, Lang Yilan's spirit growled, "Your turn." In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed. He replaced Lang Yilan's spirit in his position, floating in the air. As for Lang Yilan's spirit, he was standing on the ground, watching Fang Yuan. As it turned out, Lang Yilan's spirit had assessed the situation and decided that this Gu refinement was going to use a dual immortal Gu refinement method. Lang Yilan's spirit was going to use the Hairy Man Gu refinement method, while Fang Yuan was going to process the important immortal materials. They held equal importance in this. Fang Yuan was amply prepared. After appearing in the sky, he waved his hands as he took out a large basin of interior rain. Lang Yilan's spirit saw this and nodded, feeling slightly pleased. Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He had deep foundation in the basics. His methods also had an indescribable essence of profundity. This lad is worthily a reborn individual with his previous life's experiences. His refinement path attainment level is reaching Grandmaster. But to take this final step, it will not be easy. Lang Yilan's spirit assessed. The Gu refinement proceeded smoothly. All of the steps were meticulously followed. Even if accidents occurred, they were small and negligible. Fang Yuan and Lang Yilan's spirit made ample preparations. And because Fang Yuan and Lang Yilan's spirit were not unskilled in refinement path, it was a cooperation of two experts. It was not strange to have such progress. For 3 days and nights, Lang Yilan's spirit and Fang Yuan worked without rest. Their hard work paid off in the form of an incomplete immortal Gu. Lang Yilan's spirit saw this and was overjoyed. It seems that this first Gu refinement is likely to succeed, as long as the last few steps have no issues. Before he finished his words, the sky rumbled, thunder resounded as lightning flashed. The immortal Gu was about to form. Tribulation descended. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still stable, manipulating the mystical icy flame, tempering the incomplete immortal Gu. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal Gu's tribulation. It is Nothi. What? Lang Yilan's spirit's pitch became extremely high, like a rooster held by its neck. His eyes were staring wide at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky. Before the tribulation descended, the intensity and aura had already far surpassed the standards of rank 6 in Lang Yilan's spirit's memories. In fact, even rank 7 immortal Gu would not result in such tribulation lightning. Why did this happen? Lang Yilan's spirit growled angrily in confusion. First Supreme Elder, take care of the Gu refinement. I will deal with the tribulation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. No. At the crucial moment, you cannot leave. Your dogshit luck is protecting the immortal Gu. Let me deal with the tribulation. Everyone, form the ancient battle formation, Lang Yalan's spirit shouted. As he said that, close to 10 hairy man goo immortals flew to him. As silvery light flashed, a huge silver giant appeared again. The second-ranked battle formation in the Olden Antiquity era, Heavenly Giant Solar, Central Continent Earth Abyss. Huff, huff, huff. Ingwuxie breathed roughly, his eyes were red. He was like a gambler who had lost almost all his money and was desperate to recoup his losses. Since half a month ago, he had been trying to refine fixed immortal travel. Up until now, he had already failed 8 times. Damn it! I only have 2 chances left. I have the goo formation to help me, but I still failed 8 times. The human isolation style truly has lower success rate compared to the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if you Mu Chun were still alive, I would never use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Heavens will wants to get rid of me. If I give it this opportunity, it will use the tribulations to attack. If a tribulation that counters the super goo formation destroys it, there will be trouble. Feng Yuan does not know about heaven's will. He is using the hairy man heaven and earth style. Hehe. Good luck to him. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds resounded non-stop as the entire sky of cloud cover continent shook. This is the heavenly drum thunder tribulation, Lang Yalan's spirit said inside the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. His face was showing shock and confusion. With this heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder booms, formless astral lightning would form in the goo immortal's body, destroying their intestines and organs. The force can blow up mountains and crack boulders. This is a sound path and lightning path tribulation. Normal goo immortals cannot defend against it easily. They are also sure to die in this tribulation. However, Feng Yuan, you do not need to fear. This place is surrounded with refinement path Dao marks. It is the best defense. Furthermore, I have methods to resist it. As long as Heavenly Giant Solar is around, you will be safe. While feeling anxious, Lang Yalan's spirit transmitted this to Feng Yuan. He was afraid that Feng Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation, causing the goo refinement to end up in failure. Even though Lang Yalan's spirit wanted to get Danghan Mountain, and Feng Yuan failing to refine the goo would help in this, he was a land spirit that had to follow his promises. This was an agreement made by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long-Hair Ancestor. He had to do his best to help Feng Yuan without scheming against him. Feng Yuan floated in the air, completely unaffected by the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm, his mind was also ice-cool. Lang Yalan's spirit's worry was excessive. Feng Yuan had undergone so many battles, the 5 regions chaotic war, the Battle of Etion Mountain. He had experienced all of these chaotic scenes. He was immune to such interference. He was composed. His fingers moved quickly, like flowers blooming. He stably proceeded with the goo refinement. Boom, boom, boom. Every thunderous sound would cause the giant silver body of Heavenly Giant Solar to shake. The hairy man goo immortals who formed the battle formation felt agitated. Their hair was standing on end, as if an apocalypse was coming. Lang Yalan's spirit snorted coldly. I have a move that counters sound path. Behold my immortal killer move. Silent world. The silver giant shone with boundless brilliance. The silvery light was sharp, like shards of the sun. Feng Yuan shut his eyes in time, as he activated several defensive killer moves. The silvery light flickered and vanished without a trace. Silent world. No more thunder was heard. In the sky, dark clouds loomed as countless bolts of lightning flashed in the clouds. But the thunder that accompanied every flash of lightning was gone. After a long time, the sounds of thunder returned, from soft gradually to loud. With just this heavenly drum thunder tribulation size, even if it expands by 10 times, it cannot interrupt the goo refinement. Lang Yalan's spirit had just said this smugly when the dark clouds in the sky transformed. Numerous blue light lumps shot down from the dark clouds. Each light lump was a blue charm lightning shadow. This was a lightning fiend. Its battle strength matched rank 6 goo immortals. When Hu Immortal underwent tribulation, she died because of a blue charm lightning shadow. And now, Feng Yuan had to face 20 of them. Lang Yalan's spirit's eyes were bulging. He yelled, "What is going on?" Why is there a second blue charm lightning shadow tribulation? And the size is actually 20 times of the usual. Even with Lang Yilan Spirit's long life and countless experiences, he was visibly phased. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This was so similar to the situation when he was undergoing tribulation. During my first earthly calamity, it surpassed a heavenly tribulation. This time, during change form Immortal Gu's refinement, the same thing happened. There are actually 20 blue charm lightning shadows. If I encountered this during my earthly calamity, I would have died without question. During Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity, the heaven and earth chi turned into some iron crown eagles, 2 ancient ruin bats, and countless ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters, and others. In terms of size, his first earthly calamity was larger, but Fang Yuan barely passed it. If he encountered this earthly calamity with 20 blue charm lightning shadows, he would not be able to live. During his earthly calamity, the ancient ruin bats had just formed when Fang Yuan resolutely attacked them with his full power without hesitation, destroying them. Fang Yuan had high offense and low defense. This was making use of his advantage. But if he fought against 20 blue charm lightning shadows, it would be different. Blue charm lightning shadows were fast. Their battle strength matched rank 6 Gu Immortals. Even if Fang Yuan used triple-layered sword wave, he could not hit them. Fang Yuan had rank 7 and 8 Immortal Gu, but they were not defensive Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had strong attacks, but weak defensive methods. He was countered by the blue charm lightning shadows. The underlying problem is, I developed too quickly. My foundations are unstable. I have too many weaknesses now. Fang Yuan had a thought. Actually, he had discovered this problem long ago. But since the Battle of Etian Mountain, he had been pressed for time. He had no free time to make up for these aspects. 20 blue charm lightning shadows charged at Fang Yuan together. They were so fast, like lightning. Fang Yuan only saw several blue traces before they all got near him. Lang Yilan's spirit shouted in panic, using another immortal killer move. The silver giant's body was shining in light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded until it multiplied a dozen times in size. The original silver giant was already huge. With this transformation, its feet stepped on cloud-covered continent, while its head extended up towards the heavens. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook intensely. It used another immortal killer move. The blue charm lightning shadows were already at Fang Yuan's left and right. They crashed into a sudden wall of light that appeared and were bounced back. After saving Fang Yuan, the silver giant raised its hands, clasping them together to form a circle, with Fang Yuan inside. Its arms were huge. They covered the surrounding space around Fang Yuan. The situation is bad. Even though my killer move can defend against blue charm lightning shadows, your refinement is still being interrupted. You need to be careful now. Stronger attacks might be coming at you. If you fail to hold firm, the Gu refinement will fail. Lang Yilan's spirit transmitted again. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak. His expression was heavy. While refining Gu now, there were countless refinement path Dao marks helping him, and even the remaining portion of refinement cauldron was in the air assisting him. But the silver giant's battle with the blue charm lightning shadows would disturb the Dao marks, causing countless tremors. These were all problems for Fang Yuan. If he made a mistake, his hard work would be wasted. Bam, bam, bam. Loud clashing sounds entered Fang Yuan's ears. The blue charm lightning shadows were like blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking at its 2 hands. They were moving quickly, while the silver giant was moving clumsily. You bunch of fools! Lang Yilan's spirit scolded. He had to protect Fang Yuan and keep his arms stable. He could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm lightning shadows was left to the other hairy man Gu Immortals. But these hairy man Gu Immortals had low battle strength. They were unskilled in controlling the giant. Even though they did their best, the immortal killer moves they used either failed, or even if they succeeded in the outside world, they created flashy effects but had little impact. After a long time, they only killed 1 blue charm lightning shadow, and that was because of a lucky hit. Lang Yilan's spirit did not even have the energy to yell at them. Right now, it is really bad. He was full of worries. The silver giant was created with heavenly giant solar. It had expanded by more than 10 times, with less defense than before. It could only take a beating while the blue charm lightning shadows attacked. It was getting more transparent, fading with time. Even though Fang Yuan's situation was stabilized, because of the outside interference, his speed fell drastically. Lang Yalan's spirit estimated that with this speed, the silver giant could not last until the end. He was already occupied now, while Fang Yuan was focusing on the Gu refinement. They could not fight. Without external help, this refinement was bound to fail. Thankfully, this is my first try. It is okay if it fails, I have funds. Fang Yuan's attitude was actually rather good. He had a positive mindset. When refining immortal Gu, who could expect to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could bear the failure, but over in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Ing Wuxia had no alternatives left. This is the final chance, the final set of immortal materials. I cannot fail again. Ing Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth. He was like a wolf that was forced to the edge of the cliff. Once he failed to gather another batch of immortal materials, it would be extremely difficult. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. I can't care less about the backlash. I need to get through this crisis first. Ing Wuxia made up his mind and activated a certain immortal killer move. An intense pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul turned into fuel and started burning. At the same time, his luck rose gradually. My main body had explored 88 Truyong building and created this move. Luckily, I obtained rank 7 Soul Howl Gu earlier. Together with some mortal Gu, I can use this move. Determination flashed across Ing Wuxia's eyes. He was going all in, using a huge amount of luck to help himself in refining fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time, he screamed internally. Inside Lang Ya blessed land, there was great danger. The silver giant was extremely weak. It was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy man Gu immortals and the giants suffered severe injuries. Some of them had burst arteries. They were spitting out blood. Some had fainted while others were trembling intensely, throwing up frothy saliva. They had assembled the ancient battle formation. Now that the formation was damaged, the injuries were reflected onto them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fang Yuan or Lang Yalan spirit, they were in despair. The next time I refine Gu, I will definitely not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Fang Yuan swore to himself at this moment. He felt that the human isolation style was very wonderful. I am actually going to fail this time. My Lang Ya blessed land's reputation is ruined. It is the fault of these tribulations that increased in strength so ridiculously. Lang Ya land's spirit was furious. All right, it is almost time to stop, Gu Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect had placed in Lang Ya blessed land. There were 3 of them formerly. Now he was the only one left. He was the one communicating with Ing Wuxia, giving him the information about Fang Yuan and the Blessed Land. While resisting the blue charm lightning shadows, he did not help much. In fact, he was doing sabotage. From Shadow Sect's perspective, they were unwilling to see Fang Yuan refine change form Immortal Gu. For the final attack, let's use killer move 1 arm sacrifice. Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Even though this move was powerful, it would greatly weaken the silver giant. Now that the silver giant was on the brink of breaking apart, once this move was used, it would definitely collapse. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation would collapse. Not only would Fang Yuan's refinement fail, the backlash of the ancient battle formation would also kill many of the hairy man Gu immortals. After surviving, I would be given even greater responsibilities. This is perfect, simply perfect. Cold light flashed in his eyes. The traitor Sixth Hair used 1 arm sacrifice resolutely. One of the silver giant's arms left its body. As it fell, a bright light was emitted. Oh no! Which idiot! Lang Yalan's spirit's expression changed. He was about to scold. Suddenly, this severed arm was hit by an immortal killer move and erupted with incredible strength as it flew far away. Boom! With a loud crash, an intense explosion occurred. It happened to hit the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm lightning shadows were flying around everywhere. At that moment, coincidentally, most of them were gathered together, and were hit by this explosion. They all died at once. Stunning results. Fang Yuan was dazed. Sixth Hair was shocked. This actually worked? Lang Yalan's spirit was also in a daze. He shouted after a while, "Good attack!" With this change, the silver giant collapsed, and the hairy man Gu immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation turned around quickly. Just Lang Yalan's spirit alone could deal with these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was in regret. He wanted to attack, but Lang Yalan's spirit ordered him to take care of the other hairy man Gu immortals. An hour later, Fang Yuan held the newly refined change form Immortal Gu as he stood in disbelief. The first refinement attempt succeeded? Central continent, Earth abyss. Puff! Ing Wuxie spat out blood as he fell backwards. His expression was pale. He fainted at once. The final attempt at refining fixed immortal travel failed. The butterfly fluttered its wings. It flew up and down, as jade green light scattered below its beautiful wings. Eventually, it landed on the tip of Fairy Ziwei's slender white finger. Fairy Ziwei looked at this jade butterfly deeply, smiling as she said, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "Precisely." An old female Gu immortal beside her said expressionlessly. This old woman had a hunched back. She was bending down. Her hair was yellow like wheat. Her face was wrinkled and her eyes were blurry. She wore a brown-yellow robe. There was a ring of sand around her waist. Fairy Ziwei turned around, expressing her gratitude sincerely. Merely a rank 6 immortal Gu. It actually needed a refinement path great-grandmaster like Granny Sha to refine. This was truly its honor. This old female Gu immortal was a member of Heavenly Court. She had recently woken up. She had rank 8 cultivation level. She was several thousand years old. There were no records about her age, but there were such antiques in Heavenly Court, except that her refinement path great-grandmaster status was very rare. Fairy Ziwei knew a bit more. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal. She could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Sha had little lifespan. She had to sleep in Heavenly Court to delay the arrival of her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation. They were even in a relationship during their younger years. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself and died. This alarmed Granny Sha. She took the initiative to end her hibernation and woke up. Granny Sha looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Ziwei's hand as she sighed deeply. "I am an old woman with half my body inside the coffin. What honor is there? By refining fixed immortal travel this time, can I really help you to capture that Fang Yuan?" Refining fixed immortal travel needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By this era, it could no longer be found by normal Gu immortals, but Heavenly Court was an exception. This was the #1 Gu immortal organization in the world, present since the remote antiquity era. It had been in a leading role throughout history, arrogantly looking down on all 5 regions. Wind Cloud Manor was only a sect under Heavenly Court, but they already had the light of the immemorial era in their inventory. Heavenly Court's own treasury undoubtedly had more. Thus, Granny Sha could rush to refine fixed immortal travel without lacking immortal materials. This was the foundation of Heavenly Court after being around for 3 million years. Towards Granny Sha's question, Fairy Ziwei smiled. "This is the result of my deduction. I have 60% assurance." Surprise flashed across Granny Sha's eyes. "You and Tower Lord are Wisdom Path Gu immortals on par with one another. With 60% assurance, there is a need to try." Fairy Ziwei nodded lightly. "To speak the truth, I was able to deduce because of luck, as I had gotten some crucial information. Fang Yuan having fixed immortal travel and spring-autumn cicada is no longer a secret. Some time ago, we captured a demonic path Gu immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We learned about the boss who had borrowed Gu from him. Next, we investigated several areas that Fang Yuan might have appeared in. One of them was Pot River. At Wind Cloud Manor, Gu immortal Feng Chanzi stole the light of the immemorial era from their treasury and sold it to an outsider. Thus, you deduced that Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel has already been destroyed, right? Granny Sha asked. That was a possibility, but looking at the result, we were right. Fairy Ziwei answered. That Fong Yuan has many immortal goo. Spring-autumn cicada has already been sealed, while fixed immortal travel is with us. This way, it is much easier to capture him. Granny Sha said. Fairy Ziwei shook her head. She sighed lightly. Actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is merely a rank 6 immortal goo. There are too many ways to deal with it. That's right. Granny Sha agreed. It is almost impossible to raise fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8. The light of the immemorial era needed is too much even in Heavenly Court's treasury. We can only try to refine the rank 7 version 3 times. As for rank 8 fixed immortal travel, it is consigned to history. During the immemorial antiquity era, there was an unlimited amount of light, but now it was an extinct immortal material. But fixed immortal travel required the light of the immemorial era to refine. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not transport rank 7 goo immortals, not to mention rank 8s. These goo immortals had plentiful Dao marks in them. To transport them using fixed immortal travel was like asking a baby to carry an elephant. Unless there was a goo immortal specialized in space path, or if a special immortal killer move was used. But such a situation was extremely rare. In general, fixed immortal travel was capped at rank 6. Even though it had a great effect, it had little use to rank 7 and 8 goo immortals. Granny Sha continued. Actually, in Heavenly Court's history, we have owned fixed immortal travel multiple times. In most situations, we gave them to the lower sex for use, and because of tribulations and others reasons, they were lost. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of Heavenly Court goo immortal Liang Liang. He raised it to rank 7. This person cultivated space path alone, but during the rampage of immemorial desolate beasts, he battled and died. The rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed during that time. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Fong Yuan. But in the Heavenly Court goo immortal's eyes, it was almost an unnoteworthy object. It was unusable, thus in many situations, it was given to the 10 ancient sects, so that they could display its greatest worth and control the situation in Central Continent. To think that Fong Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create so much trouble in the world. It was still the same saying, there was no strongest goo worm, only strongest goo master, goo immortal. The effect of a goo worm not only depended on the goo worm itself, the more important reason was the user, the goo master. Fairy Ziwei continued, rushing to refine fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada merely cut Fong Yuan's wings. The true problem is finding his hiding spot. Now I will deduce with my full strength and find him in Central Continent. Granny Sha, I will need your help to refine immortal goo and restore Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Sha nodded and said in a heavy tone, Tower Lord is dead. I couldn't save him, but I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure he would rest in peace behind the door of life and death if he knows this. Goodbye. Granny Sha said this as Fairy Ziwei summoned another goo immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi almost made a great blunder through this selfish use of public assets. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long. The sects are all complacent and rotting. How can such scoundrels be allowed to tarnish the reputation of Heavenly Court? Punish him to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Dizongshang for 20 years. If that evil dragon manages to move even a bit, he would be failing his duties. We will take his life as punishment. Fairy Ziwei said as cold light flickered in her eyes. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded as he frowned slightly. What about Old Man Bei Feng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson. He was very doted on. Most importantly, with Old Man Bei Feng's accumulated achievements and battle strength potential, he could already rise to Heavenly Court and become one of its members. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 goo immortals can ascend to Heavenly Court and become members. One had to be exceptional. Fairy Ziwei smiled. If Old Man Bei Feng wants to come to Heavenly Court, I will personally welcome him. But his grandson will now be guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. With Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level, he cannot deal with it. Since nobody in Heavenly Court is willing to take care of that mess, we will let Old Man Bei Feng handle it. After pausing for a while, Fairy Ziwei continued. I called you here today because I deduced many identities of Defice members. I want you to go personally and capture a number of them, so that I can get more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead, as the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Ziwei was tasked to lead Heavenly Court. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal was most suited for this job. Of course, she was only leading Heavenly Court temporarily. Heavenly Court Gu Immortals had equal status. Not one of the rank 8 Gu Immortals had absolute authority. They had to discuss matters between all of them. Unless there was an immortal venerable leading them, that would be a different story. Granny Sha is rebuilding Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon is outside capturing the members of Defy. Wei Lingyang is internally investigating Heavenly Court and modifying our investigative methods. Times are different now. We cannot let more traitors come in. Now, I will go all out to deduce Fang Yuan's location. We cannot stall this. Thinking of this, Fairy Ziwei's brows rose slightly. It seemed from the result from her last deduction that the more she targeted Fang Yuan, the more Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect would cooperate. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Spectral Soul was the main target. They could not rest until he was dead. Right now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's Super Dream Realm. Heavenly Court did not and could not act. They could only watch as Spectral Soul died slowly in the Dream Realm. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus was on Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect's remnant forces, to prevent them from saving Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's remnant forces, like Zombie Alliance, was already facing the assault of people sent by Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not an issue, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Fang Yuan went back to the past and rewrote history, what would happen? Central Continent, deep in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxie woke up slowly. What happened? This is... Ing Wuxie was in a daze. Gradually, clarity returned to his eyes. He remembered everything. Damn it! I failed in refining fixed immortal travel. After using my trump card, my luck rose immensely. Why did I not succeed? Now, I have lost everything, and my soul's injury is severe. Ing Wuxie had a pale expression as he clenched his fists. He was upset, and also lost. He did not know what to do now. Suddenly, the surroundings shook. Ing Wuxie's Super Gu formation started to activate rapidly. Oh no! This is the deduction of a Wisdom Path Great Expert. The Super Gu formation's automatic defenses has been activated. Ing Wuxie gasped in his mind. His face turned even more pale now, without a trace of rosiness. In Central Continent, who would deduce Ing Wuxie? Ing Wuxie's first thought was Heavenly Court, the number 1 Gu immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Heavenly Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Heavenly Court that had 3 generations of immortal venerables leading it. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not attempt to attack Heavenly Court. The Supreme Heavenly Court. As the Super Gu formation continued to run, resisting the Wisdom Path deductions of the mysterious Great Expert, the entire Gu formation was shining in dark eerie light. It was cracking under the pressure. In just a short time, who is it that has made the Super Gu formation so overworked? Only Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Great Expert can do it. Ing Wuxie's expression was pale. His back was covered in sweat. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, and he returned to the door of life and death, Shadow Sect had existed, having been developed over 100,000 years, achieving its peak due to immaculate planning. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, the losses were terrible. Only some remnant forces were left. Now, Spectral Soul was stuck in the Dream Realm. Only Ing Wuxie was left as the final hope. Ing Wuxie knew deeply how heavy the burden on him was. If he was deduced without fixed immortal travel to teleport and escape, he would definitely be assaulted by a large number of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals until he died. Never mind if I die, but my main body will fall into a desperate situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will die for real. I will become history. I am not resigned to that fate. Ing Wuxie howled. He struggled to get up. He invested his attention and immortal essence into the Super Gu formation. The goo formation started to become more stable. The eerie light flowed like water, moving in the formation. The cracking sounds also became softer. With a goo immortal controlling it, the goo formation could display a completely different level of power. Earlier, this super goo formation did not have Ing Wuxie controlling it, but it could still defend against Fairy Z-Wei's deductions. With Ing Wuxie's support, its might rose by more than 10 times. The situation was under control. But Ing Wuxie's situation was becoming worse. He had just woken up. His condition was not good. Because the goo refinement failed, and he used his trump card killer move to increase his luck, his soul was severely injured. After waking up, he controlled the super goo formation without rest. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. Ing Wuxie controlled the super goo formation for a while. He felt dizzy and saw stars in the air. His body was shaking as he almost fainted again. No! This super goo formation is hard to control. We have to defend against the wisdom path deduction. My mental energy is severely drained. I cannot continue resisting it. Ing Wuxie's heart sank. Sure knew. Hey Lu Lan, he called, left with no choice. He told these two the secret method to manipulate the super goo formation and let them control it. A while later, he could not endure it anymore. He fainted. Master! Sure knew was very loyal. After being able to control the super goo formation, he found that Ing Wuxie's situation was bad and quickly used the goo formation to heal Ing Wuxie. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Z-Wei's deduction. The situation was stable again. Ing Wuxie finally woke up again. He was in a better state. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" Sure Nu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, master. Did they stop the deduction? Ing Wuxie asked again. Not even once. He Lulan transmitted. Ing Wuxie's expression was grim. His heart sunk to rock bottom. 2 days and 3 nights of deduction without stopping. The other party is indeed a wisdom path great expert of heavenly court. Their wisdom path attainment can match heaven overseeing Tower Lord. Heavenly court. Heavenly court's foundation was too deep. It had been under the rule of 3 immortal venerables, with countless rank 8 Gu immortals joining throughout history. Shadow Sect had developed for 100,000 years. It had a huge force, but compared to Heavenly Court, its foundation was too shallow. Shadow Sect had researched for tens of thousands of years. They found an opportunity coincidentally and paid a heavy price to send the traitor Lian Jiushang into Heavenly Court. But Lian Jiushang could not get much intel after joining Heavenly Court. Most of Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were sleeping, they rarely were active. However, just the small amount of information obtained, showing a portion of Heavenly Court's power, made Shadow Sect feel great trepidation. The biggest concern was Heavenly Court's rank 9 fake Gu. This immortal Gu was only damaged during Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time. It was not completely destroyed. Using rank 9 fake Gu as the core, the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven overseeing tower had incredible might. It could truly oversee everything. Its range of detecting fate escapees spanned over the whole 5 regions. Along with White Heaven and Black Heaven, it was a shocking scope. The second concern was that Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was free from tribulations, seemingly because it had devoured large numbers of fragments of the 7 broken immemorial heavens. Finally, Heavenly Court's Gu immortals had unfathomably deep research regarding immortal apertures. In this regard, even Spectral Soul could only gasp in amazement. Any rank 8 Gu immortal who joins Heavenly Court would first have to contribute their immortal aperture and combine it into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven. When they go outside of Heavenly Court, they would be given a mystical phantom aperture for storing immortal essence and Gu worms. This method was among the deepest secrets of Heavenly Court. It was the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Gu immortals fused their immortal apertures into Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from tribulations. They could also sleep and slow down the loss of their lifespan. Heavenly Court was created 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. By now, it had the Grotto Heavens of 3 immortal venerables, along with countless rank 8 Gu immortals' Grotto Heavens. They were all fused into Heavenly Court. Thus, the size of Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven was unbelievable. The amount of resources in immortal materials inside was immeasurable. With just these resources, Heavenly Court was self-sufficient. It did not need anything from the 5 regions. It was unknown just how many rank 8 Gu Immortals were sleeping inside Heavenly Court, or even how many members there actually were in Heavenly Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand the terrifying might lurking in Heavenly Court. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu had been the traditional way to gain lifespan. For the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals to use sleep to extend their lives, there was definitely a drawback. But Lien Jiusheng had never uncovered what this drawback was. It was among Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect with 100,000 years of foundation was too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg. Zombie alliance which was scattered over all 5 regions, was just the tip of the iceberg. Old Man Yen Shi, Bo Qing, and Purple Mountain True Monarch were hidden under the iceberg. As for Heavenly Court, it was the sea that carried the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep. Even though the iceberg floated on the sea, nobody knew what was hiding inside the sea, or what ferocious creatures were dwelling below. Maybe the Gu Immortals were already dead, but nobody knew the truth, and they were not going to find out either. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lien Jiusheng, Bai Chun Tian, Fairy Ziwei, Granny Sha, they were all rank 8 Gu Immortals who joined Heavenly Court in the last thousands of years. The depths of the sea was not explored yet. These were just huge waves on the surface. Master, what do we do now? Shi Nu asked. Ingwu Xie fell into deep contemplation. He racked his brains, thinking hard. At the moment, Fairy Ziwei's deduction was like a long spear forcing Ingwu Xie and the rest to raise their shield and defend against the Super Gu formation. Even though it was powerful and could block Fairy Ziwei's deduction this way by controlling the Super Gu formation, Ingwu Xie and the rest were restricted from doing anything else. And just defending themselves was too passive. They were going to lose eventually. It was not a wise decision. Heavenly Court targeted me not only to deal with Shadow Sect, but also because they want to pursue Feng Yuan. My body is originally Feng Yuan's. In a way, I am shielding him from this disaster. It is very strange that I failed to refine fixed immortal travel this time. I had 10 chances and extremely high luck in the final one. Even if my luck was split, the chances of success are still very high. Feng Yuan could succeed his refinement even in that situation. My situation was far better than his, yet I still failed. I am afraid fixed immortal travel has already been refined by someone. If that is so, it is likely Heavenly Court. At this time, over in Langya Blessed Land, the traitor Sixth Heir had already sent a letter of apology to Ingwu Xie. Thus, Ingwu Xie had a clear understanding of Feng Yuan's situation. It seems I can only sacrifice a rook to save the king. Ingwu Xie had a resolute expression. He decided to abandon his subordinates to obtain a chance to escape. Using the Super Gu formation, his aura could be concealed for some time. Fairy Ziwei's deductions would be drawn to the Super Gu formation. This way, Ingwu Xie could escape in the meantime, going through the regional walls and leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a tiger's den. There were too few remnant forces of Shadow Sect. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a huge help to Ingwu Xie. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but I am only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie. It is far easier for me to pass the regional walls compared to rank 7s and 8s. Now, I can only work hard to travel the 4 regions and gather my remnant forces. Even if Heavenly Court has the rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu Immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower has been destroyed. They cannot locate me as well. I can only abandon this place. And to control the Gu formation, at least 2 rank 6s or 1 rank 7 are needed. Ingwu Xie thought about it and decided to give up on Shi Nu, bringing Tai Bai Yunshang and He Lu Lan with him. The loyalty of these 3 was not an issue, especially He Lu Lan, followed by Shi Nu, and finally Tai Bai Yunshang. The more important reason was that he had to pass the regional walls many times. The lower the cultivation level, the better it was when going through them. Shi Nu's rank 7 cultivation level was a burden instead. Ingwu Xie made his decision and executed it. Shi Nu had no objections. He was utterly loyal. He even passed all of his accumulated Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Ingwu Xie completely. Ingwu Xie's immortal aperture was a dead land. He kept the goo worms while passing the Rockman tribe to He Lulan, letting them live in her immortal aperture. Bringing He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang, with Shirnu left to draw the attention, Ing Wuxia retreated. His target was the closest regional wall. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Rocks were sent flying. Within the dust cloud, Ing Wuxia opened his mouth, growling. His growl could not be heard by ears, but the 3 central continent goo immortals attacking them shook. Their souls were also shaking intensely. Oh no! This is a soul path immortal killer move. The 3 central continent goo immortals quickly put up their defenses. Retreat! Using this prime opportunity, Ing Wuxia called this out as he led Tai Bai Yunshang and He Lulan to fly away. The central continent goo immortals soon regained their senses, but Ing Wuxia and the rest were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? Amazing! At that moment, I felt that my soul was going to dissipate from the tremors alone. These 3 goo immortals are from northern plains based on their aura. They are so secretive and mysterious. Who are they? They actually appeared in Earth Abyss, the territory of our ancient soul sect. Are they related to the giant cave-in that happened earlier? The 3 central continent goo immortals had grim expressions as they communicated while healing their injuries. I have already sent this information to the sect. We are sending reinforcements now. Chase! They are all hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense them. They cannot escape. The 3 central continent goo immortals stabilized their injuries and quickly chased after them. After chasing them for a while, the sensation vanished. The leading central continent goo immortal was troubled. Strange! My immortal killer move was created several years ago. It can trace people, few know about it. How did they dispel it? There are many types of immortal goo. Through different combinations, killer moves are created. Goo immortals have many different methods. They are uncountable in number. Maybe the other party happened to have a way to counter your immortal killer move. This is possible but unlikely. In my opinion, it might not be dispelled, but only temporarily suppressed. Maybe they used a certain method to conceal themselves. The leader of the 3 immortals said, "We chased them here, but the immortal killer move's connection vanished. There must be a reason. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" An immortal aperture was a small world independent of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. When fate escapees live in blessed lands and grotto heavens, they can avoid heaven overseeing towers detection. If Ing Wuxia, who was hit, entered someone else's immortal aperture, the investigative method of the leader of the 3 immortals would not work. But entering someone else's immortal aperture was very rare in the goo immortal world. Firstly, the immortal aperture was extremely important in a goo immortal's cultivation. Few would allow others inside. Secondly, there was a drawback to this. The immortal apertures of goo immortals had their respective Dao marks. By entering another person's immortal aperture, their Dao marks would clash. They would interfere with, obstruct, or even reject and consume each other. The actual expenditure would depend on the situation itself. Normally speaking, a larger aperture storing a smaller one was more stable. Even if a smaller one was storing a bigger one, as long as their strengths were not far apart, the immortal aperture could contain goo immortals. But they would suffer losses in one way or another. If the immortal aperture was placed outside and was connected to the heaven and earth chi, they would be a part of the 5 regions world. The immortal aperture would be far more stable and could contain much more or even higher cultivation level goo immortals. If the person entering the immortal aperture had too high of a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, they might cause the immortal aperture to detonate. Like the fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens, only people of a certain cultivation level could explore it. If they were too strong, they could not enter. Forcefully going in would just destroy the small world. There was also a special situation. It was regarding apertures of immortal zombies. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land. The time inside was the same as the outside world, and the space inside was constantly crumbling. It could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture breaking apart. It was the process where they returned to the body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture enters a goo immortal, there would not be any Dao mark resistance. The only problem would be that the dead land would crumble more quickly, and the Dao marks would return to the zombie body at a faster rate. The leader of the three immortals had anticipated this situation. Thus, he made Ing Wuxia, Tai Baiyunshang, and He Lulan all afflicted by his immortal killer move. No matter who entered which immortal aperture, one person would be left, they would be detected. The leader of the three immortals suddenly had a thought. Don't tell me. Someone placed their immortal aperture, while the other two entered the immortal aperture along with them? It is easy for a Gu immortal to regather their immortal aperture. But placing it down takes time. There would be a commotion. How can they do it so quickly without making a disturbance? But Gu immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of geniuses in this world. They might have a certain method to quickly place down the immortal aperture. This central continent Gu immortal thought a lot, but could not discern anything relevant. But this did not affect his actions. My connection was severed here. Rather than chasing them endlessly, I should stay here and investigate, maintaining the area and letting our wisdom path Gu immortals in the sect deduce. The central continent Gu immortal said. His suggestion was well received. The other two nodded without objecting. They are not leaving. It seems they are staying here. Inside the Super Gu formation, Tai Baiyunshang looked outside and sighed. These three rank 7 Gu immortals are from Ancient Soul Sect, sent here to investigate the huge cave-in. Master, it was fortunate that you could escape. Please heal your injuries. Shirnu urged. He Lulan sank into silence. Ing Wuxia's expression was very ugly, he said in a hoarse voice. To think that 3 Gu immortals are waiting here for me. He had decided to make a sacrifice to protect his major interests, but to think that shortly after leaving, these 3 ancient soul sect Gu immortals appeared and fought with them. Ing Wuxia and the rest were outmatched. They could only return to the Super Gu formation. With the concealment of the Super Gu formation, the immortal killer move that was used on He Lulan and the others became temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 Gu immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the Super Gu formation. But because the Super Gu formation was extraordinary, it not only concealed them but also concealed all their aura. Being in phantom form, it did not have any physical state. The 3 central continent Gu immortals could not detect anything. What do we do now? He Lulan thought to herself, looking at Ing Wuxia with an inquisitive gaze. Ing Wuxia turned his face around. His gaze flickered uncertainly. After thinking about it, he made up his mind. He gritted his teeth. In this desperate situation, I can only do this. A moment later, in treasure yellow heaven, one pillar of treasure light shot into the sky. It was thick and large, attracting countless gazes the moment it appeared. What kind of treasure can lead to such amazing treasure light? Immortal Gu. It's an immortal Gu. Someone is using treasure yellow heaven to transport immortal Gu again? So extravagant. Countless wills and Gu immortals who happened to be around were talking about it. This familiar scene made them think of earlier, when Lang Yalan Spirit used treasure yellow heaven to send Feng Yuan his sword path immortal Gu. But soon, the commotion exploded among the people. The Gu immortals will publicly announced. This immortal Gu was to be sold openly. Anyone could buy it, but they had to use immortal Gu to exchange for it, or collect enough immortal materials provided in the list to trade. All of the Gu immortals were shaken. Exchanging immortal Gu for immortal Gu was normal. It was also nearly the only way of transacting immortal Gu. But to think that this transaction could also be done using immortal materials. This was shocking and surprising. At once, the whole of treasure yellow heaven went into chaos. Central continent, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Gu immortals from all 5 regions revealed deep interest towards this immortal Gu, especially when they realized that the immortal materials on the list were not absurd. As long as they collected the immortal materials and exchanged for this immortal Gu, they would profit without fail. As time passed, a sudden immortal Gu transaction caused a huge commotion in treasure yellow heaven. More and more Gu immortals heard about this and placed their attention here, asking for the price. The price was very fair. Countless Gu immortals were moved. Ing Wuxia smiled coldly as he saw this. The seller of the immortal Gu was none other than him. Immortal Gu were usually not sold because refining Gu was hard, and immortal Gu were unique. Even 100 portions of immortal materials might not successfully refine the Gu. But Ing Wuxia was forced to his wit's end. He had no choice but to choose to sell immortal goo. He had immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by spectral souls will within the red lotus in the river of time. Because the will carried in spring-autumn cicada was limited, this information was chosen carefully and given to Ing Wuxia. All of it was precious and had great value. He could not sell these, they were all useful in saving his main body. If they were sold, his secrets would be exposed. They could not be sold. He could not sell these things, and his cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials, which were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then, Ing Wuxia had only one choice left, that was to sell immortal goo. He had quite a number of immortal goo. They were mostly from Feng Yuan. He was selling one of Feng Yuan's immortal goo, Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo. In the current goo immortal world, even though Strength Path goo immortals were rare, this immortal goo still drew a lot of attention. Because its price was not high, many rank 6 goo immortals without immortal goo could bear the cost. As I expected, by selling this Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo first to cause a commotion, I can raise the prices later when I sell other immortal goo. Ing Wuxia snickered internally. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei, do you know about the situation in Treasure Yellow Heaven? Granny Sha used goo worms to transmit and ask Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had been trying to deduce the location of Feng Yuan, but she did not know that Feng Yuan's soul and body were separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Ing Wuxia, who was closest to her. Feng Yuan was inside Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her capability in deducing him was minimal. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Ziwei smiled, stopping her deduction. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo in Treasure Yellow Heaven? And he wants to use Space Path Immortal Goo like fixed immortal travel in exchange? It seems that Feng Yuan has been pushed into a corner. He has no choice but to do this. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, Treasure Yellow Heaven cannot be disrupted. But Heavenly Court is an exception. Open the treasury. I am going to make a transaction with Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Treasure Yellow Heaven's Heavenly Spirit was extremely proud and rarely showed itself. It ignored even Heavenly Court and had once resigned itself to death rather than giving in to a venerable's threat, making them helpless. The huge Heavenly Court could not force Treasure Yellow Heaven to stop Ing Wuxia from making transactions. That was impossible. But Fairy Ziwei was very confident in this. Southern border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun was high in the sky, shining brilliantly. There were lots of people on Shangliang Mountain. The atmosphere was lively. Rank 4 peak stage Goo Master Shang Buli stood at the mountain peak, attracting almost everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was an experienced veteran, at this moment he was feeling anxious. Because right now was Shang Clan's ceremony, it had huge significance. All sorts of people were attending: Tai Clan, E Clan, Wu Clan, Ho Clan, and all the other representatives of Southern Border's super forces. Even experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators were here. The elites of Southern Border were all gathered for this. It was a grand event. Shang Clan was different from the other super forces. That was because of Shang Clan's battle stage policy. The other super forces' battle stages were meant for their clansmen, while Shang Clan's battle stage could also take in demonic cultivators and lone cultivators. Shang Clan's foundation was in trading. Its main base was Shangliang Mountain. Deals could be made with anyone. It was the biggest connector of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This was not just among the Goo Masters, the same applied to the Goo Immortal world. Shang Clan's Goo Immortals were usually the middlemen of righteous path and demonic path transactions. Seeing that Shang Buli appeared, the countless Goo Masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that this ceremony of Shang Clan was about to begin. The entirety of Shangliang Mountain became quiet. Shang Buli felt his pressure intensifying. He took in a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down as he declared loudly, "Shang Clan Leader's Succession Ceremony, begin." At the next moment, grand music was played. Countless birds and peacocks flew around. Golden flowers were raining down from the sky. It was a glorious scene. From the interior of Shangliang Mountain, a long, clear rainbow road extended outwards. A splendidly dressed girl walked on the clear rainbow road. appearing in front of everyone. She had silky jet black hair draping over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were thin like smoke, her eyes as clear as the moon. Her skin was snow white, and her hair was tied up. Wearing a beautiful dress, she walked slowly. It was Shang Xinci. At once, countless Gu masters held their breaths. So beautiful! This is Shang clan's next clan leader? This woman is so beautiful. She is truly like a fairy. Who is she? Everyone was discussing and clamoring. But these noises were all drowned by the elegant music that was being played. The esteemed guests on the mountain peak from all the super forces, as well as experts from the demonic path and lone cultivators, were all looking at Shang Xinci as she walked in, transmitting their thoughts to each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. She does not have high reputation, her aptitude is low, and her cultivation level is also low. But in the end, she actually became Shang clan's new clan leader. Fate truly toys with people, incredible, incredible. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, countless heroes and conquerors died. The forces in southern border were all heavily affected. Much of the power balance shifted. And Etion Mountain has also become among southern border's greatest mysteries after that battle. Shang Xinci slowly walked on the clear rainbow road. Under everyone's watchful gazes, her clothes fluttered in the air. She ascended slowly, walking towards the sky from Shangliang Mountain's peak. Clouds gathered in the sky, light was shining brightly, gathering into a throne. Everyone raised their heads to watch. Shang Xinci had an unmatched and elegant disposition right now. Today, in Southern Border's Gu Master World, you are the sole main character. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who single-handedly supported Shang Xinci to become the leader of Shang clan. Shang Xinci became Shang clan leader in order to prevent any chaos. Shang Qingqing had concealed herself and watched in the background to control the situation. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Southern Border has fallen into its biggest commotion in several hundred years. Can this girl really lead Shang clan and maintain stability, or even expand? Shang Tanmo asked. He had the appearance of a youth. He wore a blue robe and was skinny. He was looking at Shang Xinci with a deep gaze of doubt and inquisitiveness. Shang Qingqing smiled. All of the generations of clan leaders were nurtured through gaining experience. The reason why I chose Shang Xinci is not because of her ability, but her heart and magnanimity. Her characteristics are an advantage that gives her an unspeakable charisma. It is extremely rare in the current world. Look at the mountain peak. Her subordinates are all tearing up from joy. They are so loyal and trusting towards Shang Xinci. But actually, these people that she took in had varied backgrounds. They were a chaotic bunch, but now they are all on the same side. Oh! Shang Tanmo heard this and was moved. He knew that Shang Qingqing chose this girl to be the clan leader not just because of her personality, but because she had also made some observations and considerations over time. He followed Shang Qingqing's indication and looked down. To think that my lady would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob, sob, sob. Missy, we finally did it. Xiao Dai was weeping in happiness. She was Shang Xinci's trusted servant. When they were in Zhang clan, they were inseparable. She followed her in the caravan. To Shang clan city. They had gone through thick and thin. Her loyalty was unmatched. Master, if you learn about this inside the door of life and death, you must be very happy. Young Miss is completely different from your other children. She can definitely give a new future to Shang clan. The servant Xiaolan had teary eyes. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. She was capable and was given to Shang Xinci by Shang Yanfei. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Etion Mountain, her loyalty towards Shang Yanfei was all transferred to Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was Zhou clan's leader. He had an arrogant attitude and thought highly of himself. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was a vagrant, surviving by opening a shop in Shang clan inner city. Afterwards, Fang Yuan forced him to go under Shang Xinci as a subordinate. Seeing that Shang Xinci was sitting down on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was in a daze. At this moment, He thought of Fong Yuan. A complex smile appeared on his face. Black and white demons, should I be thanking you? Now that the young miss is Shang clan leader, my Zhou clan has hoped to rise up again. But soon, Zhou Quan thought again. No, reviving the clan will have to wait. Even though the young miss is a clan leader, the internal threats are huge, her situation is not stable. How can I leave her now when she needs the help of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan was not overwhelmed by this huge ceremony. He looked around at Shang Bu Li and Wan Qianshan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, among the 5 great generals of Shang clan, only 2 were left. They were Shang Bu Li and Wan Qianshan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, while the latter was in charge of resource gathering, like mining, herb gathering, hunting, and others. The one with Shang's surname was the representative of Shang clan. The other with Wan's surname was an external elder. He represented the benefits of Shang clan's external Gu masters. With these 2 experts, young Miss' internal situation in Shang clan is truly bad. She is weak while they are strong. There is even a possibility that they could make her a puppet leader by taking over secretly. Young Miss' status makes her unable to obtain the support of every clansman. She is an illegitimate daughter after all. The internal problems are alarming, but the external problems are worse. Danger is lurking everywhere. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, too many leaders and experts died. Everything is changing. Resources without owners are being contested for again. Young Miss has too few resources available, be it human resources or actual goods, compared to her siblings. And she also has to deal with affairs outside the clan. And at this critical moment, Lady Wei is leaving her too. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked at the female Gu master beside him, Wei de Xian, feeling very unhappy. He was the chief steward of Shang Xian Ci. He knew a lot of information. Wei de Xian was the wife of Wei clan leader. She was skilled at training guards and was pregnant. Her motive was to protect her husband's only bloodline. Because Fong Yuan targeted her weakness, threatening her, she eventually went over to Shang Xian's side and helped her nurture a band of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xian's guards. But now, she had already given birth. She had successfully carried on her husband's bloodline. Because she was always out in the open, her brother Wei Shenjing found out. He sent a letter and urged Wei de Xian to go and serve Wu clan with him. Wei de Xian was moved. After all, she was not loyal to Shang Xian. She was threatened by Fong Yuan and had no choice back then. But Zhou Quan did not know that, while he was worrying about the situation, Wei de Xian was also very worried. Zhou Quan was once the leader of a clan. He had a good perspective of the big picture. Wei de Xian was the same. She was a clan leader's wife. She could see further than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is already dead. My enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by the black demon back then, and had to serve the young miss, after this long period of time, I have come to understand her. Young miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world. Little brother, I will have to disappoint you. I cannot go to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan. Even though you are ostracized, your life is safe. But here with young miss, danger lurks everywhere. Wei de Xian sighed internally. But no matter what, as the young miss steward, I need to think for her sake. Right now, she needs manpower. The 3 demonic path brothers, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, must stay. We cannot let them leave. Zhou Quan looked at 3 people as brilliance flashed in his eyes. No matter what, as the young miss personal guard, I need to think in her interests. Shang Yanfei is dead. Shang clan only has 2 generals left. We need to prevent them from making her a figurehead. We need to draw in new blood. Xiao Yan is a great choice. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he idolizes Wei Yang. Because of the black and white demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young miss, and Xiao Yan was also close to them. Wei de Xian looked at Xiao Yan, who was among the crowd as she planned. In the sky, Shang Xian Ci began to speak publicly for the first time. Her speech was succinct, but there was deep meaning in it. People were pondering over it. This was not prepared by her, of course. Wei Xian and Zhou Quan had written her script. After the speech ended, a huge wave of applause and cheers erupted. Shang Xian slowly left the center of attention. But the succession ceremony was not over yet. What followed would be a day and night of celebration. Wine and food with songs playing, to sweep away the sadness and dejection from all the heroes' deaths. After vanishing from the sky, Shang Xian directly appeared in the inner city's mansion. So tired, with no one watching her, she relaxed as she felt deep fatigue in her mind. But she knew that now was not the time to rest. She used her goo worms to summon her aides. Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Wei Xian, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua and Xiong Feng. Shang Xian had arrangements to make. Yi Fan walked on the road. His eyes were shining brilliantly. He walked with an imposing aura. Ever since he defended Shang Xian while refusing to retreat in danger, he obtained the female immortal Shang Qing's approval. He was given a superb inheritance and many goo worms. Yi Fan was troubled because he had no cultivation guidance. After getting this inheritance, his horizons expanded. He no longer lacked goo worms. His future was bright. He was considered Shang Xian's life benefactor. He could enter her mansion without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xian became Shang clan leader. But it will not be easy as a clan leader, not to mention the leader of Shang clan. How can I, Yi Fan, abandon her? Thinking of Shang Xian, Yi Fan's heart beat quickly. He was developing feelings for Shang Xian, but he did not know what she felt about him. He knew that Shang Xian was inside her mansion. He came without an invitation. He was close. The final door was right in front of him. He could see Lady Xian again. Yi Fan's footsteps became faster. He stood at the door. He straightened his back as he patted his clothes. He was about to knock. He heard Shang Xian voice from inside. Everyone listen to me. After becoming clan leader, there is one thing I want to do first. This has been weighing in my heart for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to remove Black Demon, Brother Fang Zheng's arrest warrant. Of course, that includes Sister White Demon as well. Yi Fan was dazed. His finger that was going to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xian was talking to her subordinates, while Shang Qing and the other goo immortals were discussing southern borders matters in Living Treasure Blessed Land. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land. Their base camp? It was situated in the main world of southern border. It was very stable and could allow goo immortals to go in. The door of this blessed land was the Living Treasure door. Its favorite activity was digging its nose. The Battle of Etion Mountain has ended. Southern Border's goo immortal world will be in turmoil and unrest for the next few decades. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke. He looked around, continuing, right now our clan has 3 matters. First, Zombie Alliance have vanished mysteriously over the 5 regions. The same goes for Southern Border's Zombie Alliance branch. They occupied many resources. Shang clan can take them over. Second, Etion Mountain has been covered by the giant Dream Realm. Us Righteous Path forces are joining up and blockading this place, doing research while preventing Demonic Path or Lone Immortals in. Third, Etion Mountain's shocking gambling contest ended without result. But there are huge amounts of cultivation resources left inside Treasure Yellow Heaven. The sole participant of this gambling contest who is still alive, Goo Immortal Gualao, is the only person to inherit the resources. We have to take control of him. Shang clan's goo immortals all nodded. The 3 matters mentioned by First Supreme Elder were the biggest matters in Southern Border's goo immortal world now. Countless people were concerned. I have been paying attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. To speak the truth? Shang Qing was about to speak, when suddenly her expression changed. She said in shock, "What happened?" Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. Treasure Yellow Heaven came from Taoist countless treasures. In the medieval antiquity era, a rank 8 goo immortal, known as Taoist countless treasures, acquired a fragment of Yellow Heaven by chance. He fused the fragment into his grotto heaven and formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture absorbs a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the outside world of the 5 regions, and could not be moved anymore. Treasure Yellow Heaven was the same. Ever since it was placed in its location 300,000 years ago, it had not moved. But where was Treasure Yellow Heaven's exact location? This was a huge mystery people did not know. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had tried to deduce it over the years without finding the answer. Treasure Yellow Heaven's original owner was Taoist Countless Treasures. After him, there were no successors. Even the many immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven has existed until today. It is the #1 open market in the 5 regions Gu Immortal world. Why did it close suddenly? Shang Clan's Gu Immortals were shocked and suspicious. Ever since Taoist Countless Treasures created Treasure Yellow Heaven, it had been open for 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the biggest help towards Gu Immortal's cultivation. It had an important place in the mind of every Gu Immortal. For the longest time, Gu Immortals had gotten used to the existence of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that it was closed, everyone was caught off guard. Why do you think that Treasure Yellow Heaven closed suddenly? Oh no, we are after the resources gambled in Etion Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge bet is stuck in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Don't tell me. Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit is trying to steal this huge amount. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder shook his head. He denied that idea. Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit does not care about that bet. If it was corrupt, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not have its reputation and status. There had never been a case of corruption in Treasure Yellow Heaven in history. But regarding the closing of Treasure Yellow Heaven, there have been a few instances. Is that so? We would like to know. Shang Qing quickly asked. Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder spoke slowly, revealing a secret. As it turned out, there were some instances recorded of Treasure Yellow Heaven closing in history. They were due to the same reason. It involved fragments of immemorial Yellow Heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, and black. Right now, only white heaven and black heaven remained. Yellow heaven had shattered long ago. Back then, Taoist Countless Treasures knew that he could not survive a coming tribulation. He used his own immortal aperture to absorb a small fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven, forming Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though he was trapped inside Treasure Yellow Heaven and lost his freedom, he no longer faced any tribulations. After Treasure Yellow Heaven absorbed the immemorial Yellow Heaven fragment, it could only continue to expand by absorbing other Yellow Heaven fragments. There were several transactions recorded in history. Certain people had sold a fragment world of immemorial Yellow Heaven to Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit. After the heavenly spirit obtained it, it closed Treasure Yellow Heaven and focused on absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment to expand itself. This time, if there are no unexpected surprises, should also be this case. Shang Clan First Supreme Elder finally surmised. He was right. In this world, it might be that the only thing that could move Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit were Yellow Heaven fragments. The immemorial 9 heavens had shattered long ago. Yellow Heaven fragments were nearly non-existent at this point. Only those with immense luck and opportunities could obtain them. But Heavenly Court had a long history. Its treasury was beyond imagination. It could take out a fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven, and the size was quite large too. If the amount was little, Treasure Yellow Heaven's heavenly spirit would not need to close Treasure Yellow Heaven. It could absorb the fragment easily. Now, Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The Yellow Heaven fragment had to be so huge that the heavenly spirit had no choice but to focus entirely on the absorption. Treasure Yellow Heaven had been impartial all along. It did not side with anyone. It was mysterious and Heavenly Court could do nothing to it. If Heavenly Court asked the Heavenly Spirit to reject Ing Wu Xie's transactions openly, the Heavenly Spirit would not respond to them, and Gu Immortals from the other 4 regions would not care either. With the 5 regional walls, Heavenly Court's influence and control was mostly limited to Central Continent. But Heavenly Court was extremely affluent. It tossed out one large Yellow Heaven fragment. This way, Ing Wuxie's plan to save himself was thwarted. Damn it! Heavenly Court actually did this. Ing Wuxie's face was ruthless. He clenched his fists. Veins were popping. He was gritting his teeth until a grinding sound could be heard. He was furious, but with the heavy-handed method used by Heavenly Court, he could not do anything but watch helplessly. Guh. Suddenly, Ing Wuxie felt a rush of blood as he spat it out, falling backwards. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, he also felt bone-chilling coldness. Heavenly Court directly sold the Yellow Heaven fragment cheaply. They were paying such a huge price to eliminate Ing Wuxie. This showed their firm determination in this aspect. It was a desperate situation. Heavenly Court's move had blocked Ing Wuxie's final way out. They were too ruthless. Without Treasure Yellow Heaven, even if Ing Wuxie wanted to sell Immortal Goo, they were stuck with him. And even more disgustingly, his Immortal Goo Iron Crown Eagle Strength was still stuck inside. Without the immortal materials from transactions, how can he continue to refine goo? One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients, without Immortal Goo. How could he get out of this situation? Treasure Yellow Heaven closed. The Heavenly Spirit was absorbing the Yellow Heaven fragment. This was not going to end quickly. In history, the shortest period was just over 2 months. There was no way out. He could only allow Heavenly Court to deduce while he and the rest defended and stalled for time, until finally, strong foes came to find them personally, and they failed to resist them. Langya blessed land. Feng Yuan's appearance had changed. He became an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal Killer move to alternate between life and death. He could be a living goo immortal or a dead immortal zombie. But now he was not using this method. His Strength Path Immortal Goo were all lost. He could not use that Strength Path Killer move. Feng Yuan's plan was simple. His soul flew out and left his body, entering the corpse of a Strength Path Immortal Zombie. The corpses of these Strength Path Immortal Zombies came from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After rebirth, Feng Yuan had still asked for these to make preparation for the Life and Death Immortal Aperture as a failsafe. He had obtained many Strength Path Immortal Zombies from Blazing Heaven Demoness. These bodies were all placed in Star Form Blessed Land. After Etion Mountain, he had gotten them back from Langya Land Spirit. Other than these immortal zombie bodies, there were also large amounts of precious immortal materials. Most of the Quasi-Rank 9 immortal materials were obtained from the Goo Formation in Earth Trench. Some of the Rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were picked up from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited greatly from Bo Qing's awakening, when his sword lights traversed Central Continent. Feng Yuan did not have much Immortal Essence or Immortal Essence Stones, but he did not lack Goo refinement materials. But the value of these immortal materials were too high. It was inappropriate to use them now. Immortal materials were not the key point. Wisdom Goo was more important. Feng Yuan was staring at Wisdom Goo for a long time, but it did not move at all, let alone emit the light of wisdom. Using other immortal zombie bodies in place of myself did not work. I cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Feng Yuan was not surprised at this. He had already made similar experiments long ago in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom Goo had never been refined by Feng Yuan. He had only made an agreement with it back then because of the winds of assimilation. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom Goo seemed to only respond to Feng Yuan as a whole. His body and soul were both needed to draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, if he only had his soul and not his body, it would not work. That means, the most direct way is to just take back my original body? Feng Yuan thought. His original body was still an immortal zombie. There was no need to change anything. It was suitable to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although it would work, was impractical. Ing Wuxie has already vanished. He could possibly have Spring-Autumn Cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal goo. Other than that, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng might be helping him. Earlier, Feng Yuan had no time because of the calamity. Now, every time he thought about the problem called Ing Wuxie, he felt a deep headache. Thus, I all the more need to refine Feng Zheng into a blood deity. Feng Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus goo. He had no parents. He had no bloodline relationship to anything in this world. But Feng Yuan still wanted to refine Feng Zheng into a blood deity. The blood deity refined using Feng Zheng could counter Feng Yuan's body. Even if the immortal zombie body could not be taken back later, Feng Yuan could use the base of Feng Zheng's blood deity to modify it, or possibly, he could combine it with his soul to regain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. Of course, this was purely Feng Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Feng Yuan's blood path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. When Feng Yuan was testing Wisdom Gu, Lang Yalan's spirit was also observing. Seeing the results, he sighed and felt much regret. Feng Yuan looked towards Lang Yalan's spirit in concerned fashion. Does First Supreme Elder have any methods to use Wisdom Gu? Lang Yalan's spirit stared at Feng Yuan, replying petulantly, the simplest method is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Gu. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. I know this method too. I am asking if there are other methods? Sigh, there is a method that isn't a method. I can feed it with Lifespan Gu continuously. After feeding it for some time, I might obtain Wisdom Gu's acknowledgement. If this method works, Wisdom Gu would be mine. By then, you would have to give it to me no matter what. Lang Yalan's spirit thought about it and smiled to himself. Feng Yuan's eyes drooped. Is it really fine to directly say it? You think I want to? Lang Yalan's spirit was stomping his feet. Land spirits cannot lie. Damn it. Why did I tell you about my motives again? You accursed fellow. Feng Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding Wisdom Gu was too high. Only Lang Yalan's spirit was willing to pay it. Feng Yuan used Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to revive. His age was about 16 now. Humans in this world lived 100 years on average. That meant that Feng Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was a long time. But even so, Feng Yuan knew that if he obtained Lifespan Gu, he would use them all on himself. Even if he did not use them, he would save them for the future in case of emergencies. Lifespan Gu were mortal Gu. But Lifespan Gu were among the strongest forms of currency in Gu Immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare. There were two obstacles in a Gu Immortal's cultivation. One was calamities and tribulations, the other was lifespan. Even if one was as strong as an Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable, they would still be challenged by these two problems. In fact, back then when Giant Sun Immortal Venerable set up 88 Truyong Building, one of his most important goals was to ransack the Lifespan Gu in the whole of Northern Plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding Wisdom Gu, it was secondary. During Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years, for a long period of time, Wisdom Gu was in constant hunger. It had to go into deep sleep and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88 Truyong Building, he also found Wisdom Gu. But he could not use it or afford to feed it. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. He did not have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he could make use of aspects of other paths using his own as a foundation. He did not have much need for Wisdom Gu anyway. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, his era ended. Thereafter, the world started to produce Lifespan Gu again. And after that, another huge figure appeared in the world. That was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He had already searched for Lifespan Gu during his later years, but Lifespan Gu's demand far exceeded the supply. It became rarer until it vanished. After Paradise Earth died, a new cycle started as the world recuperated. Lifespan Gu appeared again. Every 10 years, 88 Truyong Building conducted the Imperial Court contest. Ransacking Northern Plains Lifespan Gu, Wisdom Gu was slowly fed and recuperated, until Feng Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. And later, due to its survival instincts, Wisdom Gu left with Feng Yuan and went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a long series of events, it ended up in Langya Blessed Land now. During Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 Lifespan Gu to refine Second Aperture Gu. But that could not be helped. In this life, I had obtained a Lifespan Gu from Blazing Heaven Demoness. But after rebirth, I lost this opportunity and have no Lifespan Gu with me now. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness could give me a Lifespan Gu, she definitely had more than one in her possession. But she died in the 10 Extreme Formation. Her Lifespan Gu were also destroyed. No. Fang Yuan thought as he recalled something. Lifespan goo is hard to find. Even an immortal venerable or demon venerable would need and desire it. Blazing heaven demoness was plotted against by spectral soul and died. Her accumulated wealth must have been taken by spectral soul already. Even though spectral soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance remain. Their wealth is still immense. As for Langya Land Spirit, he also had a number of lifespan goo. It was quite the sum. These lifespan goo were all produced inside Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history of over 300,000 years. It had lived through the era of two venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had an incredibly huge space. After intentionally being dropped to a Blessed Land, because Refinement Cauldron was fused into the Immortal Aperture world, Langya Blessed Land's space increased instead. It was larger than even many Grotto Heavens. There were an immense number of hairy men living here. They were split into 3 countries. The life forms in here procreated and had generations after generations of offspring. Lifespan goo was produced from life forms. Wherever life forms lived, lifespan goo could be naturally produced. With a huge space, countless inhabitants, and a long history, together with Langya Land Spirit's absolute control over the Blessed Land, whenever a lifespan goo appeared, he could collect it immediately. With all these reasons, Langya Land Spirit's lifespan goo accumulation increased continuously. Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, but he could easily guess that the number was not small. Ordinary goo immortals would need lifespan goo, but Langya Land Spirit did not. Activating wisdom goo requires the goo immortal's lifespan to be expended, and feeding wisdom goo also requires lifespan goo. For now, I should let Langya Land Spirit feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Langya Land Spirit's motives even without any probing. This could not be helped. Fang Yuan had no lifespan goo, he could not feed it. He was in deep trouble himself. When goo immortals went through tribulations, they become stronger and stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity. He had no time to care about wisdom goo. Ever since wisdom goo was brought away by him, Fang Yuan had not fed it once. The truth was, Langya Land Spirit was helping Fang Yuan. In any case, even if wisdom goo acknowledges Langya Land Spirit, it is a good thing. With my current status, I can use Langya Land Spirit's methods to use wisdom goo. I will only need to pay some sect contribution points. All goo worms were tools. All of his hard work was targeted towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much. There was nothing he could not discard. The experiment with wisdom goo ended in failure. But Fang Yuan felt no disappointment. Before leaving, he asked for one thing from Langya Land Spirit. An information path mortal goo that recorded the scene of when he refined change form immortal goo. This goo refinement was very strange. The tribulations became so strong. We were lucky that we succeeded. Fang Yuan, if you find out anything, you have to tell me. Langya Land Spirit instructed Fang Yuan before he left. First Supreme Elder did not manage to find out anything. Neither could I. I will do my best. Fang Yuan answered. He had a vague guess that the tribulations gained strength due to the sovereign immortal fetus goo. But he would not tell Langya Land Spirit this guess no matter what. Other than researching the tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Langya sect and see if there were any traitors left. All along, Fang Yuan had been mindful of this. Shadow Sect had sent 2 traitors into Langya Blessed Land, unexpectedly having hairy man goo immortals. When Shadow Sect attacked Langya Blessed Land, these 2 spies played an important role. But other than them, are there other spies in Langya Sect? This problem was extremely important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya Sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to depend on Langya Land Spirit to undergo tribulations and cultivate. He had just started this investigation. He did not have the time or energy until now. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan was already close to his new accommodations. This was a grand city. Pure white city walls stood up proudly. At the peak of tall towers, flags were hanging. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent, there were 12 cloud cities. Each of the cities was a mortal goo house. When activated together, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. It could cover the entirety of Cloud Cover continent. These 12 cloud cities were created from the former 12 cloud buildings. The current Lang Ya land spirit liked grand appearances. He was different from the previous one. The cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was given by Lang Ya land spirit to be the place where he defended and lived. The other hairy man Gu immortals, including Lang Ya land spirit himself, each occupied one cloud city. There were few residents in the city, but soon there would be more and more. Because in Lang Ya land spirit's plan, he was going to trigger a war between the 3 continents and pick outstanding Gu masters, moving them to Cloud Cover continent for nurturing. Fang Yuan flew down to the Cloud City and landed. Several hairy man Gu masters quickly welcomed him. They were elite hairy man Gu masters. They were chosen by Lang Ya land spirit and sent to Fang Yuan. On one aspect, they were to take care of Fang Yuan's daily affairs. But there was also the intention for them to receive Fang Yuan's guidance in cultivation. Fang Yuan was not concerned about these hairy men. But the leader of the hairy man Gu masters respectfully told Fang Yuan that the 6th city lord has visited Fang Yuan. He had already been in the guest room for a long time already. The 6th city lord was Gu Immortal 6th hair. He was guarding the 6th cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan felt uncertain. He came to the guest room and met with this Gu Immortal 6th hair. I am 6th hair. Greetings to 2nd city lord. I am here today to seek guidance from you regarding combat. 6th hair paid his respects as he said this. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze had turned ice cold. As it turned out, although 6th hair said that out loud, he was secretly transmitting a different message to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I am here representing Lord Ing Wuxie to make a deal with you. Ing Wuxie, Shadow Sect. 6th hair was the spy. At once countless thoughts flashed across Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Too polite, too polite. We are all from the same sect. Don't talk about guidance, we can definitely spar. Fang Yuan smiled as he showed a warm expression. He first moved away and invited 6th hair to sit down, before getting to his own seat. These few steps were not far, but countless thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. 6th hair is the spy. Is he the only spy in Lang Ya blessed land? He is representing Ing Wuxie to make a deal. What transaction does he want? Over on Ing Wuxie's end, what is going on? He wants a transaction. Is he sincere? Is this a trap? Is this Lang Ya land spirits probing? After all, I joined Lang Ya sect and have an information path alliance agreement on me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. His expression changed. His eyes were sharp like daggers. He looked at 6th hair with deep killing intent. He transmitted coldly. 6th hair, what guts? Is what you just said true? If it is true, I will hand you over to First Supreme Elder for judgment. 6th hair looked at Fang Yuan as he laughed, feeling no fear. If he wanted to snitch, Fang Yuan would have attacked the moment 6th hair exposed himself. But Fang Yuan did not. He sat down and said some empty threats. As for the reason, 6th hair knew clearly. He said, I was originally in charge of the 12 cloud cities. Before you came here, I had already set up an immortal Gu formation. Not only can it conceal us to prevent Lang Ya land spirit from finding out, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can test it out. Fang Yuan had joined Lang Ya sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement and could not act freely. Especially when talking with the spy 6th hair, it was against the alliance agreement. But hearing 6th hair's words, Fang Yuan tested it as expected. There was no backlash from breaking some small alliance agreement rules. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He said after a while, It seems you are indeed a spy in Lang Ya sect. What transaction do you want? 6th hair felt great relief. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would take him down without any further discussion. The first hurdle had been passed already. However, he could not be careless. Fang Yuan was unscrupulous and shameless. He was a devious person with no bottom line. Even though he took a risk and exposed his own identity, danger was still extremely high. There was no choice. Ing Wuxie was out of ideas over there. He could only try this. Having a transaction with Fang Yuan was the same as plotting with a tiger. It was too dangerous. Only after the transaction was over and the evidence was firm, they would be tied together and he would have a hold on him. By then, Sixth Hair would be safe. But how could he achieve his aims without losing too many benefits? Sixth Hair felt troubled. He was on the weaker side now. Ing Wuxie and I have deep enmity. They are suddenly approaching me and even exposed their spy's identity. They have something to ask of me. Interesting. I want to see what he is up to. Fang Yuan had such a thought in his mind. To speak the truth, Lord Ing Wuxie has already reached a desperate situation. His survival is at stake. Otherwise, I would not have appeared to talk to you. Sixth Hair said. Oh! Fang Yuan's brows rose. He looked at the other party again. Sixth Hair was so honest. Fang Yuan felt shocked internally. Why would one expose their own weaknesses before the deal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He sensed the ingenuity of Sixth Hair's purposeful reveal. Even if Sixth Hair did not say it, Fang Yuan would have noticed. By saying it, he could show that this was a last-ditch attempt that was filled with determination. It seems that after interacting with Lang Ye Land Spirit for a long time, I have let down my guard. Even though the other party is a hairy man, he is a spy from Shadow Sect. How can he be as simple and easy to bully as a land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his alertness. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan spoke slowly and calmly. Ing Wuxie has all of the accumulated goo worms in my body. He even has the help of Tai Bai Yunshang and He Lulan. How can he reach such a stage? I refuse to believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fang Yuan, why the need to probe further? You set up the special will and caused your goo worms to self-detonate. You really gave Lord Ing Wuxie a huge surprise. He tried to preserve the goo worms, but only 30% remain. Once he said that, Fang Yuan was fully certain that Sixth Hair was a spy lurking inside Lang Ye Sect sent by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned. His words earlier were not completely true. After Sixth Hair answered him, he obtained a lot of precious information. To think that Ing Wuxie is really controlling He and Bai. He Lulan is a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but after her aunts died, it is much easier to deal with her. She has the great strength true martial physique. If used well, she is an excellent pawn. And Tai Bai Yunshang is a kind man. Even though he is hesitant and timid, he has two-time path immortal goo, he can help out a lot. To think that they are both controlled by Ing Wuxie. What a shame. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate worked in mysterious ways. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, he and Ing Wuxie had swapped places. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus goo, while Ing Wuxie obtained his accumulated wealth. He was able to use He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang as a split soul of spectral soul demon venerable. He had incredible methods to keep these two under control. Ing Wuxie has my immortal goo and He and Bai to help him. Now, he is initiating a transaction with me. I just make him pay a high price. Fang Yuan thought to himself harshly. However, next, after Sixth Hair exposed their weakness, he changed his words. Before the deal, let me show you our sincerity. Think of this as free intel. This intel is extremely important. It concerns your future cultivation greatly, or more accurately, it has to do with your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted, he said coldly. You do not need to brag about the value of the intel. I can assess it myself when I see it. Fang Yuan, do you know what Heaven's will is? Sixth Hair asked. Heaven's will? Fang Yuan asked in confusion. Sixth Hair looked at his expression before nodding in understanding, saying, You indeed forgot a lot of things, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. Sixth Hair said, You had once used Heaven's will's guidance to swap souls with Lord Ing Wuxie, disguised as the pure dream reality seeker physique, and finally taking away sovereign immortal fetus goo. But what you did not know was, this 11th extreme physique was created by Old Man Yen Shi. It had a huge flaw. Any soul which resides in the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose its memories. Even though Old Man Yen Shi tried to remove the weakness, he only eliminated the weakness of falling asleep. The pure dream reality seeker physique still caused the soul to lose memories continuously. As time passed, more memories would be lost. Precisely because of this, Lord Ing Wuxie was constantly losing memories and could only use the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying this, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal goo. He moved this goo around with his finger as he sighed internally. This goo worm has little to no value to him. But to Fong Yuan it was immensely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he pass this to Fong Yuan? In Ing Wuxie's original plan, he was going to use this weakness of Fong Yuan to deal with him. To think that there would be a time where he personally helped Fong Yuan fix this flaw. This letter goo records the details before and after Etion Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the goo worm to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan received it and inspected it. There were no problems. He activated the goo worm and the scenes of Etion Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was indeed lacking many crucial memories. No wonder I have been feeling something weird, but I did not know what. I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. By completely losing one's memories, they could not realize it themselves. If they knew that they forgot something that would not be true amnesia, they could still remember it eventually. However, the scenes in the information path mortal goo gave Fong Yuan a familiar feeling. Of course, there was still a chance that they were deceiving him. After checking it several times, Fong Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, I seem to have lost my memories, but how can I know that this is real? This can possibly be made up too. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the hard part of this transaction. Fong Yuan and Ing Wuxie were enemies. They had deep enmity. There was little trust between them. The problem was how to express his sincerity and make Fong Yuan believe them. If this problem was tackled, the transaction would proceed smoothly. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly, colliding continuously in his mind. He was considering his words carefully. He had to, because Fong Yuan could kill someone without even blinking. If he said something wrong, so be it if he died. But Ing Wuxie had the mission to save his main body. This could not fail. After a long time, Sixth Hair spoke. Fong Yuan, you possess spring-autumn cicada. You have experienced rebirth. Everyone knows this. But the truth is, even if you have many secrets, you have less of a clear understanding than us. Heaven's will is vast. It is everywhere, all over the 5 regions and 9 heavens. It spans across the past, present, and future. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasizes on balance. And the way of humans is exactly the opposite. It is to reduce the deficits and build up the surpluses. The two are complete opposites, and they are in conflict with each other. Thus, the previous venerables and any legendary figures are the targets of heaven's will's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan goo, they are 2 of heaven's will's trump cards. Fong Yuan, you have experienced 2 tribulations already. One was the earthly calamity, and the other was the creation of an immortal goo. The 2 of them had incredible power beyond reason. It was because you had revived using sovereign immortal fetus goo, and your new body and immortal aperture have unlimited potential. Once you grow, you will surpass previous venerables. Because of this, heavens will feel extremely wary of you, and wants to kill you before you grow any further. Fong Yuan's heart shook. Since the tribulations, he had been considering this question. And now, Sixth Hair gave him the answer. Heaven's will, Fong Yuan muttered internally, thinking about this phrase. Sixth Hair sighed. He continued. My main body, spectral soul, created shadow sect, zombie alliance, and refined sovereign immortal fetus, preparing for 100,000 years, ending up in failure. This is the work of heaven's will. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, we even had to face countless enemies. Heavenly court with heaven overseeing Tower Lord as the leader was its representative. And you, Fong Yuan, were the hidden assassin of our human tribulation. What do you mean? Fong Yuan squinted as his eyes shone. He felt deep interest. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's words were going to cause a huge transformation in his situation. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew. Once he said the following words, Fong Yuan's greatest weakness of not knowing heaven's will would be fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fong Yuan's uncontrollable rise to the top. Fong Yuan was like a python stuck in the swamp now. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know its directions. It was rolling around in the mud. But once the information was given to Fong Yuan, The python's cloth would be removed, its vision would return. It would be able to see the huge world and realize that the swamp trapping it was very tiny. With an accurate direction, knowing its circumstances, the python would raise its head towards the sky. It would cause huge storms. It would even become a dragon and roam the world freely. These might just be some words, but to Fang Yuan they were a qualitative transformation. The value was immeasurable. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he really had no choice. Ing Wu Xie's situation forced him to do this. Breathing in a deep breath, Sixth Hair continued. Fang Yuan, you were able to take sovereign immortal fetus Gu away at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own capabilities, but because you received the guidance of heaven's will. Even the fact that you were able to use spring-autumn cicada to rebirth was also part of heaven's will's plot. To let you return to the past and ruin my shadow sect's grand plan. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart shook. The first half was still fine, but the content of the second half. Even with his mental fortitude, he also could not control himself. Boom! Coincidentally, at this time there was a huge tremor in the outside world. What is going on? In an instant, Fang Yuan regained his cool. He sat up as he used his goo worms. His eyes pierced the cloud cover. He saw that there was thunder rumbling in the sky. Several bolts of lightning were flickering. A thunderstorm was brewing. Sixth Hair laughed coldly, but he felt bleak internally. Fang Yuan, you have just undergone tribulation. There is still much of heaven's will left in Langya blessed land. My earlier words exposed the scheme of heaven's will. I attracted the fury of heaven's will. But all blessed lands and grotto heavens are small worlds independent of the 5 regions. Heaven's will cannot control this place. The tribulations are already over. No matter how angry heaven's will is, there is no use. Fang Yuan did not deny it. He looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue speaking. Sixth Hair was hesitant earlier, but now that he had spoken, he felt relieved on the inside. He spoke even more quickly, continuing, Fang Yuan, your spring-autumn cicada also has heaven's will hidden in it. This has been verified by Lord Ing Wu Xie. This is the best evidence proving that every single one of your rebirths were affected by heaven's will. Spring-autumn cicada uses everything in the Gu Immortal and only retains a will. This will is carried inside spring-autumn cicada and enters the river of time, traveling upwards to your body in the past, achieving a rebirth. Fang Yuan, you have used it many times. You should know this clearly. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He did not retort. Sixth Hair continued. Spring-autumn cicada has heaven's will in it. Every time you use spring-autumn cicada, it is the best chance for heaven's will to increase its influence on you. Because at that time you only have some portion of remaining will left without your body, your focus will also be on the river of time. You will not anticipate such a plot working on you. After rebirth, you naturally had to think about how to use your rebirth advantage to cultivate. Precisely so, you were plotted against by heaven's will. The things you experienced before rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, were they really simply what you know now? Those so-called fortuitous encounters were just bait left by heaven's will, so that as a tool of heaven's will, you would grow and reach Etion Mountain, ruining Shadow Sect's plan. According to our deduction, in the future before your first rebirth, Shadow Sect had succeeded. But heaven's will was not willing to see my main body become a venerable again. Why did Bo Qing fail in the past? It was because he was a split soul of my main body. And furthermore, after my main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and revived, he would definitely grow beyond all of the other venerables. In the future, heaven's will was no longer able to eliminate my main body. Thus, it thought of a way, creating a plot to send you back in time, using you to change the past and remodel the future. Fang Yuan suddenly asked, Wait, I don't understand something. Why did heavens will choose me? Because you are an otherworldly demon. Only otherworldly demons can change the past. If they are not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable cannot do enough. Red Lotus Demon Venerable tried all his life, but he only broke Fate Gu. He could not even destroy it, or harm heaven's will. Of course, you are not the only otherworldly demon. But regardless, after taking personal experience and circumstances into account, during that time period, you were the most suitable candidate to be the tool. Sixth Hair answered. Fang Yuan was silent. This was a brand new perspective. A shocking revelation. Sixth Hair's words made Fang Yuan realize that he was immersed in a huge scheme. He thought back over the 500 years of his previous life. He had roamed for hundreds of years. Was it the suppression of heaven's will? He had wanted to refine blood deity. Did heaven's will obstruct him from doing so? It seemed too easy that he obtained Spring-Autumn Cicada's immortal goo recipe. After refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, he immediately faced the attack of all the 10 great ancient sects. Sixth Hair looked at his expression and saw that Fang Yuan was moved. But because he did not express himself, Sixth Hair could only curse internally as he asked again. Your Spring-Autumn Cicada is only rank 6. There is a high chance of failure. Why did you succeed every time you used it? That isn't the case. I failed the last time. As Fang Yuan said this, he suddenly was stunned. This point was the strongest evidence proving the presence of heaven's will. His amnesia did not affect this part of his memories. He remembered that he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower. He could not dodge and had no choice. But before this, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was already vaporized by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be understood as, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was destroyed, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was incomplete, it could not refine goo. Shadow Sect's plan failed. The only other way was Hei Lulan. But she was not at Etion Mountain. Thus, Heaven's will no longer needed the tool Fang Yuan, and he failed when using Spring-Autumn Cicada. Instead, Shadow Sect refused to lose. After Heaven's will abandoned Fang Yuan, Shadow Sect used the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fang Yuan rebirth and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to progress. What? You do not know that I failed my last activation? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked and felt cold sweat in his hands. He naturally did not know this. He was only a split soul. He did not even join the Battle of Etion Mountain. He had been inside Langya Blessed Land the entire time. Furthermore, he only had Ing Wuxia as a higher-up. A lot of his information came from Ing Wuxia. But he knew that Ing Wuxia had activated Spring-Autumn Cicada. Originally, Ing Wuxia was plotted against by Fang Yuan and had no way out, but because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, there was a reset which caused the current situation. Sixth Hair was thinking about whether he should tell Fang Yuan this secret. He got more and more nervous as he thought over it. He did not know what reaction Fang Yuan would have after he told him. But at this time, Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Never mind. Continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief. He let out a breath and calmed his emotions. He continued, "Heavens will plan for you to be a tool. It was a brilliant move. We subconsciously assumed that an otherworldly demon would have nothing to do with Heaven's will. Because of this, even my main body was deceived. After Three Kings' Blessed Land, one of our split souls, Old Man Yen Shi, found out that you had Spring-Autumn Cicada, that you are someone who had been reborn. But because you already went to Hu Immortal Inheritance, and our 100,000-year plan was right before us, we did not want to create external trouble, so we tried to scheme against you secretly. Thus, Old Man Yen Shi blocked deductions for you, and that caused the Central Continent Gu Immortals, Feng Juji's group, to go to Luopa Valley. In that battle, even though the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped, he was captured by Old Ancestor Xue Hu. Heavenly Court and these Gu Immortals in Northern Plains were all secretly influenced by Heaven's will. They were part of my main body's human tribulation. Fang Yuan, after rebirth, on the way to Northern Plains from Southern Border, you encountered a lot of unexpected mishaps, right? These were all caused by Heaven's will to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Ing Wuxia is in a desperate situation now. A part of the reason was that Lord Ing Wuxia had obtained your body. He also attracted a lot of enemies for you, and is facing the problem for you. Fang Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board. The 10 great ancient sects are after you. Even Heavenly Court is pursuing you. Lord Ing Wuxia is the best example of your future. Do you think you can be safe if you hide in the other 4 regions and don't go to Central Continent? My main body defied Heaven to refine Gu, but Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals could still come after us. The main reason that most Gu immortals don't travel regions is not because of the 5 regional walls, but because of their calamities and tribulations. Once they arrive, the result is hard to predict. If their tribulation was affected, they would suffer. Furthermore, Heavenly Court Gu immortals give their immortal apertures to Heavenly Court. They have no calamities and tribulations, they go outside using a phantom aperture, and they have the method to sleep while preserving their lifespan. Fang Yuan, let me ask this. If I did not inform you today, would you know about Heaven's will? The scheme that made you a tool? You and my main body have deep enmity, that is true, but you are also closely linked to us. Lord Ing Wuxie is in grave danger. If he ends up in the hands of Heavenly Court, your relationship with him and your information would all be leaked. Heavenly Court will come after you, because Heavenly Court are the lackeys that defend Heaven's will. Earlier, Feng Jiugu and the other Central Continent Gu immortals went to Northern Plains to investigate, and later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord launched an ambush in southern border. Feng Yuan, you and Lord Ing Wuxie are tied together by the same rope. If he dies, you will follow soon enough. Sixth Hair had great eloquence. He spoke without pausing. He listed his reasons with strong evidence. It was truly convincing and understandable. Feng Yuan was so moved he could not help but say, "You are right. This is truly the case. I think we can have a good transaction." Sixth Hair was overjoyed. He thought, this matter is settled. At this moment he was about to tear up, because recently he had been under strong pressure. Because of him, Feng Yuan succeeded in the tribulation and refined change form Immortal Gu. No matter the reason or motive, the result was clear. He was at fault. He was filled with regret and anguish. Thus, he had to make up for his mistake. Now, he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to urge Feng Yuan. It was Ing Wuxie's idea, but Sixth Hair was also a willing party. It seemed now that everything was worth it. Feng Yuan was Ing Wuxie's only way out. Sixth Hair had helped Ing Wuxie open up this possibility single-handedly. Then how do we deal? What do you people need? Feng Yuan asked with an amicable expression. Feng Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials picked up in Earth Trench have a problem. They are filled with Heaven's will. We do not want these. But the huge amount of immortal materials from falling Heavenly River can be traded. This is our list, take a look. Sixth Hair took out an information path Mortal Gu. Feng Yuan received it and inspected it before his consciousness entered the Gu. He nodded as he browsed. A moment later, Feng Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya sect, can't you get these from Langya sect's inventory? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. Times are different. The new Langya land spirit is not the same as previously. In Langya sect contribution points are everything. If I want to get items from the inventory, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my sect contribution points have not reached the number that Lord Ing Wuxie needs. You are right. Feng Yuan nodded before asking, I can give you these immortal materials, but how will these immortal materials reach Ing Wuxie? Treasure Yellow Heaven is currently closed. Ing Wuxie had been selling Immortal Gu. He made a huge commotion. Feng Yuan knew about it. Sixth Hair continued speaking. It is more troublesome without Treasure Yellow Heaven. But there is a way to send these to Lord Ing Wuxie. Zombie Alliance was a subsidiary of Shadow Sect before the Battle of Etion Mountain, because old Ancestor Shui who had stolen immortal zombie bodies. Zombie Alliance had ordered the branches to create a Super Gu formation to connect between the 5 regions. Even if someone attacks a branch, we can transport these immortal zombie bodies to other regions using the Super Gu formation. I thought this was just an excuse to plot against the immortal zombies, to think it was real? Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. This is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was not part of Shadow Sect's original plan. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, we had no choice and did it. There were more benefits in keeping Zombie Alliance. If possible, we would not have sacrificed them. Feng Yuan nodded. He thought about the 500 years of his previous life. During that time, Zombie Alliance was still around in the 5 regions, even until the 5 regions' chaotic war, and just before Feng Yuan's rebirth, it still played a significant role in the affairs of the world. But it was different now. Zombie Alliance in all 5 regions was now an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and were refined in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Up until this point, the 5 regions were still in a commotion because of it. After all, when Zombie Alliance was around, it controlled many resources. These resources were now ownerless. Many goo immortal experts and super forces were fighting for them. There were bloody scenes. It seems that, in the 500 years of my previous life, Shadow Sect indeed succeeded. Zombie Alliance's continued existence proves this point. Heavenly Court attacked Lang Ye Blessed Land, resulting in Feng Jiuji's death inside Lang Ye Blessed Land. This event is very suspicious. Shadow Sect had spies inside Heavenly Court. Maybe Spectral Soul had revived and controlled Heavenly Court, turning it into his own force. Feng Yuan thought a little and felt that many things in his memories could have likely had a deeper story behind them. This world's secrets are too deep. Legendary people have appeared continuously. Countless experts contest and plot against each other. They are like the countless stars shining in the sky. Even though I was considered an expert, compared to these people, I am not outstanding. Hehe. Precisely because of this, it is more interesting, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan thought about this and felt increasingly joyful. On the surface, his lips curled up as he smiled lightly. Sixth Hair could not understand it. He thought, why is he smiling? And why do I have a bad feeling? Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. He looked at Sixth Hair with a shining gaze. His smile became more apparent. Then, what can I get in exchange for my immortal materials? Immortal goo. Sixth Hair answered, having a calm expression. Interesting, very interesting. Feng Yuan clapped and smiled. What immortal goo could Ing Wuxie sell? It was obviously Feng Yuan's own immortal goo. Selling Feng Yuan's immortal goo back to himself, Ing Wuxie's plan was really amazing. But even Feng Yuan himself felt that Ing Wuxie's idea was quite good. In this world, who would want these immortal goo more than Feng Yuan? Even if there were such people, they would be few in number. And for other goo immortals, they were not used to these immortal goo, they needed to get familiar with them. But Feng Yuan was very familiar with them, he could use them well. These immortal goo had greater value to Feng Yuan than to others. Furthermore, even if immortal goo were sold, they needed suitable goo immortals. For example, a strength path immortal goo would not be well utilized by goo immortals of other paths. Because of differences in paths and conflict in Dao marks, the effect would be reduced, it was not suitable for them. Unless they were using it as a supplementary goo worm for an immortal killer move, but such situations were rare. One could say, Feng Yuan was the best buyer. Not only did he have use for these immortal goo, most importantly, he could afford them. As for how to send the immortal goo, Zombie Alliance's super goo formation was likely to be used. Feng Yuan smiled. How many of my immortal goo are left? Not only do I want to buy them, I also want He Lulan's self-strength immortal goo, and Tai Bai Yunshang's man as before and landscape as before. I will include these 3 immortal goo into my request. Sixth Hair considered it for a while before nodding. I can make the decision on this matter and agree to it. Ing Wuxie had control over Tai Bai Yunshang and He Lulan. He could make them hand over their immortal goo. And the most important thing now was to escape from danger and get away. Other matters could be put aside. Feng Yuan said again, we will trade at the same time. Bring your immortal goo. I will pay the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. As a matter of fact, it will take some time for you to see the immortal goo. You are aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance branches are being targeted. If Northern Plains' Dark Flow Giant City did not sink into Earth Trench, it would have been ransacked already. The Super Goo formation is placed in Dark Flow Giant City. It will take some time for me to get the immortal goo. But before this, I hope that you can provide some immortal materials first. Because these immortal materials are going to be used for goo refinement, the faster we refine, the better. Over on Lord Ing Wuxie's end, we do not know how long they can last. Feng Yuan heard this and sneered internally. Sixth Hair is speaking both truth and lies at once. Earlier, he said Ing Wuxie is in grave danger. Now he is indicating that Ing Wuxie can last for some time. On the surface, Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. He rejected. No, impossible. If I pay immortal materials and you do not hand me the immortal goo, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry about this. I have prepared an information path immortal killer move to restrict both sides. None of us can break it. Sixth Hair had a sincere expression. Fang Yuan laughed. He waved his hand. Don't talk to me about information path methods. I don't believe it. Since you can subdue He Lulan, you must have removed her information path alliance agreement, right? I do not cultivate information path. Would I be so foolish as to make an information path agreement with you? This? Sixth Hair hesitated. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not set an agreement with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a new idea. I can use information to exchange for a portion of the immortal materials first. How about that? This information and these secrets have immense value to you. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know what the limitations of Heaven's will are? Don't you want our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Heaven's will? And information about otherworldly demons? Even information about Langya Blessed Land? Don't you want them? Fang Yuan was deeply enticed. Heaven's will. After understanding that Heaven's will was plotting against him, how could Fang Yuan ignore it? In this world, who else other than Shadow Sect had greater experience in dealing with Heaven's will? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to transact, Fang Yuan would still be left in the dark for a long period of time. As for the matter of otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan was very curious. Why did he transmigrate here? Were otherworldly demons were there? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And information about Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for 300,000 years. What secrets were hidden inside? This was extremely important for Fang Yuan, who was getting Langya Land Spirit's help, and also his goal of obtaining Langya Blessed Land. Undeniably, all this information was extremely valuable. They were very helpful to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the room was silent. Neither side was talking. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely say yes. The allure of this information was too high after all. Of course, if not for this situation, Sixth Hair would not have wanted Fang Yuan to know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke, but instead asked a question. I don't understand something. Since there is a supergoo formation, why aren't Ying Wuxie and the rest using the supergoo formation to escape directly? Sixth Hair explained honestly. The supergoo formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies are considered immortal materials, but they cannot include the immortal aperture. It is too hard to transport goo immortals across regions. There are some methods, but they are very rare. For example, fixed immortal travel, but immortal goo are one of a kind. Stargate goo is an exception, but it is too limited. And not everyone can enter immortal apertures. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate goo. Fang Yuan had used it many times and even gave the goo recipe to Langya Land Spirit. It was not strange that Shadow Sect knew about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate goo, they had requirements towards the goo immortal being transported. The goo immortal must have few Dao marks in their body for transportation. Especially Stargate goo, it was only immortal goo, even though it used the power of Black Heaven. Only rank 6 bottom-tier goo immortals or those who had only gone through a few calamities could use it. Of course, the things inside the goo immortal's immortal aperture were in another world. They were not considered in this. Thus, back then, Fang Yuan used his dead aperture to contain rank 9 wisdom goo. He could transport it using Stargate goo. Using rank 6 bottom-tier goo immortals or immortal zombies as the container to use fixed immortal travel or Stargate goo for cross-regional transportation. This was very possible, but it could not be used widely. There was only one fixed immortal travel in the world, and Stargate goo was in the hands of few people. Furthermore, rank 8 goo immortals and high-rank immortal materials or immortal goo have too many Dao marks. They are a huge burden to the immortal aperture. Living immortal apertures could burst, while dead immortal apertures would break apart even more quickly. They could not go through this many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed the high-rank immortal materials into Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. These blessed lands that were placed in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 Gu Immortals have their own unique methods to travel across regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Earlier, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had brought a group of people to southern border and thwarted Shadowsek's plan. They went there through White Heaven. There had never been good methods to transport Gu Immortals across regions. Because Gu Immortals had little need for this. When Gu Master undergo immortal ascension, they would become Gu Immortals of their respective regions due to the Heaven and Earth Chi. For example, they would be a Northern Plains Gu Immortal or a Central Continent Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals had a territorial mentality. Gu Immortals from other regions were usually ostracized. At the end of the Battle of Etian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunshang were pursued by southern border Gu Immortals. This point was showed clearly. In this aspect, Eastern Sea was more open. The territorial mentality was not the key. Most importantly, once in a while, Gu Immortals had to place their immortal apertures in the outside world to draw in Heaven and Earth Chi and stabilize it. At this time, the Heaven and Earth Chi needed was very specific. If a Northern Plains Gu Immortal placed their immortal aperture in Central Continent and took in Central Continent's Heaven and Earth Chi, there would be huge problems. The third reason was calamities and tribulations. Gu Immortals faced calamities and tribulations continuously. Who would have the time to run around? What was the point of going to other regions? Unless they had important reasons like clues to a huge inheritance, or maybe for investigation missions like Fengjiugu. There was one thing to note. There was little demand for Gu Immortals to travel across regions, but immortal Gu and immortal materials were not the same. They had huge demand for them, and these demands were mostly settled through Treasure Yellow Heaven. Due to all sorts of reasons, few people researched in regional transportation of Gu Immortals. In history, there were barely any results. Zombie Alliance's Super Gu formation was merely used to transport immortal materials. Who would waste their time and effort to research on something useless? Gu Immortals had huge pressure towards survival. Even though they were immortals, they could not live freely and peacefully. Managing their immortal apertures, raising immortal Gu, and dealing with tribulations, these were enough for all Gu Immortals to slog their lives out. Thus, since long ago, cross-regional transportation methods for Gu Immortals were very primitive, they were developed slowly. As a result, when the Grand 10 Great Ancient Sects of Central Continent dispatched a team of Gu Immortals to go Northern Plains, they barged through 2 regional walls. In 400 to 500 years, there would no longer be a need to research on this. Because the 5 regional walls would start to disappear, the 5 regions will merge into one. This was something for the future. Forget about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan let out a hearty laugh. He had probed for so long, he finally had a clear understanding of this transaction. Fang Yuan, why are you laughing? Sixth Hair's ominous feeling was growing. Because I am happy. Even though the Super Gu formation can only transport immortal materials, that is enough. Forget about information and whatnot. My first condition is my original body. Hand it to me. Fang Yuan spoke quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about Wisdom Gu. If Fang Yuan obtained his body, together with his soul, he could use the light of wisdom, and borrow the might of Wisdom Gu once again. What did that imply? He would be like a tiger with wings, he would soar to the sky. In the past, Fang Yuan had a flaw, he did not have lifespan Gu to feed Wisdom Gu. But now, Lang Yalan Spirit had a good number of lifespan Gu to feed it. Fang Yuan knew about Heaven's will already. If he had Wisdom Gu's help, how could he be stopped? He would be like an eagle in the sky, or a flood dragon roaming the seas. Together with the sovereign immortal aperture. My goodness! Sixth Hair cried out in his thoughts. These few elements alone were shocking. They were unprecedented. If they were combined together, he would gain unimaginable strength. How would anyone else ever compete with him again? That will not work. Sixth Hair shook his head. Without a body, how can Lord Ing Wuxier escape from his predicament? I have bodies. Fang Yuan laughed. I have many strength path immortal zombie bodies. We can trade one for one. You will not suffer a loss for sure. These immortal zombie bodies have more Dao marks than my original body. You are definitely going to profit. Profit my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fong Yuan's shamelessness internally. His expression became ugly. He snickered at Fong Yuan. Let's not beat about the bush. Why would I not know your intentions? Oh. So you know about wisdom goo. Fong Yuan rubbed his chin. Immortal goo and information can be sold. But body? No way. Sixth Hair rejected with a firm reply. But Fong Yuan's mood changed even more quickly. Then there's nothing to say. Goodbye, see you. Fong Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was stunned. He was dazed in place, unmoving. Seeing him like this, Fong Yuan snickered internally. With a flourish of his sleeves, he took his leave. Sixth Hair jolted to awareness. He said, Fong Yuan, wait. You agreed. Fong Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. Body cannot be sold. The rest can be negotiated. Sixth Hair insisted. Fong Yuan snorted, walking ahead and through the door, leaving Sixth Hair's vision. Sixth Hair quickly chased him. We have to be willing parties in a transaction. Fong Yuan, why must you make it difficult for us? If we encounter trouble, you will soon follow. Fong Yuan stopped moving, but he did not turn around even now. He left the back of his head facing Sixth Hair. It was very rude. Sixth Hair heard Fong Yuan's words. You are right. But so what if I follow? At most, I will die. Sixth Hair walked several steps and chased after Fong Yuan, urging, Fong Yuan, why the need to say these things? Who would believe such lies? Will you be willing to die? With shadow sect around, how many enemies are we drawing away from you? Without us, how long can you last? You think you can deal with heaven's will? Even my main body failed after 100,000 years of planning. With a common enemy ahead of us. Why are you like this? Noisy. A sword wave appeared around Fong Yuan. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Wave Sword. Sixth Hair was forced to retreat. He quickly said, Careful, be careful. Don't use Immortal Goo. It will ruin my arrangements. If Lang Yalan's spirit finds out, we will both face the consequences. Fong Yuan snickered. He walked ahead as he said, The body is my first condition. If this cannot be fulfilled, forget the rest. You have 3 days, go and have a good discussion with your Lord Ing Wuxie. Sixth Hair stomped his feet. 3 days! Fong Yuan, you know that Lord Ing Wuxie is facing great danger. We have to fight for time. Fong Yuan walked away as his voice drifted over. It is great that you realize this. Quickly agree to it. After the deal, you can use the immortal materials to refine goo and last an even longer time, right? Sixth Hair had a ruthless expression. He gritted his teeth as he pointed at Fong Yuan. Killing intent surged. Fong Yuan, don't go overboard. So what if I do? I will not be the first to die. I can live well inside Lang Ya blessed land for some time. But you guys? Without Ing Wuxie, Spectral Soul's main body will remain trapped in the giant dream realm. He, the great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is going to die before me. Ha ha ha. Fong Yuan laughed. He walked through the door and vanished from Sixth Hair's vision completely. Sixth Hair stared with bloodshot eyes. Fong Yuan's shameless and thuggish attitude dealt a huge blow to him. In less than half a day, Sixth Hair went to Fong Yuan again. Lord Ing Wuxie agreed. Sixth Hair stared at Fong Yuan. He wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. A sharp light flashed across Fong Yuan's eyes. Sixth Hair agreed so quickly. On Ing Wuxie's end, the situation must really be terrible. This was both good and bad. Fong Yuan wanted to gain the most benefits from this trade, but he also wanted Ing Wuxie to draw away the enemies for him. It was most beneficial to Fong Yuan for Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces to fight. We will trade the immortal zombie bodies first, 1 for 1, before we continue with the others. Fong Yuan said, adding, If I find out that you tampered with the body, don't blame me for what I will do. You know I am a person who has been reborn. I can use some future methods. Impossible! We will do the transactions all at once. Sixth Hair was not easy to fool, but Fong Yuan was a tougher nut to crack. A little later, Sixth Hair lost. He raised 3 fingers, gritting his teeth. Fine. We will first trade the immortal zombie bodies. But there are only 2 deals after that. We will conclude this trade in 3 sessions. 3 days later in Lang Ya Blessed Land, the 2 made their transaction. Okay, next will be immortal goo. I want all of my immortal goo, along with self-strength, man as before, and landscape as before. Fang Yuan said. Sixth Hair had a curious expression. So many immortal goo. Do you have enough immortal materials? Fang Yuan laughed. Of course. A few minutes later. This is what you mean by of course? You casually changed the quantity to be traded by yourself. These immortal materials are not enough to buy even 30% of the immortal goo. Sixth Hair screamed furiously. We can continue to negotiate the deal. What do you mean by changing it myself? I did not casually do it. I am very sincere. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Your mother is sincere. Sixth Hair cursed. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened. This means you do not want a deal? Saying this, his sleeves billowed as he turned around. Sixth Hair was beyond furious. Threatening to leave? The same trick again. I don't care. I am not the first to die anyway. Fang Yuan shrugged, latching on Sixth Hair's weakness. Sixth Hair's expression froze. He felt like he had fallen into an icy river. He felt really foolish. Why did he expose his own weakness? But, with Fang Yuan's shrewdness, even if he said nothing, he would sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Fang Yuan's price was way too low. Shadow Sect was not going to take it. In a few days, they went through dozens of difficult negotiations, until both sides came to an agreement. Fang Yuan relented a bit, but he still earned the most from this. Sixth Hair had a downcast expression. His straight back had hunched already. Thankfully, there is only one last deal left. The third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions? Why do you want to extend it to 10? Fang Yuan, you shameless bastard. You fiend with no bottom line. Can't you see the big picture at all? Die. Let's just all die together. Sixth Hair screamed. His throat went sore. Blood was flowing out of his nose due to anger. But Fang Yuan only said one thing, reflecting all of these statements. I am not the first to die anyway. Once Ing Wu Xie dies, Spectral Soul's main body is going to follow. After all, the dream realm is huge. The consumption of the soul is extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid as well. Extremely rapid? Extremely. Fang Yuan's voice was floating around in Sixth Hair's head. Next, he fainted on the spot. A dark and deep pool of soul water undulated with countless ripples. Ing Wuxie opened his eyes wide, the ghost fire in his eyes burning bright as he observed the surface of the soul water. He was viewing a scene that outsiders would not be able to observe. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water. He was half kneeling on the ground and had an expression of remorse and guilt. Lord, I made a huge mistake. When Fang Yuan was facing the tribulation, if I had not used. I have already said that this matter is not your fault. Speaking of which, it is also because I used my trump card to increase my luck, which allowed Fang Yuan to take advantage of it. Ing Wu Xie's voice directly transmitted to Gu Immortal Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method of communication between Sixth Hair and Ing Wu Xie. It was a soul path method but with the effect of information path, and was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls. Moreover, there was Lang Ya Blessed Land as well. Not only were they able to communicate in real time, they were also able to evade Lang Ya Land spirit senses. Right now, Ing Wu Xie no longer had Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie's body. But this vessel, because it was too old, its immortal aperture had already broken apart, and what Ing Wu Xie obtained was only the physical body. Unlike Fang Yuan's zombie body, which had a mortal aperture as well as an immortal aperture. As such, it was very inconvenient for Ing Wu Xie to use goo worms. Whether it be immortal goo or mortal goo, they could only live in parts of his body like on his skin, hair, blood, bones, and so on. Not only would this leak their aura and make it easier for enemies to inspect, it was also not safe. When the physical body gets struck by an attack, the goo worms could also very well meet with a terrible fate. Goo worms were very fragile. Ing Wuxie could be said to have suffered a huge loss from this transaction with Fang Yuan, but his expression was tranquil. He instead encouraged Sixth Hair. You did this task very well. You constantly expressed weakness to Fang Yuan during the whole transaction process. Good job. Especially the fainting at the end. Without your efforts, I wouldn't have obtained the immortal materials I needed. Sixth Hair sighed. I intentionally fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately he did not do anything to me. Since he knows our background, he is naturally extremely cautious. Moreover, we have already done transactions multiple times now. Both sides have gotten a handle on the other. He has to be wary against us reporting about him to Langya Land Spirit. Ing Wuxie replied. He had been in an absolute plight just now, and had thought about every possible way, before finding there was no way left other than Fang Yuan. Before transacting with Fang Yuan, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. The immortal material list he gave to Fang Yuan had exaggerated contents with huge numbers, hiding the immortal materials he truly wanted within them. In short, he had achieved his goal. He was able to fight for a ray of hope in this desperate situation. As long as he passed this hurdle, his future prospects would be extremely promising. Not mentioning the other immortal goo, but the main thing is that Fang Yuan not only obtained his physical body, he now has spring-autumn cicada as well. His current foundation is extremely huge. Sixth Hair was still worried. Ing Wuxie snorted. Even if Fang Yuan gets back his physical body, does he dare to use it? Spring-autumn cicada is not a problem. It was already sealed and is going to starve to death soon. Even if Fang Yuan can resolve this problem, spring-autumn cicada itself has a failure rate when activating. It still has Heaven's Will hiding inside it. It will be a long time before he will be able to use it. Moreover, the attention of Heavenly Court's goo immortals will also be attracted to him. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the visible worry lessening by a lot. He repeatedly nodded his head. Lord, you are correct. Ing Wuxie heaved a long sigh. You will still have to continue to watch Fang Yuan. You are already exposed, but Fang Yuan won't make a move against you. It is okay if we are not able to suppress him. He has obtained so many immortal goo just now, they will certainly be a large burden to him. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations will divert even more of his energy. Let him develop. Wait until I gather strength and save our main body. Then we shall settle the score with him. One could learn from experience. After having experienced so much, Ing Wuxie was rapidly maturing. He understood what he could give up, and more importantly, learned to patiently endure. He was, after all, one of the split souls of Spectral Soul, and had the natural skill to become a powerful expert. Suffering and setbacks were of value in life, and he was rapidly growing up because of them. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Some time had already passed since the transactions with Ing Wuxie. Fang Yuan gazed at the immortal zombie body in front of him, and sighed. I don't dare to use it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After he had regained his immortal zombie body, although he had used almost all the means available to him at present to conduct many careful inspections, he did not find any issues. But what origin did Ing Wuxie have? What origin did Shadow Sect have? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the progenitor of Soul Path, a goo venerable, a person who had once ruled over the world and all living beings. Would his split soul, Ing Wuxie, have some kind of soul path method to create a sinister trap within this body? It was very possible. Fang Yuan's transaction with Ing Wuxie had not been under any information path restriction from the beginning to the end, because neither side trusted the other. Moreover, Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to Ing Wuxie's. If he used an information path method to restrict himself, it was very possible the other party would secretly break it, and this would make it even more unfavorable to Fang Yuan. Thus, he was completely unable to guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this immortal zombie body back mainly to obtain the acknowledgement of wisdom goo and use the light of wisdom. So he needed to put his soul into this immortal zombie vessel. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters regarding the soul. Fang Yuan did not discover any issues. Perhaps Ing Wuxie had not tampered with it. But the more likely possibility was that there was a huge issue with this immortal zombie body, only that Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Fang Yuan trying to decipher Soul Path methods was like an amateur performing in front of an expert. Looks like I still need to inspect this body for a while. I can't be careless. Any slight carelessness and I might fall into a scheme of shadow sect. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was 100% sure of safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or perhaps when there were no other options, he might choose to take the risk. Although I can't use Wisdom Goo, regaining my body and Spring Autumn Cicada is already a great success. Spring Autumn Cicada had all along been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card. Now that Fang Yuan had gotten his body back, Spring Autumn Cicada, which remained in the first aperture as the vital goo, was naturally also back. In the previous negotiations, when Fang Yuan mentioned for Spring Autumn Cicada to be returned, he was met with strong denial from Sixth Hair. He refused to admitting Wuxie had Spring Autumn Cicada. Because neither side was restricted by information path methods, Fang Yuan would not be able to tell apart truth or lies. There were no consequences for lying. However, Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable, directly saying, "That is impossible. If you truly did not have, then you people would have refined it. In any case, I don't care about others, but you must return my Spring-Autumn Cicada." Fang Yuan had no bottom line and his stance was extremely resolute. Even though Sixth Hair said that he would swear on his life, shouting loudly as he vowed, Fang Yuan's attitude was unchanged. After wasting a good amount of time, Fang Yuan regained his body and Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, Spring-Autumn Cicada had an issue. It was sealed by Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals using some strange methods. It was already cut off from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew Spring-Autumn Cicada had Heaven's will in it. This was his biggest threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada both had dangers lurking within them and could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was happy. Even if I can't use them, as long as they are in my possession, it is a huge victory. Especially when Spring-Autumn Cicada was a huge trump card. After regaining Spring-Autumn Cicada and the immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan demanded fixed immortal travel in the second transaction. But where would Sixth Hair get it from? No matter how forceful Fang Yuan was, it was no use. Moreover, he could also guess fixed immortal travel might truly have been destroyed. If they had fixed immortal travel, they would have already used fixed immortal travel to make an escape. Why would they come to be extorted by him? A more crucial matter was that Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already completed a transaction. With the transaction, it meant betraying Langya sect. Sixth Hair had a hold over Fang Yuan. Land spirits were single-minded and obstinate. If he discovered this, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would probably be of no use. So Fang Yuan finally gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he could not obtain fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan obtained a large number of immortal goo in this transaction. A large number. Among them were Hei Lu Land Strength Chi Immortal Goo, Self-Strength Immortal Goo and Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo, as well as Tai by Yunshang's Landscape as before and Man as before. Among Fang Yuan's own, there was Pulling Mountain Immortal Goo, Pulling Water Immortal Goo, Star Eyes Immortal Goo, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo and Connect Luck Immortal Goo had already been placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven by Ying Wuxie, and since Treasure Yellow Heaven was closed, these two Immortal Goo were also trapped within it. Eat Strength, Cleanse Soul, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark and Starlight had all self-detonated under Fang Yuan's special will, and Ying Wuxie had not been able to save them. Naturally, this information could be false as well. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair were not bound by information path methods. The bottom lines of both sides had to be probed out by themselves. Maybe Ying Wuxie had secretly withheld some immortal goo, but Fang Yuan had already done everything he could and had no way to make Ying Wuxie spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan transacted, he would be betraying Langya sect once more, and his tough stance would weaken by some degree. While Shadow Sect had obtained a portion of the immortal materials and their weak stance gradually strengthened by some degree. Of course, Fang Yuan had the firm upper hand from start to finish. After all, Ing Wuxie was the one in a bad situation. But Fang Yuan also did not want Ing Wuxie to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would soon be met with disaster. It was a much better situation with Ing Wuxie attracting the enemies ahead of him. Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect could mutually weaken each other, while Fang Yuan observed from the sidelines. Fang Yuan was aware that since he had stolen Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would absolutely try to kill him. But this was also a reason for Shadow Sect to secretly protect him. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew he was Ma Hongyun from Shadow Sect's point of view. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to re-refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It was just that the situation currently did not permit them to do this. Since Ing Wuxie had looked for Fang Yuan to do transactions, it meant he was truly at a dead end. Fang Yuan had to leave him some hope. If Fang Yuan truly forced him until he gave up and went to drag both of them down, Fang Yuan would also be implicated and might even die. In fact, what Sixth Hair said at the beginning had been effective. Several days later, Langya blessed land. Two figures were cutting through the air before they suddenly stopped. This land is a desolate area. It is suitable for our spar. The figure ahead observed the surroundings and spoke leisurely. Brother Fang is right. The figure behind was a hairy man Gu Immortal named 12th Hair. He spoke brightly and with a grin on his face. Compared to the other hairy man Gu Immortals in Langya sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special, because he not only cultivated refinement path, but also cultivated enslavement path. He was a dual cultivator of refinement and enslavement path. It was not an easy thing for Gu Immortals to cultivate two paths, because almost all Gu Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they underwent immortal ascension, the Gu worm they used for breaking open their aperture into an immortal aperture would be what decided their main cultivation path. The Tao marks added on from passing tribulations would mostly be of their main path as well. However, in this world, there were many Gu Immortals that cultivated two paths as well. They were mostly rank 6 and rank 7. Cultivating one path primarily, while cultivating another path as a secondary path. Such Gu Immortals often had fortuitous encounters, obtaining immortal Gu that were suitable for cultivating two paths. For instance, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength Immortal Gu could increase his strength path Tao marks. If Gu Immortals of other paths obtained it, they could also dual cultivate strength path. 12th Hair was not an exception. In his early years, because of an unexpected surprise when refining Gu, he obtained a completely new Gu embryo from the failed refinement. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Gu to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Gu could add enslavement path Tao marks to his body. This made him rather special among all the hairy man Gu Immortals. The previous Langya land spirit had taken great care of him. Although enslavement path did not have much of a relation to refinement path, Langya land spirit encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating both paths, because the enslavement path Tao marks in 12th Hair could provide huge help when refining enslavement path immortal Gu. The current Langya land spirit regarded 12th Hair with even more respect. But what he prioritized was the aspect of battle strength. 12th Hair cultivated enslavement path. This was an excellent foundation. Langya land spirit even gave beast enslavement immortal Gu to him, intending to nurture him as their enslavement path battle strength. Every emperor had his own favorites, but 12th Hair was even more well-liked and was the favorite of the current Langya land spirit. Fang Yuan had not been very sure on the details about these hairy men. But in the secret transactions with Ing Wuxie, he obtained much intel about Langya blessed land. The intel could not be said to be very precious, but they were of extremely huge help to Fang Yuan, letting him have a comprehensive understanding of Langya sect. Fang Yuan and 12th Hair both descended to the ground. Cloud Cover Continent's ground was made from cloud soil. It was white and slightly soft. It was very different from the sensation of an ordinary muddy surface. 12th brother, please. Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Ha ha, brother Fang. I won't stand on ceremony then. Chestnut yak. Come out. 12th Hair laughed loudly. He somersaulted and while landing on the ground, he hit the ground with his palms. He looked like he was horsing around, before suddenly performed a kneeling ceremony towards Fang Yuan. Goo Immortals paid attention to their bearing. This kind of humiliating action was absolutely avoided by human Goo Immortals. But these hairy man Goo Immortals were different. They had gone through the previous Lang Ya land spirits nurturing. Each of them were very straightforward with very shallow battle strength. Over these last days, Fang Yuan was already used to the unusual. 12th Hair knelt towards Fang Yuan. His excited expression suddenly stiffened. Ah! He raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan. How embarrassing! I failed. No problem. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. It is an immortal killer move. Failure in activation is an unavoidable matter. Try again. Yes, yes. 12th Hair repeatedly nodded his head, somersaulting once again towards the back and with a slam. His knees and hands touched the ground simultaneously. Silence. After being at a standstill for several breaths of time, 12th Hair stuck his tongue out, licking his lips. Damn, I failed again. Let me try again. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th Hair shouted in determination. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. I'm sorry, wait a while. 12th Hair said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan warmly smiled. It is understandable. 12th Hair gratefully nodded his head as he made an attempt again. Swoosh. A somersault. Slam. Kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Another few seconds of standstill, but there was still silence. This continued for a dozen or so times without any success. Fang Yuan had not even made any move, but 12th Hair had already spurted out several mouthfuls of blood. Moreover, blood was seeping out of his ears as well, his face getting paler and paler. Failure in activating an immortal killer move would cause backlash to the Goo Immortal. Even Fang Yuan also could not bear to see this continue, and could not resist reminding. From my observation, 12th brother, your somersaulting has almost no use towards the immortal killer move. Might as well try discarding it. Somersaulting? 12th Hair scratched his head and said, innocently, this is my meticulously designed movement. Don't you feel somersaulting will make me look imposing and cool? Fang Yuan's face almost was distorted to the point of lines appearing, as he thought. Your movement of kneeling towards your enemy is indeed imposing, but 12th Hair was also an obedient person who knew to correct his mistake. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, then I will change it. After that, 12th Hair no longer somersaulted. Instead, slam, he directly knelt towards Fang Yuan. It was a standstill. Several breaths later, he stood up, puffing out a mouthful of blood. Refusing to give in, he said, let me try again. Several tries later, an azure blue radiance suddenly blossomed from 12th Hair's hands. The radiance quickly enlarged, and actually formed a blue lake on the ground. The lake water surged and a cattle-shaped desolate beast rode the giant wave, charging towards Fang Yuan. Rumble! The blue lake water washed to the shore. The giant yak stepped on the ground and grunted towards the sky. Whoosh! A formless sound wave squeezed out the air and actually stirred up a vortex. This giant yak was bluish-black with a large head and thick lips. A pair of bull horns spaced quite far apart pierced towards the sky. It had a wide chest and a large stomach, but it gradually became slim towards the rear. The whole body looked huge at the front and small at the back. The lower side of its body and its 4 legs were covered with thick hair that were drooping down to the ground. Its tail was thick and large like a brown broom. There was no doubt of the might of this giant yak, and it also had a superb debut, brimming with a tyrannical aura, forming a completely stark comparison with 12th Hair's performance. However, Fang Yuan did not care. Chestnut yak. This giant yak might be a desolate beast, but it was well known for its low battle strength. The impressions of many Goo Immortals towards it were of the unique flavor of its meat. It could be eaten raw and tasted like chestnuts. This was the reason for its name. But the chestnut yak's battle strength was naturally not the weakest among desolate beasts. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast were desolate beast dragonfish, which Fang Yuan was breeding. It finally activated. Twelfth Hare was jubilant, and shouted as he pointed at Fong Yuan, "Chestnut Yak, charge!" Snort. The chestnut yak grunted towards the sky once again, but did not move. Twelfth Hare's face flushed with embarrassment, and seeming holding back his anger, he commanded again, "Charge, charge, charge, you foolish yak!" The chestnut yak only then started to rush forward. It was already at a very short distance away from Fong Yuan, and reached Fong Yuan within a few steps. Strong winds surged forward. The chestnut yak was enormous, and as it rushed, it was like 4 carriages stacked together. It had quite an imposing aura. Fong Yuan chuckled. Inside his immortal aperture, change form immortal goo flew up. Following it, all kinds of supplementary mortal goo flew up and revolved around change form immortal goo. Transformation path immortal killer move. Flying bear transformation. Bright radiance suddenly erupted. An intense light forced Twelfth Hare to close his eyes. Twelfth Hare quickly activated his investigative goo. A layer of transparent crystal covered his eyes, and he was able to open his eyes again. The light had yet to dissipate, but Twelfth Hare was able to see the scene clearly. Bam! The chestnut yak seemed to have collided into a giant beast. This giant beast was even larger than it. The chestnut yak's collision showed no results. At this time, the light dissipated, and revealed the true appearance of the giant beast. This was a giant white bear. Its physique was burly and bulky, and its body was covered in short and densely packed white fur. It had sharp claws, and its short tail was curled up like a white pom-pom, appearing somewhat cute. This was a transformation of Fong Yuan into a desolate beast flying bear. When the chestnut yak saw this flying bear, its eyes immediately popped open as its imposing aura vanished like a flickering candle. It gave a miserable cry before actually turning around and running away. Twelfth Hare yelled furiously at this. "You cowardly yak! You are also a desolate beast. Damn it, go back!" He activated his enslavement path method and was only able to regain his control over the chestnut yak after it had ran a large distance. The yak once again charged towards the flying bear. The chestnut yak was herbivorous and had a docile nature. This chestnut yak had been raised by the previous Langya land spirit in order to use its meat as goo refinement immortal material. Because of Shadow Sect's sudden attack, Langya blessed land's other desolate beasts all died. So Twelfth Hare could only use this chestnut yak to practice his skills. Fong Yuan quietly stood on the spot, and only when the yak had reached in front of him did he exert strength in his limbs and erupt. Whoosh! The flying bear's enormous physique did not implicate its speed in the least, as it easily dodged to the side. The chestnut yak brushed past the flying bear. The flying bear roared and suddenly turned around, leaping towards the sky. As it descended, the flying bear stretched out its right paw and slammed at the back of the chestnut yak. Bam! There was a strong collision. White cloud soil flew all around. The chestnut yak was heavily injured and was actually slammed to the ground by one smack from the flying bear. A huge crater formed on the level ground. The chestnut yak was defeated in the blink of an eye, lying on the crater without moving. Its eyes revealed its terror and its whole body was trembling.